options, see if there's any. First thing I'm thinking, honestly, is a nice little pullback to the downside that continues that trend from last night to, to fill a little bit of that gap that it created going up here. And in terms of the gap from yesterday, I want you all to notice that it was filled during the day. You started filling more gaps from the left side over here. And in terms of us predicting gaps going into the future, like let's just say you think, all right, you keep gapping down. How do you predict the market wanting to gap upwards, right? Well, again, we have a chart specifically like designated just for this. If you guys are trying to track down gaps, it's very simple. All you have to do here is first draw where the gaps are in the first place. So these are pretty much all our entries throughout the year, like at least our major monthly entries. And again, the last major monthly entry that we had was the puts over here. Of course, these would then turn into calls, right? So these were the ones that we got on Friday down here. We ended up getting them right at this green circle, not this one. Sold them basically right up here. And then as you can all tell, around that same area, you were hitting a red area, like a red circle, which is like right around the midpoint to the quarter point. The next areas that we wanted to sell off at, if you look at where, my cursor is at, it's right next to the previous high, right above the previous high, and then up here in the 700s. So that's what we're really looking for in terms of the market getting shut down, is something in the 700s. It could get shut down now, of course, right? You're already down $40 from the top, about. First thing we want to see here is if you're holding above 650, you're just going to head up higher. So let's just watch it here, everybody. In terms of buying calls, again, be logical, be smart. If you're going to buy calls, it has to be somewhere around here, which means any type of call that you buy right now is not a good idea. So you wait now, basically. Wait, see if it falls down lower. If it does, we'll definitely get some good prices, because what it's going to do here is just fall, yank up. Fall down a tiny bit lower, and then yank up a little bit higher. Fall down a tiny bit lower again, maybe, and then yank up, maybe to the high, maybe higher, maybe under the high. The point is, this is going to be a buying area. And until you get below it, we're not thinking the market's crashing yet. Because it keeps doing this, right? Imagine last time when the market fell from here. When you hit 674 and you fell out the sky, we told everybody to buy down here. And as you can all tell, the market ended up running up higher. The reason why we know that is because if you use the monthly boxes, just a simple trading style, nothing too crazy, right? And you measure COVID low with, the high. I want you all to look at the right side of my screen. Where does the market fall down? And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's literally that easy. You know how mad I was after I lost everything? The cars, the money, all because I didn't have this stupid ass monthly box. Are you kidding me? That's literally how I was thinking when I found this. Because yeah, you hit the top, you hit the bottom here, you hit the top up here, and then when you fell down, it's the middle point. It's just most people are not going to be able to tell because it hit it so quickly that most people wouldn't have been able to buy here. That's the crazy part. I did it for just a single day. But they always do that. They'll make you sit around a certain important level. They'll throw you the other way, throw you the other way, throw you the other way. And then when it's time, they'll make you hit it. That's why I'm thinking the market's going to come down to 613, is because you're pretty much doing something similar where you're not completing a move. And I know it wants to complete this move. However, it's technically not supposed to complete this move, right? Unless you go higher. Because again, that's the halfway point, right? So what you would need to do is measure this bottom, measure this top, and you can't really put this box at the top is what I'm trying to say, because then you would need more room. That's why if I look at the boxes like this, I could tell that yes, you literally are copying 2021's and 2022's range, and you're doing it right now again. Like when Trump crashed the market, you were at the midpoint. When you're crashing right now, everybody, you're at the quarter point. Where am I waiting for my yearly puts? Near the top point. Simple. Just like that. And makes the market so slow when you look at it like this. I kid you not. It changes everything. That's the beautiful part about it. So, yeah. But again, that was for previous time in history, right? That's how we predicted Trump crashing the market before. How do we predict it now? Well, you see this low right here. Grab this box. Make sure it's around that low. Doesn't have to be perfect for now. We'll fix it later. But make sure it's around that low from 480 in April of this year. And what is the top? The top is going to be 740. What are you currently at right now, everybody? We'll split up the box. And let's go take a look. Do you see how you keep revolving around this line, but it kind of doesn't look like it? But the last time you fell out the sky, which was pretty much like yesterday. I mean, look at how close you were to this line. Right beneath it. That's bearish. That's the reason why you just yank straight down to a lower level, right? And remember, this blue box is not... Who the hell put this blue box there? Was that me? No, I'm just playing. Imagine. Okay, so if I take this blue box and I cut it up again, I want you all to notice something. When the market falls out the sky before, like from the 674s, you fell right on top of this line perfectly. So if that can happen once before, I think we're all thinking that it can happen again in terms of more upside. So that's pretty much how we're going to play this. We're just waiting for this to hit somewhere towards the top, like where my green paths are laid out. And you just want to be buying the yearly puts here. So it's almost time. Finally, right? We've been dealing with this damn market running up for over $260. Literally. It ran up about $260 within the course of a few months. That was one of the most ridiculous trends I've ever seen. Now, let's go back to SPY on the short term. Remember, we were giving it a second. We told everybody about the puts. So let's see about that general quick idea. Let's see how it played out. Let's go to a shorter chart. This one doesn't have nothing yet, so let's go here and let's zoom in. You're right by the 200 moving average as well. So make sure you note that. Okay, so again, you opened up here. You did end up falling down a little bit for the put side, so it wasn't that terrible. In terms of a drop, you fell down about $1.40. Now, here's the thing. Let's go check the puts real quick and see how expensive they are. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I would have not had you buy here. These shits are $300. You know how much money, or you know how far you got to go out to buy a contract right now for SPY that's a 0-day? They cost $60. You got to go out to $645. That's $10 away, 10 strikes away. So that's insane. Normally it's around, for a $60 play, it's around 2 strikes out the money. So think about it. Something that's normally 2 strikes out when I buy is 10 away. I am not buying right now. The only thing I can buy is my monthly leaps, but I already bought them, so unless we're planning on averaging down on them. That's so crazy now that I mention it, because those monthly, like the contracts, their value, it's already been drained. So yeah, that makes so much more sense now. So it's kind of like it's like a shift of, it's like 2 oceans that are both hitting each other at the same time. Think about it like that. Think about it like that for a second. It's like salt water and fresh water, right? So they're not really going to mix. It's going to create like this line in the middle where it's, you know, it's kind of like a little bit of both. Kind of like the way it does it, you know, around the US as well as other parts around the world. And that line, that like the shape of the line, because it's not going to be straight, of course, because it's the water, it's the flow. So however that line curves is what I'm referring to when I say the leaps are just like that. The leaps are the line itself. The smaller plays, like the 5 and 10 day and 20 day plays, they're the inconsistencies that lie in the short term. Because the consistency is that there is a line, there is a long term, there is a path. The inconsistencies is the days where that line completely disappears and you can't even see it no more, right? So it's like everything becomes like noisy and you can't decipher what's really going on. But all I'm trying to say right now is if we're trying to buy 5-day contracts, 0-day contracts, and any of those contracts, you literally have to wait right now. Now is the type of a time where you're just buying your leaps and you're waiting. Does that make sense? That's basically what I'm trying to say with that whole analogy with water. It's like the leaps are the long-term thing that you're always doing. Anytime you get a big move like that, you gotta hop into the leaps. Like that's the best time because their values go down the most around that point. Of course, if you consolidate, their values are going to drop down a little bit more, but that's what you want. You want to buy something for 400, average down for 200, and sell it for 800 each, right? It's fine if things go down. It's fine if you're wrong in the short term. That's actually okay. It's weird, but if you actually have your trade go against you and you average down correctly and not too dramatically, you're going to make more money than you thought you were. That's the reality of it. So as long as it's not like a surprising thing that you could do and you know that that's kind of like the baseline for you to succeed here, yeah, you're going to have no problem with that. So if we look at the weekly boxes, everybody, remember we told you yesterday we need you to get below 650 flat. 650 is going to be basically right where you were touching, right around here, right? Once it gets below there and it does something like how I have drawn here, then we can get into the puts. And I want you to know something. These lines, I drew it yesterday live with everybody. What did the market do pre-market? You literally held right by my idea, which, why did I draw the point specifically right there? It's because visually that's about half of the box. I could be incorrect. It might be a little off, but yeah, so it's a little off, right? But what did the market end up doing? Just that, right? And that's the craziest part, is that if you know how the market normally trends, just like how it's become normal for me now, what you'll start to be able to do is recognize all the patterns and how they all are the same thing. Everything is the same thing. So like you getting above this line, I didn't draw it here because we were looking for extreme trends, but yeah, you would basically be doing this. It's like opposite of the red line. So what is opposite of the red line? Here, up, down, then up, which ends up looking like a fish. Going back to that initial thing that we were talking about before, where it's kind of like when you start drawing stuff that's perfect, it will start looking like real life things that exist in this world. And the fish is the best way to play the double point of confirmation. It runs above a line, goes up, meaning it's not touching the line no more, hits the line again, does not really go beneath the line, but it can go beneath the line just for a second. It could like go like this a little bit. Let me draw it for you. With double points of confirmation, sometimes they go a little bit lower like that, and then they go down. They might do it a third time too, right? That's like a triple point of confirmation, and you go up. That's like triple. Double would be literally like this. You go above, you fall down, you hold once, and you start going higher. But your goal is to buy here at the bottom and to sell right before you break out into a new high. That's the only thing you care about, because that's like the most probable trade. Testing new highs is not always probable, you know? That's what kills people on SPX and SPY 0 days, because they're always trying to do this. The reason why I don't have a problem with 0 days is because when I trade them, I'm only looking for this. So of course, you know, you're not going to claim the whole profit. I'm always going to claim the smallest amount, 20%, 40%. But again, it's more consistent. It's more repetitive. So if you guys could think like that when it comes to flow, yeah, you'll be fine. Like right now is a call area. Me just looking at it like this. So we look at the 0 day calls. I mean, let's see. Is there a 0 day call that's cheap? What were we at yesterday? You're at 675. Half of yesterday's trend. Remember, today's going to do about a $7 to a $12 run up or a drop. Regardless, you're doing $7 to $12 in total today. You might ask, how do I know that? It's because with one of these charts, this one here, I basically chopped up every single day. And when I say every day, I mean every single day. after hours, weekends, everything that you could think of. And what I started realizing was whenever you get a red day, which is about $15 to $30 in a day, just like yesterday. Yesterday was a red day. That was the first one we got, and I'm going to show you. And it's so funny. You know when was the last time you got a red day? Like a red box? Let me show you. There was only 3 times in total. Right here was a red box because that was a $15 to $30 move in a day. Right here was a red box because, again, you fell from 670 down to 640. And I want you to notice the variations between them, meaning the distance between them. This is October 10th. This is November 20th. Theoretically, if I'm just looking at it like that, the way I create my trading styles is I would be like, all right, that's about 10 days after. So that means the next time this is going to happen is going to be, if I'm correct, January 1st, December 30th. We should have something insanely crazy happen where it's going to be another red box. Besides that, though, you then go to the next red box, you try to track it down. I am more so trying to explain this to you, though. When you get multiple red boxes that are close to each other, the last time that happened was when you were at the bottom at 480. Meaning, yes, this could actually just be the peak right now. This market might just want to slam you straight down to 610 here. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, this could be one of the peaks. I still feel like it's going to run up, though. But I'm becoming a little bit more and more kind of, how do you say that? Like, I'm switching sides, basically, is what I'm trying to say. But again, not yet. Because still, right now, it's holding just like how it did before when you were at 640. And the first thing you might ask me is, how do I know that it was going to hold at 640? Like, why would it hold at 640? How could we have bought there last time and not missed that? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you this. So in the summer of last year, I know I talked about this yesterday. I'll be quick. When we made this yesterday, it was very simple. All I did, I know it looks crazy, but just, again, follow along. Remember that other box I showed you with the bottom of COVID and the top? It's the same shit. All those monthly boxes after, they're all the same thing. Only a few of them are different. And that's basically all I did here. I just made it more specific and a little different. And when you look at it here, do you see what 640 is at, as well as 670? So again, 640 is an important level, 670 is an important level. You fell from the important level, and then you held from the important level, from this one down here, right? So again, you fell from this important range, and then you held from this important range. And now you're sitting above this important range in the middle of it. Why is this an important range? It's because it's the middle point. That's how I want you to think about this. So, like right now, on the bigger term, yes, during COVID, you ended up falling from the pink range, or like the mid-range, and you ended up falling straight down to the green range. 2021, when you hit the middle, like on the bigger boxes, you ended up passing straight through it, and when you were on top of it, you then fell. That's why this time I told everybody, I don't think it's going to be like COVID. I don't think it's going to hit the line and fall perfectly. I think it's going to go above it like 2021 and maybe not even hit this green area down here. And when you did just that, like on Friday when we saw that, I was just like, all right, no, yeah, we're buying. And then you went down to here, and I didn't see this. I didn't notice this, but you did hit the 1 month call area for a $15 run up. And did that work? Remember, I had this since last year. Did you run up $15 here? Let's say you bought at the bottom, like $2 from the bottom, like $6.60. Plus 15, that's $6.75. It happened perfectly, everybody. Straight to the midpoint. Do you see how weird that is? So, yeah. If this could fall down lower, you're going to run up higher, which is kind of what I want. That's really what I want. And remember, this is the conservative range. It can go up way higher, but this is the conservative range. This is what's going to happen even if the market wants to go down. And ladies and gentlemen, it worked. It finally worked. I've been reviewing this and going over it for months. This is the first time I've ever seen it work this perfectly, which means all the other areas are going to work perfectly. Because I saw it working perfectly, like down here. You can't see my... look at this. You guys can't see this, but I turned it off. I want you to look at this real quick. Look at that line right there. I'm going to make it yellow, and I'm going to turn it to 4 pixels. I drew this line a long-ass time ago, and I want you guys to see something real quick. I don't usually have this on because I wanted to create a video of this, but honestly, I can't. I looked at it over last night, and I was like, this is ridiculous. I can't believe this. Look, just look at where the market ran, and then look at this line. Whether or not you want to believe me in terms of me creating this line back then, or me like updating it last night or something like that, that's your decision, right? I'm not going to try to convince you, but I just want you to look at this. So fucks up here. I got this wrong. The first one was completely like a little too perfect. Like that was weird. And then look, you see how I knew you were going to slow down like this, just like how you did here? You just did it sooner than I thought. And then what did you do right after? Launched up into the air. And then what do you do? The ridiculous, crazy $30, $20 moves, 15 up, 30, up, then 40 down. And then you shift downwards, and then you're going to have another large shift to the upside, is what we thought. You're going to run to this midpoint, and then you're going to potentially have some downside. After that, I stopped the idea because I didn't know what to draw at that point because you were mad far away down here. So I just left it at that. But yeah, it's not perfect, but isn't it crazy that when you draw something, usually like the next couple of days is going to work the best. And sometimes throughout the process of it, if you can find like resemblances like in the market with what your brain was thinking beforehand, your brain was definitely like doing something perfect. It was doing something right there. And that's the only thing that I really try to go for. Like when I'm thinking of creating these charts, it's like, all right, just draw something random. Who cares, right? Make it hit this midpoint, that midpoint, and then let's see what happens. After a few times of it not working, then I start using the historical trends. Like I'll go back to COVID and I'll be like, all right, this shit's not working. It's not working for me for 2 months. Let me actually start using history. I'll be like, all right, it hit the red box here and fell down to the middle the second it hit the top. So where's the red box? The red box is up here, right, everybody? Are you at that red box yet? And the answer is no. So you're definitely going to be able to play calls in this red box. That's not what I'm trying to say here. It's just like it's straight puts. You know how much puts and how much money you're going to be wasting if you had to play puts throughout this whole thing, nonstop, every day, looking for a giant drop? You're just going to kill your whole entire account. So that's not how you do things. But in the put area, there's certain levels that you want to focus on buying the puts while you're also playing the calls just in case it wants to go to the top of the put area. You know what I mean? So it's like at the middle of the put area, if you run up to here at 624, like let's say this happens in 2 weeks, I might automatically, I'm not going to lie to y'all, I'm automatically buying puts at 700, 720, and 740. And when I say automatically, I mean I'm trying to put around 50K into each trade. I didn't do it in the whatever it was, 613, 611 in February. We only had about 5K in the market at that time, which was a crazy drop, right? You ended up going times 10. What I want this time is I want us to make $1 million from this drop. I've seen it happen before. I've seen people take $1,500 on SPX, and because they timed it perfectly, that shit was at 150K, 200K within a day. The last time this has happened, in terms of when I was paying attention to it, was when you were at 613 again. That was the last time the market was doing like stupid trends. And I did not expect it to be doing this at 680. Truthfully, to be honest with you, because in 2021, you went right through this area. You weren't really consolidating like this. You did this at the top. So now I'm just like, all right, if in 2021, you weren't really consolidating too much around here, but in 2024, when you ran up to 613, you ended up consolidating around there at the 580s, right? Like the first time you ended up running up. So it's the same situation, really. When you're at 690, you're just going to do the same thing when you went from 580 to 613, 611. And yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to show you guys here. Just me using that one simple weekly box and absolutely, just slicing and dicing it up. I can see all the ranges that I want to play puts at. And that's pretty much it. That's why I play puts at these ranges. And I just copy and paste the price labels. I make them as similar as possible. And that's pretty much it. All right, let's go back to SPY now. I think we're done talking about this. You guys all get the idea. Is the market holding here, everybody? What do you think? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, it's really that simple. You start with the big picture first so you can calm your nerves and just cool down in the corner for a second. And then take that big picture that you use that was worthwhile. Listen, I did not expect me to time Trump crashing the market from 613 to 480. I would be lying if I told you that I knew exactly where the market was going to go because of what Trump said. But how the hell did it hit a level that I knew the market wanted to hit since last year? So now the way my brain's thinking is, holy shit. So if I know the market's going to hit a level, there's definitely a possibility. It's not, oh, maybe there's not a possibility. Maybe I'm being delusional. Maybe I'm not listening to every factor. Maybe I'm just, you know what I mean? But no, it worked. So if it worked once, I know it's going to work again. And that's how you should think about yourselves, especially if you're learning from me. Carry that same torch, that same fiery spirit. You know what I mean? You got to be able to enable that. So now what are you doing, right? The market ran up. You're at the pre-market high. You could just sell your call. And like I said, just let it go back down here. Buy another one that's real cheap. You might have to average down because it wants to go lower now. But just always have that. There's like a certain way to think where it's kind of like you're literally the pendulum swinging. In fact, you're not even the pendulum no more. You're the thing at the top that's controlling the swinging of the pendulum. Does that make sense? You're no longer going from extreme to the other extreme. Big ass loss, then a big ass win. No, you're standing at the top of the clock tower now and you're controlling exactly how much money you're winning and losing because you see the way the market's swinging. So you know when to put a lot of capital into the market. Kind of like yesterday. Yesterday was a perfect time. Now today we let it sit. We don't go too crazy. Tomorrow, right? The third day after any drop, you might get another high, another low. So like you see how today is higher than the lows from yesterday? Excellent. That's what I want. Now I want this to run up towards the 200, mess with these greens, like these green lines, and then tonight we're gonna be playing puts. And it sounds crazy, I know, but we're gonna be playing puts tonight, like one day for Monday, because I'm expecting this to drop down like another $10 here. Because remember, when the market fell down over here to 661, I had told everybody that the market looks like it wants to fall down to the 650s, 640s. And the reason why I said that was simply because over here, there's like a lot of, buyers in this bottom bit. And I feel like they're just going to send you right back down into this range here. And that was literally exactly what they did. Like if I hide everything, where did the market ended up falling into before now, like where it's holding? In the previous ranges by these lows. So that's where you want to buy basically. Just like how yesterday or a couple days ago on Friday when we bought here. Was this Friday? Tuesday? Did we buy? I'm pretty sure we bought here. I could have sworn I remember looking at the chart just like this. And I believe we bought here, but I could be wrong. It might have been... I know we bought here. We bought here on this Friday. Do you guys remember if we bought here? We did buy here because it hit 656. Yeah. 656 was this box. Let me show you guys. Where is it? 656. Right here. There you go. So that's why we bought there the other day. Yeah, that was buy number 2 now. I remember. Yeah. So again, we bought here because you hit 656 because it was a quarter point. So we knew to buy there because of a previous box from October. So when November is done, because it's almost done, we're literally going to use it for December. And that's pretty much it. I kind of started creating one of the November boxes, which is from October 29th. And it goes into November 7th. So it's like the first week of November. And it's so weird because every other month when you were trending, like the first 7 days, you would like the first day of every month you would be at a low. So like look at August 1st, right? At a low. Look at September 1st, right? At a low. October started switching up, right? October you were at a high. So I told everybody in the beginning of October, because you're not at a low just like how you were in the beginning of September, I believe the market's going to fall in the middle or towards the end. The market ended up falling in the middle, so that was pretty nice. And then at the bottom down here, we told everybody, if the market stays down here to the 13th and it does not want to go lower, 13th, 14th, wait till the 21st and see if it's choosing the upside. Because if by the 13th it does not continue going lower, you're just going to choose upside from the 13th to the 21st. The market does it all the time. Just like how in August, I told everybody to buy puts up here, which was August 15th. Where did the market stop falling? August 21st. Every week, I'm telling you. It switches every week. So that's how you measure your 5 to 10 day plays. And the only reason why I know that is because I played so many 5 to 10 day plays that I started noticing there was this weird, like, okay, so like think about it like this. Every time the market's making a new high, there is 3 different types of 5-day trades. 3. There is the 5-day trade that is at the top, right? That you're looking for a small move. So like, let me put my chart on like this. And I'll show you exactly what we did here. So when we played puts up here on the 15th, I told everybody something simple and sweet. I bought my puts right there. So not at the perfect high. I bought them right there. When you fell down to here, I was already in the money, right? My contract, if I remember correctly, went from 290 to about 460. I held it. I didn't get rid of it. The next day, my contract was, I was losing money. So I was down now, 20%. It fell down again, this much. I went from being down and I was up like 380 this time. Remember, the day before was 4 something. This day was 380. The next day, same shit. I was down again, but this time it was less money. Now it's only like 340. Next day, same exact thing, but it was terrible. It was like really, really bad. I believe I was down like 60%. So what did we do? We ended up averaging down on it, on the puts, and look where the market fell. Because we knew that this looks like a right side of a hill, just like it did the week before. Like, look at this. It was going up, then going down. Going up, peaking, right? And then going down. And then when it went down, I told everybody, let's do something simple. Let's buy a call early here. Let's average down the next day if it goes lower. What did it do? It went lower. So we bought right here. We bought right here. We averaged down. Again, you're never going to be perfect when you buy on your options. You should never want to do that. That's the stupidest thing in the world. Because you doing that is going to be what destroys you. Trust me. Happened to me many, many times before. How do you be perfect and how do you not take a loss? You have fun. You don't overthink it. And you don't stress yourself out. So like down here, we bought some. We only bought like 2 of them. Down here, we bought 3 of them. Then we bought like another 3. Do you guys know how much money we made here when you ran up like this? But you have to think about it for a second. How in the world would somebody normally time a gap up from 636 to 646, you know, normally? How can you do that? And it's because we knew the market was going to run up, you know, to the upside because this is like a mountain, right? Run up, fall down, run up crazy. Run up, fall down, go crazy. And because you're not at 740 yet, which is your monthly level that you're supposed to fall. So again, think about this for a second. In my brain, it's calculating where the monthly and yearly levels are. And then I'm able to calculate where's the best time that I should play a 5-day. Because there's going to be some moments where you want to run to that monthly level. And every 5-day contract is completely destroyed besides the one that it's running into. Does that make sense? So it's like you literally do not get an opportunity to be right unless you're right. Unless you knew what was going to happen, you're not making good money with a 5-day. And you're not going to be able to trade them differently. Like Danny last year, I was very happy with how he was playing the 5 to 10 days because he was showing me like some different variations of how he does it. And it was pretty cool because when I gave him the psychological levels of like 4, 5, 6, 8, right? Like 1, 4, 6, 8, 9. Not 1, 4, 6, 8, or whatever the hell I just said. But 1, 4, 689. 1 4 6 8 9. 1 4 6 8 9. Every time it would hit a 4, he would play the puts to the 9. And it would always work out. Every single month last year. This year started to be a little different. It started to be more so the other numeric numbers, like 6s or the 1s for some reason. And that's the second way to play those 5-day contracts. And by the way, those peaks, right? When do they usually happen? Like those psychological numbers? I kid you guys not. It happens always in these damn mountains like this. That's how we started figuring that out in the first place. Because I was like, all right, how do I know the market's going to turn down? What does it do near the top? Runs up crazy. Falls down lower. Watch this. Equal reaction above it. Falls back into the price action. The second you get below this box range here, meaning this low right here, you can now crash out the sky. But again, if you play that after it occurs, you're only going to make money if you wait for the next day. That's the third way to trade a 5-day contract, is for you to play the confirmation of a trend. I don't like doing that because it's too expensive. So what I teach people to do is trade a 0-day in this scenario. So we'll trade like 0 days around here, and the only time you're going to buy a 5-day is going to be at a psychological number, 1 4 6 8 9, that's near the top of a mountain. It's already peaked. It fell down below that first day, like how it did here. Usually it's a Wednesday that does this, which is kind of funny. That's what it was doing last year. And then go to the left here. Does it do the same thing, everybody? Watch this. Look. So you run up. This is your first major high, right? You fall down. Next day's lower. Way lower. Then way higher. Then you continue to go down lower. It's the same shit over here. Literally. Go lower. Then you go a little bit higher. Then you continue to go down, right? You run up. You go lower. Go higher. Then you continue to run down, right? Come on now. It's the same thing every time, everybody. And then sometimes you get the extreme variations of them like this, right? Where this is like kind of incomplete. But not really. Because look, you run up, fall down, run up higher, then you go down. But the fact that it was reacting off of the last low like this tells you something massive is happening. Something is changing in terms of dynamics. And then you look at it here. You could just say this one, you fall down, right? Or actually don't fall lower, right? So you could say that this is near the top, kind of, right? It's only a few dollars from here. Because that's all we're trying to find. Like, where is the top? And it's kind of like these peaks here. And then the bottoms are like this here, right? So if I go to this peak, next day you do, 2 days later, you go lower. After you were just higher. It always does this for some reason. These are the crazy days that usually everybody gets abs. I've seen it happen so many times. And I apologize to you guys because I can't stop it from happening. Because the only way you're going to stop this from happening to yourself is if you get into the deeper layers of my teachings in terms of really chopping up a market and like with momentum. That's the only way you're going to know. I kid you not. Or if you were here with me last year, then you should know about this because that's how we were trading. I would always tell them, wait for the day where it first goes below the range. The second it goes below the range here, we're getting into calls. And we would always just play an easy call play, an easy put play, whenever you would make a crazy high. Same thing with the lows. Nothing has changed. That's what I'm saying. Like today, this is just like grade A, back and forth. We've been through this. We dealt with this already. We got absolutely bodied by this once. Lost a shit ton of money. And that's not going to happen again. So that's the reality here. So again, everybody, where are you falling down to? The exact area we told you that you could buy calls at. You ended up shifting below the line. So that's also something you want to pay attention to. Because if we go to the reversal points now. Yeah, the VRVP indicator is right above you. And then you have that stuff. Let me see something real quick. If I measure this from here to the bottom. When was the last time it did that range? It didn't. So when you run up here, you might be running up only this much now. So again, everybody, if you run up to the top of this red box, be careful. You might fall again. The reason why I know that is because when it fell below the line, what did it do? The size of this box here. So in terms of equal reaction, if the market's trying to expand, first thing it needs to do is do something bigger than this red box. You did when you were falling down. It was a much bigger red range. But then if you're just going to hold below, now the first thing I do is put that range that you ran below and did, I put it on top of it. And the second I see it go above that range, I kind of use itself to my advantage is what I'm saying. And I build upon it so that we can actually, you know, see like the most profitable trade, let's just say, or 20%, 30%, just nibble at something. Now you're at the midpoint of that red box. So now you're doing something smaller from the bottom, which means that's more bearish than it is bullish, right? You did a bigger range to the bottom than you just did to the top when you went over that midline, that dotted line. So now if we go to the bottom here, I can see us going down lower. Just because, again, you couldn't hit the top of the red box, you know? And when that happens, it's kind of like it's going to expand the other direction, the other way. If not, it might just come back up and expand this way. Regardless of such, it's going to expand one way or the other. And that's really what you're looking for right now. So did it expand past that first red box still to the downside? And the answer, everybody, is not yet. You're just trapped in your own compression. Now you're doing smaller and smaller and smaller trends and smaller trends and smaller trends. And you know what's going to happen, right? Everybody's already in the market. Everybody already bought. Now, they're just going to destroy your contracts, basically. So they're just going to kill value, kill value, kill value. And now they're going to make a big move happen, which is just going to be, you know, the icing on the cake, really. But it's okay, everybody. Come on now. Use the CS zones. When you use the CS zones that I've taught you, you literally can't have a loss. It's impossible. Let me show you. So this is the top of the green box. We're going to use the top of the green. And again, follow along, please, everybody. That's how you make the CS zones. Top of the green, bottom of the red, because the next candle is red. If the next candle was green, I would have went from the bottom of the green. Because the next candle was red, I went to the top of the green, then went downwards. This next candle right here is red. So what I'm going to wait for is you to go lower than this low. Create a new CS zone. If not, I could just buy here. This is a really good buying zone. For example, when you first created this box in the morning and you fell down below it, did the trading style work? First thing you have to ask yourself is, how does this trading style even work? Let's go ahead and blow this up. So potential scalp play for calls. Goal is to buy below the box, run into the box, hit the midpoint, and then the top, finally out the box, up into a new high. Okay, so stop loss at the top of the box, sell 95%, and then the middle is also a place to add a stop loss. The middle is also a place to add a stop loss. I say it like that because I want to see who's going to screw themselves. Who's going to be a little selfish and try to go for more when they should be just going for that midpoint, right? So there's certain things that I phrase in certain ways because it's to allow you to go through the trials and tribulations. I don't want to completely control every decision and thing you do. I want you to be able to learn from your own mistakes. But it's just like, you got to understand that everything I do here is not random. I know half the time I'd be smoking and half the time I'd be doing this and doing that and acting funny. I get it. But there's no time for that no more. And I want you guys to respect what we do here. And if I'm acting like that and joking around too much, it's most definitely not going to get to that conclusion. So, yeah, there's going to be a massive change starting, you know, now, starting the past week. I think I'm ready for it. I hope you guys are ready for it. I apologize if I'm not as fun, but I think I still will be, right? It just takes time. I want to master the ability to teach people and to have them grow infinitely. Just like how everybody's growing now, it's happening like that because I feel like I'm taking it more serious. And since you guys are seeing me take it more serious, it's kind of like, you know what I mean? It's giving you the same type of energy because I think of you as brothers. Truthfully. Nobody's above, nobody's below. Everybody here is a brother. And yeah, it's just a matter of you fixing up, you know, the qualities that you have to be able to be on the same type of wavelength as everybody else here. But yeah, everybody, we have a lot of things coming up here. And I really do hope you're ready for it. If you're not, make sure you start charting. Make sure you start organizing your schedule. And make sure you give me times where I can have one-on-ones with you. I have a little schedule slip going out soon that I've made from my own schedule. and I want you guys to fill it up independently whenever you get a chance. There's no rush. You guys got, a couple days. And in that schedule, we're basically going to have a time where I could speak to every single one of you every single time. And if something pops up and you can't do it, I'll give you a way for you to be able to notify me that, where you don't even have to text me or talk to me. You could just press a button and it would notify me. Because I want to at least have the opportunities where everything is structured, with time and one-on-ones, just like how it was last year. But yeah, we need to get back on that timing. So yeah, again, realize everything I say, there's a purpose behind it. I'm not just trying to sound stupid for no reason and say stuff, and 2 weeks later my point was proven wrong, because now you're definitely not going to want to listen to me. Everything I say must have a level of importance, structure, and accuracy in order for you to be able to, just trust the system here. And the system is the way that we go about teaching, right? Because again, you're kind of being taken for a little spin here if you really think about it. I'm not trying to teach the same as nobody on YouTube. I'm not trying to teach the same as schools. So I know it's not going to be as easy as me just snapping my fingers and everybody learning everything. But I just want you guys to want it. Understand that I'm here now like 16 hours a day right now at this point, fixing all this stuff for you. So yeah, just show that kindness back by making your charts as good as possible. That literally makes me so happy. I'm not asking you for more money. I'm not asking you for this. I'm not asking you for crazy ass. I just want you to fix your charts. Help yourself, please. The universe is going to help me and give me my blessings when you help yourself. I know it will, because it's happened before. I don't have to, be confused or not have faith in that. My faith with that is so unparalleled that nothing will destroy it. And that's what I'm saying. When it comes to all this other stuff, vices and eating too much and knocking out and sleeping too much and not wanting to do all this stuff, it's just like, no, I don't got time for that. I want this to be a explosive life, not something where it's explosive for a week and then the next 3 weeks is dead. I don't want nothing to do with that. And I think you guys want the same thing. And I apologize for going dead sometimes, because I'm the one who's doing it. It's not you guys. It is most certainly me. Think about it. When I started taking this serious 2 weeks ago, like more serious, and we started structuring stuff to like stage 4 instead of trying to stay on stage 3 forever, look at how many people passed their combine. I'm not going to say it was because of me, but I'm going to say it's because I finally changed my energy. I finally changed my direction of what I wanted us to head to, like head from, I guess, our journey. Because before it was just a little bit chaotic. There was no concrete path. But with the futures and with the Forex and with the options, it's as concrete as can be. It's like the strongest substance in the universe is how I look at it. So yeah, now it's time. It's time, everybody. Put as much work into this as possible. Remember, to make a DARP chart on the weekly, it takes you 5 minutes. If you don't believe me, let's go do it right now, right? We're going to the NQ. I'm going to NASDAQ. By the way, I started this account this morning. I forgot to tell you guys. We didn't live stream it. It was all private. But yeah, we finished with this one. So like, let's just say I'm trying to use this as an idea. Let's go to NQ. You guys know I don't trade the NASDAQ all the time. This is what the NASDAQ looks like. First thing I'm going to do is, okay, what day is this? This is today. This is the low of today. And this is the high of today. First things first, make a box for today. You have the midpoint. If you get above this midpoint, you're bullish. Simple as that. Just like that. Took me 2 seconds to figure that out. Now let me go to yesterday, which was the crazy ass drop to today's low. Where's that juicy midpoint that we always play for? Right here is going to be right around 24,000. Perfect. Same time I do that, maybe I might just chop up the quarter point, Looks like it might be reacting to that here. What do you know? When the market ran up this morning during pre-market, you were reacting off of yesterday's top and today's bottom. Or not pre-market, but right now at 8:15, I guess that's still, yeah, pre-market, yeah. So if you would have took the 4 a.m. low from today and yesterday's high, you would have had today's pre-market. You would have had those puts there lined up for the futures. And again, this box I created afterwards. This box right here, this big ass box, is the older one from yesterday. Do you see how it works so good? Which means this box that was used right now to create this price action, guess what? I know you're guessing it. Yes, it's going to work for the future because I created this now from the current bottom to the current top. But since this other box right here is older, I could use this for today. That's what I want you guys to realize. It's as simple as that. And then you just chop it up, put your quarter points, put your fraction points like this. That's a 1/4 point. Copy it to the top. Boom. Now you're done with that. Put your price labels here. Top. Quarter point. Midpoint. Quarter point. Bottom. Color them differently. Bottom, midpoint, and top are all the strongest levels. Let's make those yellow. Quarter points are the next strongest. Let's make those orange. 1/8 points would be next. Let's make those white or blue. And those would go like right here. So like that's where you're hitting right now, for example. And every time the market is going up and down, up and down, up and down, you're always hitting a weekly box. Every single time. It's the weirdest thing in the world. I sometimes ask myself, why the hell did I find this? Or how the hell did I find this when nobody else on YouTube found this? And the thing is, they did find this. People do use this style of trading, but they don't do it like this. They don't take it to the next level. And then I started realizing something. People don't really take anything to the next level when it comes to the stock market. So all I did was use the stuff that people normally use in terms of ideas or concepts and implement a way to take it to the next level. And right then and there, I created my own trading styles. At least the idea of it, the concept of it. Now, we have to structure it. Structure it properly. Go through all this. This is already done. I don't got to do nothing no more. You might be asking, like, what happens when it goes out the box? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you probably guessed it. Take the previous 1/4 point. Put it at the bottom, just like that. And then use the fish double point of confirmation I taught you this morning when we first started the live. And boom. You let it go below first. Let it hit the bottom here. Play puts down to this point. There you go. That's how you play more downside. How do you play upside? Let it hit this important area because the bottom is more important than this random ass area you're currently at. If not, if you want to buy something, you only buy a 0 day here. You know that? Because it's a 1/8 point. But if you're trying to buy a 5 day, you got to let it hit the bottom of this box here. Then you're going to try to play for the 1/4 point. Notice how last time you hit it, fell down lower. That means this time you're going to go above it and probably hit on top of it and then go higher. You understand what I'm saying? But again, it's me seeing that and knowing that, which allowed me to now draw what's going to do in the future. And guess what? When you ran above this 1/4 point or you ran below this 1/4 point, you instantly fell down lower than it and held on it. That means, ladies and gentlemen, that means if for whatever reason the market gaps up and launches up right now, and you for some reason end up right here, you're going to fall right back down to the 1/4 point after you go past it. Just like how when it went past it down here, you then fell on top of the 1/4 point. When you go above here and you go above the 1/4 point, you're going to fall on top of it, hold, and go higher. But again, I can make that conclusion right now mad days in advance, right? I could literally predict the future.
I think we just closed the gap.
There we go. Yeah, so you still have a little bit more from the gap. You finished about half of it so far. But yeah. So like I was just saying, if you're trying to play more puts, this is how I would play the puts. Am I gonna buy puts right now? No. No, hell no. What am I gonna do if I'm gonna do anything? Calls. Why? Because you're at the bottom of a big ass range. Buying puts right now is the stupidest thing you could do. I'll be real with you. Even if it's 0 days, if it's the cheapest, it's stupid. You're at the bottom. Let it go down lower, then play lower. You see what I'm saying? Don't play it before it drops. Because if you were trying to do that, you should have bought the puts up here. Not when you were up here thinking the market's going to go up higher and you're still waiting. You're always playing cat and mouse. So make sure you tell yourself that deep down so that you could like shake yourself a little bit. You know what I mean? Sometimes I need that. I'll be real with y'all. Sometimes I need myself to just say something harsh so that I could like shake me up a little bit, because I get too used to the normal way of life, like we all do. Like we all become complacent. I do the same thing. I just strangle myself basically. So I need you guys to do the same thing. Like be like, all right, this was a put level. How could I have played the puts here? What would have told me to play puts here? Well, let's use Silo's boxes, right? Did Silo's boxes tell us that we could have played puts here? Let's measure the high before that. Let's measure the bottom before this. All right, ladies and gentlemen. That midpoint, if you're above it, you play calls. If you're below it, you play puts. Did you fall from that midpoint, hit the bottom, where you could have played calls again and run right back up to the quarter point? That's exactly what NQ did, right? So what I'm trying to say here is I don't really play the market as I should. I could be making 500K to $1 million with each of these trades, like per day or per week, let's just say. I just choose not to do that because it's not time for that right now. But I want you guys to see this. I want you guys to literally look at this. I'm sure you could tell. This is ridiculous. Like really ridiculous. You guys know I like buying at the bottom of the box. Same way we're buying at the bottom of this box. We're literally playing this market like it's damn checkers. I swear. It's crazy. By the way, I'm going to have to private this video now, because I'm talking a little too much. We can't be talking too much, you know. Unfortunately, everybody. So make sure you use everything I'm telling you right now and acknowledge it. Let it be your fiery start of confidence, right? Until your own motivation and devotion is enough to, you know, take over like a wildfire. Just use the fact that this is perfect. The fact that I'm really not trading at the final capability of what we could be trading at. I'm always selling early. I'm never taking the full gain. And it's so that you guys could learn and be taught a certain fashion, so that when it's time for us to be making that crazy amount of money, you guys are so prepared, and I've ensured that. I've looked at the universe itself. I've looked at the divine entity himself, and I said, nobody's going down without me. Everybody's coming back up. Everybody's getting to that final conclusion. Everybody is going to make sure that they successfully accomplish this. So death do me a part, right? Come on now, everybody. That's what I said. And that's why the universe has given me this ability. So do you want to ask for a superpower? Ask for it. But make sure it's ethical. Make sure there's a reason for it. And make sure that you're going to devote your whole entire life force. No matter how many times people abuse that and they want to take something and leave from the Discord. I don't know why I was getting so emotional. I guess I've always been emotional my whole life. But like that stuff was so stupid. It literally kept making people leave early for no reason. And if I would have just said the right things a little bit better, right? Or said things a little bit differently, I would have saved them. I would have helped them. But it was because of my own vocabulary which caused the curse. So I want you guys to think about it like that. When you talk out loud, when you say stuff in your mind, you're cursing yourself. I can't do this. I'm not as good. I'm not Silo. I hate that shit. What do you mean you're not Silo? You should be happy that you're not me. I don't think you understand what I had to go through to get here. So it's not about that. It's about you believing in yourself. Who cares about me? You should want yourself to become number one. Don't hide under a rock like how some of the Discord members do. I'm trying to get them to stop doing that. Like when you guys see John join here next time, I don't know if he's on the YouTube. Usually he's in the background. When you guys see John, make sure you kind of get his gears turning, because he's a very educated individual. He just doesn't believe in himself. And recently, with his performance, he's done everything I knew he could have done since February. I want more. I know he wants more for himself too. And I know the universe wants more from him. The universe knows he could do more. Same way I speak to all you guys is the same way I speak to him. I'm speaking to him like this, or about him like this, because he's not here. So I'm not trying to say this stuff to make him feel good about himself. I don't care about people feeling good about themselves unless they love themselves and they want to feel good about themselves. It's not supposed to be something forceful. Same thing with you staying in this Discord, right? It has to be out of love. It has to be out of you wanting to be here. Because I give you so much information, I could be gone in a week. You know, you could save all my videos, put it to a playlist, put it on your notes. You have all the links saved. You could literally leave. Watch them at your own discretion, and you're good. You don't have to be here. That's the environment I always wanted to create. When you create a free environment, you always will get the best outcome, you see? If you always control the environment and always trying to keep people here and trying to get them to pay nonstop and do, you're going to now cause the cage reaction to occur, just like how humanity is basically doing it to itself right now. And if you're trying to change the world and you're reflecting upon the world in a way where you're showing the same attributes that made it get to this point in the first place, are you changing the world? The answer is no. So how do you change the world? You hit it like a meteor out of left field. So impactful, right? So much pressure, so much kinetic force that the system overloads. That's how you make a change. That's how you change yourself. Overload your own system. That's it. That's the secret. That's why people start wanting success. They've overloaded their system. They're not happy with their environment. They're not happy with the smoking or drinking or whatever they're doing. I'm not happy with that. I don't like that shit. That shit is boring. That shit is trash. Because how I feel when I'm like this, when I can actually correlate actual thoughts and behaviors, but it makes sense, you know? When they say that you're impactful to the world and you could change it, they tend to say that if you could speak and your voice could change, the universe will make you smoke, or the demonic forces will make you smoke. If you could think at a certain level and you could potentially change the world, the demonic forces are going to make you drink. If you're great with this, do you see what I'm trying to say with this? Meaning, if you're destined to do something, I want you to understand that the vices that you partake in are completely something that was going to happen since the beginning of time. Change it. Change it right now. Just literally cut it all out. Everything. Everything. And see how crazy your life changes. Just like that. So if you guys want something to change, I'm telling you, hit yourself with some crazy kinetic force in terms of an idea, in terms of a concept, in terms of your daily activities, in terms of the way you chart, in terms of the way you want things. Want it more. Cry. Cry about it. Just like how I did. Doesn't make you seem stupid or weak or... No, cry about it. Show that you have emotion towards something. Because the universe will listen to you. And again, that's the only reason why I got as good as I am now. It's not because I did, data collection and data mining and... No, I'm not going to lie to you and say that's what it was. It was what refined it. It's what made it real. It's what made it something that I can grab onto. But it was never about that in the first place. It's about defining like a new level for yourself, right? So that's all this is about. Defining a new level for yourself. Understanding you're not normal. Stop acting normal. 90% of traders fail. First thing you should tell me, Silo, that's for normal people. That's how normal people. This is not normal no more. We're not normal. I don't want to be normal. And the second you start talking like that, that's the second you'll start, again, changing massively. For each of you who want to finally change. I know I could hear it. I hear you guys screaming back there. I hear you guys feeling like you could touch millions and you're on the fence about it. I hear it. I feel it. Let's change it. Let's make this a 100% type of thing. I don't want to be the only one who's 100%. So let's show you guys how you could be at 100%. Let's do it. Let's have some fun here. Remember, buy your weekly contracts. Even if the market falls out the sky right now, everybody, buy. If it falls out, we'll risk management, damage control. We'll do something. We'll fix it. But don't put too much money. If I have $1,000, put 40%, 50% of your account into a leap that's 30 days out. That other 50%, we're going to use it to scalp the 0-day trades. But again, not today. I don't like trading on days when you do a big move the day before. I like doing it on the third day because you tend to go lower. So we're going to buy up more contracts down here. If you want to wait for your leaps for down here, so be it. But just be careful. On Monday, you guys might have to buy these at the bottom here. And for those of you who are already into the contracts, yes, you will be down on Monday. But again, it's like flow. You're not going to see what you're supposed to actually make until the market changes its direction and starts heading up to at least the 1/4 point. Okay. So, I think we're done talking about all that nice stuff. I think we could dial it back for a second here. You all see how these 1/4 boxes and how all this stuff is working. You all see how the weekly boxes, and again, these are kind of like daily boxes because it's the last 2 days. These are kind of like weekly and monthly where it's a little bit bigger. Yeah, you guys can see how it works. So in terms of like what's happening right now, what do you do here? Well, you simply copy the formula. Grab the box from the top, drag it to the bottom, wherever the bottom is. Where's that midpoint now? That midpoint, funnily enough, is exactly at... See, this is the shit that I'm talking about. I can't believe that. I can't believe that just happened. It's just like, I don't even want this to prove my point, but yet every time I draw some stupid shit randomly, it proves my point. It's like, why? I'll take it, but like, come on. I guess, you know, a person could reach a certain level where even though he says he believes himself like how I do, maybe it's just so profound that every time I do it, it just shocks me like a damn resuscitation device. I feel like that's what it is. It always feels like this. What I'm trying to say is, everybody, remember what I told you what happened before? When you fell below the 1/4 box, you then ran back and held on top of it. Like that's what was going to happen the second you go below it. And then I told you that when you go above the 1/4 box, you're going to repeat what you did down here. Where the hell is the midpoint? Where's the dotted line at? Like, come on. Are you kidding me? The dotted line is literally your monthly box. Come on. So, do you think we should get puts here? Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah. And at the same time, wait a second. If the monthly box is reacting off of a put level that's created off of the short-term price action, what that means is chop up this monthly box and you're going to get every other reaction that happens like this one here. I'm sure you see it now. Look at how ridiculous this was. I was going to show you guys this earlier, but no. Now you can see it. And again, this is the same box I drew on SPY. I didn't realize it till like last night. But the same reaction it did up here, it's like a damn Russian doll. You know how like there's like smaller Russian dolls inside of the bigger one? Watch this. Let me show you. Again, this is going to take me a little second to explain, so give me 1 second. First, let me draw the smaller one. So the smaller one, I believe I drew it from here to right here. And I took it like this. I then took this box and put it right here. Okay. Now what I started realizing was you started doing these equal reactions with the midpoint, right? So you hit the mid, back to this mid, almost to this mid, back to this mid. And this is when I first got my first funded futures account. It was because I started realizing that the market on futures was reacting to my boxes even better than SPY is. So if you take that smaller idea of reaction, right? And you look at the bigger picture now, I know it looks crazy, but just give me 1 moment. I'll make it look better in a second here. This right here, do we need this shit? What is this? Oh, it's for half of that box. Okay, we could throw you over here. And then we could throw you over here. You can stay right there. This one is the important one. Why? Because this right here is the 1/4 area of this bigger box here. So let's change them to blue so you can tell what's different. God damn, now everything looks blue. Let me lower this a little bit. Okay, so look at the bigger blue and then look at this smaller 1/4 point. When the market falls out the sky, everybody, what does it do before it falls down lower? It does exactly what it just did to the top side. So exactly what I'm teaching you to do for the future, like right now, in terms of playing the upside. Again, everybody, what did it do? It hit the midpoint, 1/4 point, then midpoint. Okay. Again, everybody, before it hit this midpoint, where was it at? 1/4 point. That tells me that if it's going to fall, it's going to fall down towards the 1/4 point. and you do it twice. You do it in a way where if you played it, you didn't hit the line perfectly the first time, nor the second time right there, but you continued into it and finally hit it and then curved upwards. So if you were looking for that curving effect, which is right here, that's where that took place. Yes, it did in fact take place on the 1/4 point, which makes sense because you had a lot of price action develop up here at this 1/4 point. So now the way I'm looking at this is like, all right, if the market runs up higher here, what's going to occur is you're going to probably stop somewhere at the top here. Basically, what I'm telling you guys is I want the market to go lower. Do you understand now? I want it to go below this box because anywhere below this box is now going to react above the box. Equal reaction. Think about it like that. So let's say if the market falls from here and it goes straight down to here and it holds down here, you then take this box and put it on top of this box. And that's where you're going to play your bigger puts. You see? Right there. And I could say that confidently. Is it going to work out 100%? It never does. It never works out 100%. That's why the fact that I'm showing you guys this stuff today and the fact that our levels from last year are working 100%, do you know how weird that is to me? It's not even, again, it's not even about being perfect. Do you know how weird it is for something that you created a year ago to be perfectly hitting it? Like precisely? No cent over? Perfect to the cent? Yeah, I don't know. But apparently we've gotten to that level already. And I didn't think it would be so soon. I'm thinking this is a level 5 years in the future. Maybe when I have a damn robot or a trading machine that we could use around here. We have literally become the trading machine. We have become the algorithm. And I don't think I can ever program a computer to do what I do. I don't think it's possible unless the supercomputer shit comes out. But again, we still have at least another 10 years for that. Like late 2030s, early 2030s. That's also another reason why I'm thinking Microsoft is going to fall out the sky here. Because they invented a new state of matter, yes. Is there a supercomputer that's out right now that they can actively put their technology into? And the answer is no. They're going to have to come up with partners. They're going to have to define structure. They're going to have to create some type of system in which they can actually test this stuff to be able to begin to create those quantum laptops and stuff like that. Because that's Microsoft's purpose. Like going into the future, I could definitely see how Microsoft is still going to be an insanely rich company. As long as they do this quantum stuff. Which basically what they're doing is, like right now, quantum computers, they're like the size of a damn factory. But there's going to be a way for them to be able to be the size of a laptop now. Just like how normal hardware is. When that happens, the world is going to change. Because you'll literally start to be able to have a quantum computer in your phone at one point. I don't know if they'll be able to get to that point within 10 years, but probably like 20 years, you might be having quantum, like literally quantum phones. And that is going to be the age of like insanity, if I had to say. Because everybody's going to be like, you guys ever watched that damn movie with the pill, Limitless? When you get to a certain level, you literally stay in the limitless state. That's what it's called. Where you're able to use a little bit more of your brain than the everyday human. Now, it's not normally going to occur through normal activities or normal endeavors. Usually it's something that's only activated when you're given the ability for it to be activated. That's actually what I believe, honestly. Sounds stupid maybe, but what I believe is the universe gives you more ability to understand, know, and see, and it unlocks a bigger portion of your brain as you start to become more one with it. So meaning, all I'm trying to say right now is, you get really good at something, the universe is going to like you. It's going to give you more knowledge. You'll wake up with information you never even read, seen, heard, you watched, and you'll wake up with that information as if it was just provided to you upon, some type of curriculum by this divine entity, right? This divine entity that controls all. that everybody's so confused, that nobody, half the people don't have faith for, other people are confused about, the other people make up stories about, the other half of the world is going to war with. It's like, when you become at one with all that stuff, and it's not about the nonsensical events that occur on this planet, and it's more so how do you take stuff to the next level, I feel like, yes, you do get rewarded. That's like one of the craziest things that I think I have ever just been, I guess, faced with, Because how the hell am I going to sleep, waking up, and knowing the market's going to run up now, when I literally didn't do any charting the night before? I saw it run up in my dream. I saw it run up, crash around 12 o'clock, like a white line. I saw it. And I played it. And I told everybody to play it when I was first teaching. And that shit was the reason why I went up 1,000% the first time in front of everybody. Because I was really praying. And I'm just like, yo, I couldn't believe it. I had like 12 people that joined that one day just because of that one trade. And it was given to me by the universe. Crazy, right? That's why everything I do is to help people, and it's because you're going to get rewarded. Trust me. The universe is not going to leave you. It's going to double back for you. I'm telling you. You missed that bus? Don't worry. That shit's going to pick you up in a helicopter. Watch. It's just you got to have faith that it will. You got to really believe, and not just say it, but believe it in your bones where you start getting goosebumps. That's the next level of conscious thinking, I believe. And yeah. Good luck, everybody. That's kind of like your own goal here. Feel like you're floating on clouds. Feel like every day is absolutely a dream. Because you could do it with this trading stuff, I'm telling ya. Again, the market fell down to a nice low, just like how I drew here. Now you're holding on it, running back up. I don't know. I get annoyed when I draw stuff like that. You know what's crazy? I get sick and tired of my own success. You know that? I'm not going to lie to you guys. That's one of the problems I have. I don't like when I do things and it works out, because now I'm just like, all right, what's the point of it? How do I level up now? How do I get to the next level? Is that it? Is that the end of the game? And the only reason why I'm like that is because when I was younger, I used to always just play shit by myself and do stuff by myself. And I would always finish it, and I would always have nothing else to do. And the act of finishing it fast, the act of doing it good, the act of being different and being amazing was the reason why now I'm suffering. Your own success stunts your growth in most cases, if you didn't know that. And yeah, I don't know why I get like that. Like, why did I get angry right there when I first looked at this right now? And it's doing the same pattern. I don't know.
Hey, Sai, you said something that stuck with me.
What's up?
Your own success stunts your growth. When I surpassed making all the money that I lost back, I kind of don't know what to, strive for now besides
Right?
making the charts.
Well, let me give you something to strive for. That's no problem. I could tell you exactly.
I feel like it was like being in the moment, doing it every day, knocking it down, and contract by contract, and slowly growing. You get to the goal and you think that everything's gonna be good, and woohoo, and wah wah. You get it,
Yep.
it's just like,
It was
now what?
it was never about the money. That's why I'm trying to tell you guys. That's why I really want you to understand this now. When I made that money the first time when I was 21, I noticed, I don't know why I know that, but I was crying for weeks. I was like, all this stuff that I did was for nothing. There's nothing you get from this. There's no alternative feeling. There's no, even if I go buy the BMW, even if I go get the car that's 100K right now, my family can't get that. My cousins can't get that. The people who I care about can't get. It's just like, now I just got set back 5 years is what it felt like, which was actually the case. And here we are 4 years later. After I was 21 and I noticed that, and I still, to this day, to this point, that's the reason why I don't like marketing my Discord. I don't like money. Money destroys relationships. It destroys friendships. It destroys the world. That's what money's purpose is, to destroy. It is what is the root of everything right now, because it's power. But at the same time, it is just to destroy. So as long as you're not making too much money and you hold yourself down a little bit, you're good. You're good, which is what most people do. They don't make too much money. And that's the reason why I'm trying to say to people, like, the way people are, like, in society, they always play small. They always act like the small guy. They always do. 99% of people act like the small guy, and then the one loud 1%, they're not the big guy. They're actually the small guy. But most of the small guys are quiet. They're complacent. Because they know what's going to happen if they try to speak, if they try to change, if they try to do. They know it's not going to yield something that's too enlightening. In fact, it's going to be completely burning and stressful. And that's what I want you to notice, Hoover. So how do you feel right now? Take out that 40K that you lost the first time, that you made back right now. Start with just 2,000, which is what you did 2 weeks ago. Do it again. Do it again. You could grow the 40K if you want. But again, is that 40K going to change your life right now? Meaning if you turn 40K to 100K right now, 200K, is it really going to change your mentality of how you're trading or what you're doing? Are you still making mistakes, right? Do you still have an ability to get absolutely destroyed? And if that's the case, back to the drawing board. Do it again. Take 2K, turn it to 40K. Now you have 80K, Hoover. Do it again. Now you have 2K. Take it to 40K. Now you have 120K. Do it again, bro. Do it again, bro. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Keep going until you get to the point where your body tells you, I could take you to 1 million. That's the secret. That's it. That's it. So if you guys want to get to that next level, do it again. Start from the beginning. Start with a $10 account. Do it again. And do not touch that a more expensive account because you will destroy it. Because you're going to end up trading something for 2K, you're going to turn that 2K into 4K, and you're going to be like, shit, I could have turned 4K into 80. I could have. You're going to keep saying that. I could have. I could have, I should have, I would have. And that's what's going to stunt your growth. So, like I'm telling you guys, just because you made money, just because you did good 1 week, 2 weeks in a row, take everything out of your account and do it again. I hope that makes sense. That's what gives you purpose. Do it again.
Makes a lot of sense.
And when you do it again, make it more stressful. Make it harder. Make it funner. That's it. That's how this journey never dies. That's how, we could stay in this room forever, ladies and gentlemen. Because shit, all I ever wanted when I was younger was to get enough money, create a rocket company, create a rocket ship, advance technology to the point where humans could live up to 1,000, 2,000 years old, get a good crew of people, and literally just go explore space. That's literally all I want. But before I do that, I want to help people down here. That's all I want to do. So we're going to get our crew of people who's going to come with us in this lifelong journey. They're going to have to give up everything. Are they willing to give up everything? Shit, I don't know. We'll see. But that's kind of like my final wish, honestly. Because when you give up everything for something, the level that you reach is certainly profound, right? It's always the case. But yeah, I know that sounded crazy, but yeah, that's literally what my brain did to me. When I made all this money, I was like, all right, boom, last dream is rocket company, send my ass into a random direction, call it a day. That's the end of this chapter. But we got to do a lot of stuff down here. We got to build these cities. There's so much things to do. Like, I've been drawing so many cities ever since I was younger and creating them on Blender. I think I have a method that we could use to create a whole city within a whole entire span of, I guess, I know, sounds crazy, but because of concrete, because of certain materials needing to be there for a while to, of course, maintain a structure, because it's still weak. It was just poured. It was just done. It was just made. The paint is dry. You know what I mean? Yada, yada. For, like, when you account for that stuff, you could build a whole city within a month. 1 month. Have the right structure. Do all the plumbing first. Do all the street sewage systems first. Same time, do the electrical systems. Same time, do all these different other systems. Transportation. Add the buildings after. Right? And boom. You literally it's like you're constructing and loading everything at the same time. If that makes sense. You're not doing one thing at a time type of thing. And that's when I started realizing, wait a second. If I take this thinking into all the other fields, what else can we do? Well, boom. I started downloading Unreal Engine. I started creating games. I downloaded Blender. I started using it again. I wasn't using Blender all these years, but when I started using it again, it was just like, wow, who the hell made me use Blender when I was 15, 14 years old? And now I'm using it when I'm 25 years old. And I'm literally using it to create my anime, to create my ideas, to create my network of structure. And it's so weird. Why did that happen? Because it was supposed to happen. It was in the script for my name, for me, for my soul. There's always going to be something that was written in your script. You got to start tracking it down and listening to it. Because when you do, that's when you start having this fun little voice that comes from the midst of nowhere that guides you. Is it yourself? Is it the divine entity himself? Who knows? But it's fun to say the least. And again, it only occurs when you're not acting like a normal human, when you're not doing things like a normal human. When people tell you, why are you going to try to do this or trying to help that? And the first thing they tell you, you can't do it, or the first assumption is something negative, because you could tell with their speech. You know how people speak. I know you guys know. You know how people try to say some sly shit to you just because they, they're, I guess, having this inferiority complex or something. People always want to try to bring you down. Always.
People project their own limitations on others.
Correct.
And that's just not right. And being, able to, what's the word? Differentiate, somebody else's beliefs versus what you know you're capable of and what's possible. Overcome that and be able to, provide you with a better outlook.
You see now, right? That's the superpower.
People be so one-sided, and it's all inside, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It's all inside.
I love how you just said that right there, bro. The act of understanding where a person's brain capabilities, understanding lies, and their own construct of emotions, so that when they say stuff to you, you know where they're coming from. That was the hardest thing I had to do as a teacher. Because sometimes people say stuff differently. Sometimes people ask for stuff differently. Sometimes people question stuff differently. And I started realizing that, yeah, it's this... People are like a gradient. All humans are like a gradient. You fall in a certain color. That's literally how it is. And you can't move to another color, but people don't really tend to move to another color. No matter how many times I tell them, no matter how many times I ask them, no matter how many times I show them, it's not going to happen. That's why I got emotional earlier in the year, because I was just like, all right, if the one thing that's holding me back is God himself, why is he holding me back from being able to teach these people? Why isn't he letting my voice hit their ears, their souls, like it was in the beginning? Why? And the answer is because I wasn't doing what I was supposed to be. I wasn't constructing the ideas in terms of the Discord, the challenges. I wasn't doing this perfectly. I was not. So what did I do in the last 2 weeks? Fuck it, let's make it perfect. What happened in the last 2 weeks? Everybody passed their combine. Do you guys know how I feel right now? Yeah, that's why we can't succeed. Because the second everybody starts putting in the work, and it's not just you guys putting in the work and not me no more because I already did everything. If I still keep putting in the work while you guys also put in the work, yeah, we're rewarded equally as a unit. That's the trick. So all we got to do here as a team is be as good as possible. Do our notes. Do everything that you think that I need you to do, but without me telling you. Because I'm going to stop mentioning stuff. And eventually I'm just going to talk to people privately about this. And from there, we'll just go forward. I don't want to threaten nobody. I'm not trying to, make you feel like, oh my God, he's going to kick us out. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is just do what you think is necessary because you're going to get then rewarded. If you don't do it, you're just going to destroy your accounts. You're going to end up wasting money paying for this Discord. And it's going to all be for nothing. Because you're going to end up being just like how most of the 200 students that I've taught were. Which is they pop on the YouTube here and there. They don't really change their life. They're not really stuck. Coming. And, they're going to have to get hit by something until they get really smacked into an understanding of really wanting to change their life. They're not going to. And that's the one thing I want to change, is how do I breach that fourth wall where even if they're getting divine punishment, they're not able to see this light, they're not able to change their world, even if that's the case, right? And this person is going to get divine punishment, even if God is very angry with this person. How can I still help and change the dynamic for them? How can I change their destiny without rewriting it, without hurting them, completely ethically, but in a way where it allows them to go to their most powerful form of thinking, of being? Because most of you don't understand, when you were a kid growing up to now, all those ages were all different forms. Some ages you were more emotional. Some ages you were more stoic. Some ages you were having the time of your life. It felt like you were like in party time, right? Like you were the man, right? That's how it felt, right? Like you were getting all the girls, right? But at the end of the day, it's like your imagination and your reality is what got you there in the first place. It's just now you don't want it as much. Like me being in those relationships was because I wanted to force that. I was scared to be alone. The second I'm not in those relationships, what do you notice? Now I'm having the time of my life. Now it feels like, you know what I mean? If I get into my next relationship, it's going to be the next world. It's going to be a whole new world. But I only made that change from doing the hard thing, from running away from, wanting to always gravitate towards people. And that's why now this year, I'm going to be going on a lot of trips with you guys. Whether or not you guys come, whether or not you guys make enough capital, that's your own, want. It has nothing to do with me. I'll show you how to do it. I'll show you how to get there. I'll show you how to be next to me every step of the way. Because of course I want you guys to be there with me. Because then there's going to be some ideas that you need help with, and I can help you with it. Help build your businesses. I would love to do that. For free. The hell do I need money for? I think you all understand by the way I trade now that I don't need nothing from nobody. But if you are going to pay for the Discord. Because at least that money is going to always be going into the school, prop firm, or these other attributes. That's it. I don't know if I told you guys that before, but that's how I really think. So, again, keep growing, keep growing, keep growing. Become these absolute, trading computers. All right, everybody, give me 1 second. Let me move the damn car for street cleaning before they give me a damn ticket. Give me 1 second. apologize for that. I was just talking to my neighbor. He just told me that somebody smacked into his damn car. Nah, yeah, I think I might know them. So I'm about to check it out because that motherfucker's not using his car. He was parking a car that wasn't his. And he hit somebody with it, like another car with it. And he tried to lie to them, try to say he didn't do it. So now I'm just like, whose car was he using? So I gotta figure that out now. But yeah, I'll do that shit later. It's not too important right now. Neighborhood drama. You gotta love it, right? So how's everybody doing so far? What is everybody up to? What are y'all doing? I really do like this MNQ chart. Again, we went long on Euro, right around like here, you could say. So right now you're at this dotted line on Euro, which is, as you all could see, it's the bigger 1/2 point. You finally hit it on Euro. You hit it again, not so long ago, which is November. But again, you finally hit it after 3 weeks, 2 weeks. And if you hold on it, what I'm thinking is since last time you ran to the 1/16 point, if we play calls right now on Euro, or play like if you haven't played the upside yet and you're trying to play upside, it's a really good point for you guys to buy right now. So you could buy it right now and just sell it like literally right here, like where it just fell from, pretty much. But if it goes down lower, it is going to do the reaction it just did above the line. Like, by the way, that's how you always know what it's going to do next. Whenever it's at a line, just look at what it did before it hit the line. Does that make sense? Let me know. And then let's put this on here. Okay, so all these stages are done. That's so crazy that the video that went up today was literally without. That's so fucking freaky. Oh no. That just gave me so much goosebumps. Yo, the damn video that I uploaded today, that I scheduled it about 10 days ago, completely forgot about what video was going to go up today in terms of motivation. And I want you guys to watch this for a second. Literally just watch this. We were just talking about this. No. I want you guys to hear this. We're going to replay this.
Ask God to take my habit away. God said no. It's not time for me to take it away. Up. Ask for patience. He said patience is earned in the wait. Ask for happiness. He said blessings are here. Choose joy. Ask.
You guys can hear it or not? Let me know if you can hear it. I apologize. Let me just.
Yeah, it's a little echoey though.
All right, so let me put it on my other Discord. I just joined this other account. Join it whenever you can, and go from there. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Ask God to take my habit away. God said no. It's not time for me to take it away, but for you to give it up. I asked for patience. He said patience is earned in the wait. I asked for happiness. He said blessings are here. Choose joy. I asked to skip pain. He said pain loosens your grip on the world and tightens your grip on me. Then life hit. Cash flow got tight. Partners flipped. Rumors tried to rent my name. I asked God to stop the noise and fix the numbers. He said I'll strengthen you in it. I'll expose what can't stay. Stand up. Do right. Keep receipts. Keep moving. I asked for a lighter load, but he gave me a stronger back. I asked for a clean path. He gave me clearer steps. Finally, I asked to love people the way he loves me. He said, now you understand. The point isn't shortcuts. It's shaping. Trust, then act. Meet grace with discipline and watch your life change. God won't live your life for you, but he will walk it with you.
Again, that one
Trust,
right
then
there.
act. Love people the way he
I asked him to love people
loves me. He said,
the way he loves me.
now you understand.
He said, now you understand. That's what this is all about. That's what this whole experience as a human is. It's to realize that those divine systems that are in place that are supposed to be something that is, I guess, dependent upon the reader, right? It's for your own it's like through your own ability to see what you want, right? To see how you think, to see how you read the world. How is stuff presented to you when you read divine texts, when you read scriptures, when you read all this stuff, right? But at the end of the day, in terms of the actual purpose, in terms of the actual meaning, in terms of the actual core contents of what this whole entire like situation is, in terms of being alive, it's to love people the same way he loves you, the same way that you can't see him, but you have this unparalleled love, right? And he loves you the same way. You have to start loving others, because once you start changing your life like that, I swear on everything I love, I started feeling things that I never felt, no matter the amount of money I touched. That's the crazy reality. When I started doing that stuff and I started trying to love people, no matter what they told me, no matter if it was an excuse, your own family gives you an excuse. Of course, somebody online is going to give you an excuse. Push through it. Try to push through it. If they're a good person and you can see that there's something that could work out here, just keep pushing. Keep helping. And eventually, through your own will, it is possible to actually change somebody. And that's kind of all I'm trying to do here for you guys. It's just be so impactful that it's, when the time is necessary, you're always going to be able to have me there. You know, even if you're smacking my hand away right now, I know, I feel it, but it's okay. Because eventually, everybody's going to be on the same page. But yeah, that was one of my favorite things that I've ever come across in terms of a video. And I can't wait for tomorrow's video. Tomorrow's video, if I remember correctly, tomorrow's video is going to be awesome too. Yeah, that's awesome. Alright, let's go back to Spy now. Spy. Are you holding at the same lows that we thought you would? And are you consistently bouncing to a higher point? Where's that box that I created that I was going to show you guys that you could use for like buying calls and puts? I don't remember where I put it. That was one of them. That was gold. I don't remember where I put this. Yo, these charts are on steroids. I forgot I fixed all these. I was supposed to fix them all for the video, and I fixed them all and didn't record the video. But yeah, these charts look wild. That's crazy. Downside target. Look at that. Oh my goodness, look at that. I forgot about these. The next downside target's going to be all the way up here at 703. And then 719. And then area for weekly puts. Monthly puts. Monthly puts. And yearly puts. I need to change this. This is not correct. I think, did I just copy it from down here? Yeah, this is incorrect. I gotta change this. Weekly puts would be, you could start buying those around the 720s. Honestly, you start buying that shit like down here. monthly puts. But damn, now it's not going to be even. I know why I made it like this. I probably purposely did that so that everything was even. Let me see. No, but then again, you have a green here and a red here. I could put the red above here to put it higher. But I kind of want the red lower. But then again, this is not weekly puts. This is monthly puts. I'll fix this later. This is gonna... It's messing with my brain right now. You know, you get frustrated for a second and it's just like... It feels like a bomb about to blow up. Yeah, that's what just happened right there. We'll fix it later. You're still stuck inside the 1 month call area. So again, if you guys want to buy 1 month calls, you could buy it today or you could just wait for tomorrow, which is what I would suggest for if you didn't buy it yesterday. Excellent. And then you're hitting this green circle. You're holding on it. Same circles we put a couple weeks ago. I got to finish this chart. I got to make this look better. I think this is the same one, but this one's a little bit more articulate. Yeah, it is. Black Friday. Up to 80% off plus 1 month free. Ah, shit. I forgot I had to pay for this. Whoops. What time? What's today's date? Alright, I have enough time. I'll pay for that next week. How much does it cost again? I think like what, 200? I think this time we might just get like 2 years in advance. Because I think next year I'm going to have my own trading platform. Especially because now I'm starting to make a little bit more capital for myself. So I think next year we'll try to see if we can create our own trading platform. Because I'm literally just going to copy TradingView, but I'm going to make it better. Basically what Topstead did and what everybody else is doing. They're all copying TradingView now. So yeah, I want to copy TradingView. I want to turn it into a business for my students for the future. Because imagine you create a stock trading business or a stock trading school, and you literally have everything. You have the charts. You have a brokerage app. Imagine like everything is under your name. Like not my name, but like the company's name, so that it can like... But then again, you might be considered a monopoly. I had to legally go through this, actually, now that I think about it. I had to see what we could do and what can't we do. If anything, we'll just split the company up into different sections, which is what they all do anyways. Whenever you're a monopoly and they get angry, you just split your shit up and that's it. You're good. That's why they still remain in power. Oh my goodness. But yeah, we could create something like that. Technically, isn't Tesla a monopoly now that I'm thinking about it? Because the way I'm thinking about this is the same way Elon scaled his business in terms of Tesla. First, he started with the idea. It was an idea from those other two individuals, and then Elon joined the crew. And then when Elon joined the crew, he pretty much added on top of that company. And the amount of work that he added, in my opinion, was enough for him to be the rightful owner of it. But no, yeah, Elon definitely didn't own the company in the beginning. In fact, it wasn't even called Tesla in the beginning. And when he scaled it, the way he did it was first by fixing... the first thing he did was like mess up the whole battery industry. So he created a whole factory that was so big, that created so many batteries, that he literally destroyed the value of batteries. It's like you having gold and then a damn, ship coming from space that has enough gold to rival the whole entire world. You're going to devalue it. That's what's going to happen. And that's what occurred. Now, when it comes to like the future, when it comes to us being able to just gauge success and not have large losses, with any of these extreme ideas or concepts where it's kind of like Elon, right? He created a battery, literally a building for batteries, just to mess up the price of batteries, because his true intention was cheap prices for batteries mean cheaper cars. Do you know how insane that is? You guys might think that I'm insane for going back the last 200 days and chopping up SPY, but that's insane to me. What Elon did there, like, who thinks like that? First, I'm going to, create a supply shock, and then I'm going to be able to make cars cheaper, and then before everybody even realizes what's going on, I'm now the king of electric vehicles.
World domination.
Literally. That's what it's like when you're actually trying to be successful, you go faster than everybody. The way your brain is thinking, the way you're, energetically just stationed in this world in terms of your daily activities, it literally depicts that creation just off of your activities. So like I'm saying before, if you're thinking in a way where it's to initiate some large scale plan, eventually that thought is going to come across your brain. That's how he did it. He probably was doing what we're doing with the charts. You fix up all the charts for S&P, make them all look all good and nice, and then you look for improvements. That's literally all Elon did. He learned that from being an engineer. That's the same way he created his space company and dramatically scaled that up too. Like everything he touches, there's a reason why it scales so quickly. It's because he knows the moving components of scalability, which, of course, what is one of them? One of them is having that core plan. Like, what is the heading of everything that you're trying to do here? So if you guys are trying to make money with stocks, a lot of people, they don't actually know what the core reason for them making money is. They know they want to change their life. They know they need money, but they don't understand that they're going to make so much money that them not knowing what to do with the money is going to be their own. That's why they're going to basically fail. They're going to be successful for now, but give it 5 years, 10 years, they're not going to have no meaning. They're not going to have no ability to want to live in this world because they just did something called stock trading and they made a killing off of it, millions. But then now they can't even make $1 no more. That's the last thing I want for anybody. But that is what's the most dangerous thing to happen to you. Is you're going to make so much money, you're not going to understand what to do with the money, and you're literally just going to destroy everything. You're going to destroy your own value, your own meaning of money. You're not going to want to get it no more. Just like what happened with Vikash, right? He was making thousands. I thought Vikash was... I literally told him, you're going to be the first millionaire in this group. He turned 1,000 to 40K last year with just trading NQ and Forex. 3 months later, he lost everything. And he gave up. That's it. Like, that's it. So don't get to that point. That's all I'm trying to say to you. Just because you can make money, that's not a good thing. Make sure you're making money the way I'm telling you to make money. Because I've been through that. I've been through that road, that dark road of the realization that trading stocks is not going to change a single thing for you. It's not. You got to automatically be operating at that level in order for stock trading and the money you get here to reward you and to help push you into a different trajectory in life. That's it. So I hope you guys just dwell upon that for a little bit. Think about it. Make sure you can actually construct some ideas. I know it's corny. I know you guys don't want to talk about this. I know it's so childish. But sometimes that's the stuff that people don't want to talk about. It's needed to be talked about. Right? So I need everybody here that's currently listening to me. Create 5 goals. And don't give me no small ass goals. Go big. Go big or go home. Not because your goals are small, but because I need some hard-hitting goals first. If you have some other goals in the midst of that, that's okay. That's perfect. But I need something big. What's a big goal? Creating a sustainable city. What's another big goal? Creating a prop firm. What's another big goal? Creating a Discord, right? Everything that I'm doing, you could literally do it yourself and do it better. You don't have to stay under my umbrella. You don't have to, do business with me. You don't have to do none of that. You could learn from me. Remove yourself from the environment. Grow. What I'm trying to say is I want you to be free here. I want you to think for yourself. But your goals, I want them to be massive. I'm just stating my massive goals. I have small goals, right? One of my smaller goals is to, help buy family members certain things, right? Just small stuff here and there. But yeah, have those major goals. So do you want to own an apartment building? Do you want to own real estate? Do you want to move down to Florida? Do you want to have a couple different cribs in a couple different states? What sounds like fun to you? That's it. What sounds like fun? And then work off of it. Build off of it. And don't stop. Every single time I stop drawing my anime, every single time I stop writing about my anime, every single time I've noticed that that childhood version of me is still just dying on the inside because he wants it to be done. And now since I have the ability to get it done with the money that I make, yeah, he's suffering in there. He wants to get out. He wants this story to get out. And I know it's going to be the same thing with you guys, especially if I feel that. And then all of a sudden, I start writing about the anime, and now I'm structuring stuff so perfectly as if I'm a damn, scientific, X person that does this for a living. 20 years, I got a degree in this and that. I did all that work, have all this knowledge. And the idea is simple. As long as you guys structure everything correctly, the money's going to come your way. It is. It's just have some big ass goals, because the goals is what's going to take you to the stars. Your execution is what's going to take you to the moon or the sun. That's literally it. Again, your goals are the stars. You must look at the stars. Your execution will decipher whether or not you're on a random ass asteroid, on the moon or the sun or Alpha Centauri or the Oort cloud or whatever type of spatial area that you're talking about. However far it is, however great and massive it is, you'll obtain it. You'll literally obtain it as if you're holding the sun in your hand. Again, I know it sounds stupid. It sounds childish. But what I started realizing was the way you think and the way you construct your own imagination of this world is exactly how you see it. So, of course, I can't fly, but I can create a machine that can fly, and I could be in the air that flies. You see what I'm saying? There's always something that you could do to accomplish that dream or goal or aspiration, no matter how out of pocket or out of this world it might seem. That's what I'm saying. Be limitless. We talked about this earlier. Be limitless. Become the word limitless. Become its definition. Stop holding yourselves down to these small ass goals and realities, because we're all about a quarter to 2/4 of our life done here. Unless somebody creates technology that's going to make us live a little bit longer, again, we're all about a quarter through to 2/4 through. We got to get shit rolling now. We got to make sure everybody's on the same page. I'm not having nobody, be on their deathbed sad. That's not what I want. I want everybody to be, on their deathbed. We're going to have a whole party with the whole Discord. Let me tell y'all. Everybody's going to be in there. That's how it should be. A celebration. Not sadness. Not what could have been, but what was. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. What was. That's all I care about. I had to write that down. I like that. I like that a lot. What's good, John? There's an alert on the system? Your top step's not working? Huh? What happened? You didn't stay in any place overnight, right? By the way, sorry about that, Danny. I just saw your picture as well. Hell yeah, Danny. There we we could buy Weeble now, because we bought Weeble before, but I think we should buy another set of Weeble options.
Follow.
Yo, what's going
Just
on?
want to say what you were saying there, bro. You actually made me cry, bro. Not gonna
You made me
lie.
cry? Why?
I don't know. Like, it was just like so real, bro. Like, that was like coming from the heart, the shit you were saying, bro. And it's just so like motivational, bro. I just made 10K right now.
Excellent, brother. That's what you were always capable of. You know that, right?
Dude,
It's not to stop you from feeling amazing right now, because I want you to feel
no, bro.
It's
Like,
I
it's
do
just
it,
like I while you were saying it, how I was feeling, just being in the market, it's like you're the enhancer. Like, it's hard to explain, bro. It's a very emotional feeling, but
No, I feel emotional right now for some reason. Because when you said that enhancement, yeah, that's how I always saw myself. I just enhance
it's
people.
like
I just like chisel people. I build them. That's it.
I can't explain it, bro.
You know what's
It's
crazy
like
is
It's like euphorical, bro.
yeah. No, yeah. That's why I got so angry at myself earlier this year is because I couldn't speak from the heart. I couldn't tell you guys these things because I said it so many times and I felt like it was so dried up but no, that's not what it's about. Literally the first month I ever had students join my Discord, 2 months later, when I was in Japan and I was by myself and I was on the street and I had no money in my bank account because everything was on my trades, everything was coming from the Patreon at the time. All my trading, like my personal money, was all locked away. I had no phone. I could not send myself the damn shit to give your, like, you know how you give your phone a code and with that code you could sign into your bank account. I tried doing it a different way and it kept making me go in circles. It kept asking for the code, then it asked me for my email. Then I'm like, fuck, finally I could sign in with something, and then it would be like, no, now you need the code from your phone number, and I'm like, my phone is broken, and I had no money to fix it. And let me tell ya, I could barely make it home. I missed my flight. I had no money to pay for the flight. It was the worst thing in the world. I kid you not. I was suffering. I wish I
And what
was,
you were
you know.
saying, I'm sorry to cut you off, bro.
No, you're good.
What you were saying about like having, like creating the 5 goals, bro, like to really like have something to look forward to, have something to work towards, to have a bigger version of yourself
Mm-hmm.
created on paper, and being able to see, all right, what do I have to become to have these in this version of myself right now? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the stock trading shit like you said, bro, the money ain't shit, bro. Once you figure it out, you could print it. It's more or less who you become while you're figuring it out, while you're getting better. You know what I'm saying? What vices do you have to let go while you're getting better? What version of yourself do you have to kill off to become the best version of yourself, to, attain, 100,000, $1 million and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And then when you start losing and everything, figure out what vices you pick back up, what mindset you got caught in, who you're hanging around, what you're eating, what you're watching, you're programming yourself religiously. And now, bro, you really just put the battery in my back, bro. Like, oh,
Like I
it's
said, bro, I
important.
love you like a brother, bro. Always.
This here is important, bro. It goes more beyond just paper money and, just waking up at 9 a.m., close at 4, Forex, all that shit, bro. It's who you become and what you do with your advantage, what you do with your abundance. Is it just going to be selfish, or are you going to try and help somebody else? Because I think that's like the best thing you could ever do, is help someone else.
100%. It's more impactful than you ever helping yourself. That's why, like, the reason why I brought up Japan was not to cut you off, nor is it to change the conversation. I said that because when I was talking about people passing away, I said it in a funny way, but I don't think you guys know how much that, like, destroyed me. I realized something. I'm younger than most of the people I teach. I have people that are 70. I have people that are, I think I had an 80-year-old. I have people that are 40, that are 30. Everybody's a little bit older than me. Eventually, there will come a time where I'm alone. Again. You see? That's what I don't want to happen. And it's not about being alone. It's about losing the people that gave me a community, that gave me a family, when I didn't have one. That right there, that's why I wake up. That's why I really fix these charts for you guys. I'm not regretting it. I'm not regretting what could have been. I told y'all. It's not going to happen. We're going to be on a boat that's owned by our company with all your families. We're going to be taking each other out on trips every other day. We're going to be changing the world. This is going to be extremely thrilling, very fun. That's all I care about. That's all I want.
It should be fun. And we will change the world, bro. We're already doing it.
Correct.
It's already in motion. The thought of it has already been put into action. And that's the most important part. A lot of things stay stuck inside people. The greatness is always inside of someone, just suppressed, bro. It's being able to find someone or a community of people who can help unlock that version of you that you didn't even know you were capable of. You know, having someone look at you, talk to you, invest into you. You know, most important thing somebody can invest into you is their time. So that's something you can never get back. Can't pay somebody to get that back.
Yep.
And with that, being able to do that for not just one person, 2 people, 5 people, 10 people, you know, being able to do that for a massive amount of, you know, people, a community, a stream of people, you know what I'm saying, going live, not just, you know, kept away in a secret. And other people, you know, like, yo, listen, you gotta come here, bro. Like this is life changing. You know what I'm saying? Like having other people explode, not what's the word, like give out what you gave them and continue to fill their cup up and fill others on the way. You know what I'm saying?
It's a rare thing to come by though. In all honesty, I only have a few members that are at that. They have a personality like that. Most others have to unlock it. So I completely agree with that. You're completely right about that, bro. That's the only way this company, this community, and then company at one point that we create, but this community, that's the only way we're gonna survive here. We've been through a couple great devastations, right? We've lost many people. But again, as long as we just keep developing those goals and that small stuff, the stuff that really matters, the stuff that really matters that people don't really talk about, but we all know it matters.
Mm-hmm.
Keep working on it, bro.
It's going to war with it and knowing that, you know, it's not just for some silly, you know, this and that or whatnot, you know, you would think of it. It's for that reality you thought was impossible. It's for, you know, changing the next generation. It's not just me, you, us. It's, you know, who comes after us? Who's gonna push this forward after, you know, we're at the age where it's like, you know, what else can we do? We already did the best we can. Who could we pass this off to could make it even better? You know, and being able to recognize the genius, the people who drive, you know, we're constantly pushing the curve, asking the questions, seeking the knowledge, like, you know.
It's like that's what everything matters, you know? That's all that everything matters about. Is the realness of it. Cuz like for example, you know what's crazy?
Hmm.
Let's say you're a person who stole something, right? You stole something because you need to eat. You steal something, you eat. You know what's the craziest part? The person you stole food from, they didn't really need it. What if they just threw it out? It was just on the table and you took it.
Mm-hmm.
They threw out something, they didn't need it no more. That food changed your life. It's all depicted upon your current circumstances. Meaning, emotionally, when it comes to the trading, you're always going to be dependent upon your circumstance. That means what's going on in like the background. Don't you guys ever notice that the second you start noticing like a couple patterns and you start getting good with the trading, something happens with your job? Like look at Sohan, right? I'm not putting his business out there, but Johan was the second person to ever quit his job because of the trading. And as soon as he did that, as soon as he was about to make that, as soon as he was about to dive right into the deep end, something occurred in his life. That's what I started noticing with every person I've taught. They always have a situation like that where they got to choose, they got to decide whether or not this is something that they're going to, continue to do once they've actually, again, Hoover, once they've actually gotten to the level where they understand the charting and technicals, they're going to have a situation occur to them, and they're going to have to either choose this or choose that. That's what's going to happen here. And yeah, that's it. Choose this or choose that. That's what life is always going to tell you.
That's the
Which one's right and which one's
irony.
wrong? I can't tell you. That's not my place. That's God in your place. That's not my place. But it's the irony, right? Life is ironic.
Mm-hmm.
So
It wants to see how bad you really want that.
yes.
You want this? I'm gonna take it away from you. Do you still want it? You still want it? How things are going right now? How hard is it for you? It's gonna get harder, but can you take this? All right. All right, we beat him up. We squished him like a bug, but he's still crawling to get back up. You know what? Have it.
Yep.
And when you take grasp of that, bro,
Instant health recovery, and then boom, now you got a superpower too.
I ain't moving like a juggernaut. You know what I'm saying? Shit, making cracks in the fucking floor when you walk, bro.
You know what's crazy? I swear to you guys, again, this is the childish version of me. When I walk around, that's how I think. There's obviously no crack, of course. But I like to think of spirituality as that right there.
Always vibrating, bro. Constantly,
You know what I
anything,
mean?
everything. It's always a frequency. Can you match it? Is it meant for you to match? Are you on the vibrational frequency to match what it is that you desire? That's where imagination and creation come play part, bro. We
Right?
kind of disintegrate that piece of reality and consciousness as we grow older because bills and this and that and constantly focusing on how we're going to pay this or what we got to do next week and trying to make someone happy or why they're unhappy. And, you're not really having enough time to just sit down and, like you said, bro, create at least 5 goals that you truly want to accomplish in your life, that you can truly, bring out of nothing into something. Everything that you ever wanted is already out there. So to say, if it's like something that you have to create, but the first step to creating something is you getting it out of your mind first. And then the second thing is taking action.
I like that.
You can't run from who you are.
You can't. You can't. That's what I was saying before. Like, when I was younger, I swear I was always trying to do that. Even being in relationships or friendships, whatever you name, I just kept trying to run away from who I was. All I ever wanted to do was just help people. Be funny, have a community, and that's it. The second I stopped the bullshit and I started actually taking part in the construction of it, the structure of it, it happened within a month. I don't believe it. I still look at my first month and I can't believe it. I don't understand it. I had so many people that joined. It was ridiculous. I had like 40, 50 people join. Day number 1 to like day number 3, the first couple, like 3 days. And it was just due to the fact that I was willing to give them everything. So this is what I noticed. The time that I truly grow, the time that the most people actually join my Discord when it's not me marketing, meaning the time where it's like divinely right, is usually the time where I'm giving the information that I only give to the students here that is paid for. When I give that information out, that tends to be the time that the most people join. So like I said, I finally found it. I figured out what it was in terms of what is divine marketing. There's a difference between marketing and there's something else that's called divine marketing, where the divine markets you. All of a sudden, your video pops up in a person's feed that's in Asia, that's a billionaire. All of a sudden, he flies down to New York. Now he's giving me $20 million to start a business to help people, to do this, to do that, because he has nothing to do with the money. I'm not saying that's what I'm begging for. I'm not saying that's what I need, but I'm saying that's what can happen. And it would speed up the journey, which is what I want. I want to help as many people as possible. I don't want it to just be all me. I don't need it to be all me. I've done enough with this stock stuff, and I'm happy enough with that. I'll take that as it being my accomplishment. Everything else that we're trying to do here in terms of change, in terms of evolution, I need everybody else's help. I need everybody else's help. It's not just going to be me. So, yeah. Think about it like that. It's like everybody here has a purpose. Everybody here has a certain special reason to be here, is the way I like to look at it. I don't know what
Amen.
for, but all of you definitely have a special reason to be here. That's why you're listening to me right now. That's why, a couple days ago, some of you weren't there, but now, a couple days later, some of you are here. And a couple days later, there's going to be a couple more people. You might ask how, why, and is it just like all those times I've said it before? And the answer is, because I've said it, it may be. So going forward here, I won't be talking. I will be instead just doing, which is usually what I do. But the talking factor became a thing because I like to give people kind of like insight as to how my brain thinks. Like, what am I going for? What am I like trying to reach towards? Like, what is setting me on fire? But I guess that doesn't really matter because they don't really understand the components that led to that being the situation in the first place. So what I should more so try to do here, if I'm trying to teach people and help them, is let's try to create a system where we're testing people all the time. So for December, what we're going to be doing is we're going to have one day out of the week, I might randomly tell one person to be the person who's supposed to get a trade. And when I tell you to get a trade, you got to give everybody that trade. I'll give you a couple days in advance beforehand, just so you can prepare like beforehand in case you're busy or something occurs with your life. But I'm going to start testing you guys to see if whatever you tell me to buy into, I'll throw 10K into it right away. And whatever you tell me to sell it at, I'll sell it at. If it turns out to be a loss, I'll come join the live after in the afternoon to see how you're going to recap and how we're going to fix this mistake for tomorrow. I'm not going to blame you because you guys never blamed me once. Not once. And even if I've heard people blame me, everybody in the group literally knew that they were just bullshitting. So I don't really count that as people blaming me. Because like if somebody did everything perfectly and like I messed up, truly, I record all my one-on-ones with you guys. I hope you know that. So I know when I mess up. I know when I say things that's like a little too much, and it's just like, all right, now I gotta go back, talk to this person, try to straighten things out, because I said a little too much and it wasn't necessary. That little too much factor is now gonna screw them up. So we gotta come back and fix the situation, and that's how I think of stuff. So again, we're gonna be testing you guys. I want to see if you guys could have some weight on your shoulder. And we'll see how you do. And then we'll create like a whole leaderboard with everybody's trades, this part of the Discord. Because I told you, I want to turn this into a game. That's the only thing I care about. And I like playing games like H1Z1. I like playing games like Battle Royale, where it's like 99 people versus each other. One person wins. That's like my favorite type of game. And we should create that type of game for the Discord. I would love to. In fact, I was even thinking about, I don't even want to say this, but I kind of want to say it now because now I'm going to be forced to do it. Because again, people are going to be replaying these videos later, and they're going to see, was I bullshitting? Was I able to, say something and always come through, or always make it happen? What I'm talking about is I want to create a trailer for this Discord, and I was thinking about it, and it's going to be going into like the Christmas season. So I want to create a trailer where it's like a whole world. It's like the Discord world type of thing, right? I don't want to make it silo because that means it's me, and I don't want things to be me. I want it to be everybody. So,
Like a metaverse.
yeah, literally, like the metaverse is not Mark Zuckerberg verse, right?
Mm-mm.
Or it's not a nickname that he got, and it's so crazy. But it's like Silo became my nickname. You know that, right? When I see some of you in person, you call me Silo, and I'm just like, oh, what the
I
fuck?
know.
I'm like, bro, you can call me Adam. Like, you good?
So what do they call it? Your alter? No, it's not alter ego, but Elias, AKA, or also known as.
Elias? I said Elias.
Like I forget. Like there's certain like questionnaires. Like have you ever filled out a application online or something? It's like, do you have any alternative names that you go by? I'll be like, what? Like who the fuck is Jose Cuervo Pueblo Castillo Rodriguez? Yeah, that's me. That's me.
That's dumb funny. Yo, right here's puts.
Puts.
I just realized puts. I was trying to look for this damn chart.
This is where we
You guys want to
bounced
get
yesterday.
a scalp trade here? This is for scalp trades. So right now,
Scalp
on the
trade, day
reversal
trade,
points,
0 day.
exactly. Scalp trade on the 0 days. 2 strikes out. Get something dumb close. Hold it for a 20%
What we got? What we
trade.
got?
Get out. And just wait for the next one.
Let's see. I'm running today. Put
Let me put the reversal points on.
60.
Quick.
We're at 660.
I want to see how it lines up with those boxes.
I'm buying in the money.
Okay, so right now, if we take this box and go to where the market opened up today, which was right about here. Right now, holy shit, you're at number 7. Holy shit, yeah. That was
I got a 660 put.
660. Yeah, that's beautiful. I could see this falling down from number 7 to number 8. That means you'll be in the money about $1. Excellent. There we go, Danny. Daily go hit. That's awesome, brother. Hell yeah. $1,500. And you said it can go
Let's
to
go.
6654. Let's take a look at the futures. I haven't been looking at it. 6654.
What is that? MES, Danny?
Yeah, that looks like what size?
Yes,
Is it?
sir. Yeah,
Is it?
MES, 10 contracts, 10 MES.
Good shit, bro.
Hell yeah.
Yes, sir. Getting back on the horse here.
Come on now.
Yeehaw.
No wonder.
Yeehaw.
I was hearing all that noise back there, bro. I was like, what the fuck is that?
He's riding through the Rattlesnake Road.
Yeah. I'm doing all right too on the paper trading competition for Mumu. I'm like 44 right now.
Good shit, bro.
Come on,
There we
Danny.
go.
Come on, bro. I know for a
Oh,
fact.
I'm 37 right now.
I know you can hit
Come on,
number 1.
you got to be number 5.
I know you can hit number 1, bro. I swear. But just
Nah,
do your
they're
own
like
pace,
at
bro, 'cause-
they're like at 1 million. I'm like at 300,000 right now. So we'll see. Today's the last day. We'll see
Oh,
see how
is?
much damage we.
But on Mumu, you could play SPX, right? For paper.
Yeah, I got some SPX contracts and some spy calls right now that I haven't closed.
Shit, full pour some puts real quick.
All right, Brian. I'm too late. I'm too late. I missed it.
No, you never miss it, bro. Right on time.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm holding for now.
I'm 11% up on that contract side.
Hell yeah, bro. So again, put your stop loss now and move it with the price action. So if you don't know how to put a stop loss, the way you go about doing it is on what platform you're trading on, Webull or Robinhood?
I am on Robinhood.
Okay, Robinhood. I believe.
I think you have to place it before you buy the contract.
No, you could do that on Webull, from what I remember, but on Robinhood, I'm not too sure. Because when I was using it last, I don't think it might not even be the same as me trying to explain it right now. Now that I think about it, I think they probably changed up everything. Because on Webull, the way it works is what you would call it. Shit, what the fuck were we just talking about? My mind just went blank for a second.
Oh, I'm saying stop loss.
Oh, yeah,
Robin
stop
Hood.
loss. So on Webull, you can set it before or you can set it after. So you can set like a stop. It's called it's called take profit dash stop loss, basically. And then what you do is when you're profitable, like right now, let's say you're up 50 to 100%. I would put my take profit at like 150%, and then my stop loss would be at like 100%. And then as the market's moving up, I'm sitting on the modify screen, and I'm literally modifying it and saving it, modifying it and saving it, modifying it and saving it. And on my desktop, on my phone, I'm consistently editing it because you can edit it faster on the phone. On the desktop, my computer, I'm looking at the charts and making sure that, you know, this thing is still yanking upwards, or it's yanking downwards, let's just say. So like right now, you hit that area and you fell from it. Now what do you need? What you need is acceleration. You need the trends to now expand. So the first thing I think we should do here is create the CS zones, right? That's always going to be the most useful thing with daily price action, besides these reversal points, which it's so crazy how you hit number 7 and you hit the damn weekly box, the bottom of it, and it was a perfect reversal off of it. So like stuff like this is stuff you could have made from yesterday, right? In terms of seeing where the market fell, which is why we made this green little arrow here. And it's kind of crazy, but if I go to this chart, this is the one we made earlier. This is the one I wanted to really show you guys. Where the hell where did it go? I mean, it was this one, but you fell down here, hit the line, or near the line, ran up above, then you shifted above, right? And you basically did this right here. So what I drew, you did before the market even opened up.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want you to understand. Again, I did not have the top one earlier today, but I want to ask you a question. What's the idea of quantum, right? The idea of everything equaling something and everything being able to be moved at the same time simultaneously. However you say it. But if you drew something to one side, in all honesty, you know what's the craziest part? If Hoover was just like, yo, I drew a line to the downside and the market did the exact opposite, you know what I'm gonna tell him? Excellent. That's perfect. You see the problem. It's all about now agreeing that it's now possible to do that. That's literally the only reality. So again, when you create a direction going one way, always create that same line going the opposite way. That's why all my charts look like weird ass animals, because eventually those pathway points, those quarter points, diagonal points, for some reason, when you get it perfect, it always will look like some type of an animal or some type of a crazy geometric shape. I don't know why, but it could be because the system is ran off of ones and zeros in terms of the actual trading machine. That could be what this correlation is and why it does that. But yeah, just always make sure you do your stuff like this. That's what I've noticed. And yeah, that's pretty much all. That's why I try to like make the top look like the bottom here, but slightly different in some cases. But yeah, it's like right now I still think the market's gonna run up a little bit higher in terms of where this green line is placed, like where I placed it last time, like yesterday. And then yesterday I said if it runs to this area, of course this is going to be a put place, right? Just like how it was over here, yesterday. It's also going to be one today. It just depended on what wants to occur in the midterm. So now what I would do is I would go to the supply and demand zones, right? This is 660. Let's go over here. Where are you at currently? Right now you're currently at a yellow supply and demand zone. Is there any purple nearby? There is. Where is it? Right here. So here's the thing. Whenever you pass a range, the first thing you usually do is you go above it. If you go below the purple for whatever reason, yes, you could fall somewhere towards the midpoint here. However, since you're already so low towards the floor on the bigger term, the weekly and the monthly, look at it like this, and then look at how much of a jump you did. So yeah, the market honestly could run, you could literally erase yesterday's move with just today's move, and you know what? You could do more today. You can go up higher. In fact, that's probably what they might do here, if you think about it. Because I've been wanting them to send this into this high for so long. Yeah, I'm just waiting. And now I have my monthly plays. And it was a lower low. Oh my goodness. I am very happy. I'm almost as happy as I was when we got that 5,000% win. I want to see if we could reach a level that's past that. Because most of these trades here, they're about 5,000% wins. Like, think about it for a second. This morning you opened up at 650. The next call option that we could have bought was going to be 660 in terms of being $60. Basically the opposite of what we said this morning, right? Because in the morning we talked about playing puts first because we wanted it to fall into that little range, fill that little gap from yesterday. Once it filled it, we were like, all right, boom. Now it's upside time, and the market's just ripping up now. So it's just two easy concepts. You could just use those for next time whenever you're trading. Try looking for gaps and wait for it to fill, and then if it fills the gap, then boom, get into calls. Make sure it's like 2 days out, 5 days out. Try to not get a 1 day because those shits, I'm telling you, sometimes the market is just annoying. For example, if you bought a 5 day on Wednesday or on Tuesday or Monday, remember, our contracts expire today, right, everybody? I had 670 plays, 670 calls. That's what I had that expired today. And I bought around 25 of them. 20 accidentally. I thought it was for the next week after that. But then I bought 5 for this week. You know what ended up happening? You ended up going up 40, 50% right here, right at the top. We sold it. It then went up to like 70, 80%. And look at where those contracts are now. You literally crashed all the way into the floor. So what we did yesterday was we basically were buying those contracts for up here again. We bought them down here. So we bought some here, here, here. Some of them are still down, the ones we bought at the top. But because we averaged down, I mean, yeah, we're literally, if I show you what my SPY account looks like right now, 14%, 23%, 21%, 7, everything is up. Every single option for SPY is literally in the sky. And Target is up as well. How the hell is it up that much? What? Did Target run up here? Oh my god, look at Target. You ran up $5. That option for December 2026 that we paid $750 for is up only 23%, but it costs $730, $750. Right now you're at $913 each for Target. So again, I want to make back everything I lost on Target from holding those September plays. I lost around, I think it was 300 from Target because we bought them in like February or something like that. We bought them early in the year. And it turns out it did not care about the holiday season. So everybody, we are going to have to go back to the drawing board on Target. We're going to have to write about the fact that we were playing Target because we thought around the holiday season, because of the deals, because the CEO trying to structure stuff differently, that we were going to have a lot more opportunities here. And yeah, it's just not activating no type of upside right now. So what I want to do with you guys here real quick is let's just go look at the chart. Before I say another word, this gold chart looks so good. Look at this gold chart, everybody. Look at this. I can see that. You see the Dorito? I know I'm not the only one. Let's take it. Yo.
That was good. That was good. I should be like one of those sound effect people, bro.
The damn background. Oh man.
Nah, you know what'd be fucking hilarious? You in the movie theaters and you just trying to bust down on some chips. Opening the bag be like the loudest thing. Everybody looking at you should be like
Fucking that shit next to your jacket and shit.
you trying to open a bag of chips in slow motion.
Oh man. So look at this right here, right? Gold, it looks like gold wants to run up to here. That's the next target on like the bigger picture. So like meaning if gold wants to break out you got to go through this first, which means you're going to have a couple funny reactions here. One of them is going to be breaking above. The next one's going to be holding either inside of it, on top of it, or just shooting up way higher than it, and then listening to this arrow. That's why I drew a faster one. But here's the problem. When you do a quicker trend faster, like let's say if gold takes this sweet ass time here and it does what it's doing now, and like let's just say it falls down lower, then it goes down here, then it starts slowly climbing up, then it hits this finally, then it starts going lower, right? And then towards like February or some shit like that, it hits like 3,700. If it could do that, I promise you, by the end of 2026, gold will hit around 6,000 to 7,000. It just needs to do that right here. You need to maintain structure. It's like imagine those cars you used to have when you were a kid and you used to roll them back. And every time you roll them back, like before you let it off the floor, you grab the wheels so it doesn't spin yet. And then you put it again on the floor, then you roll it back again. And then you're kind of like building momentum inside the cars, like whatever system those little toy cars use. And when you leave it on the floor and you let it go, it just shoots forward. You know what I mean? Like those toy cars. That's literally all the market does every time, every day, every week, every year. That's how the structure was built for this. That's like the most important piece of it. So, in theory, there's
Every
another
pullback is every pullback is just a reset for a faster pull up.
Yep. Well, not just faster, but every pullback is the reason for you going up. The speed is oftentimes depicted on the short term, like the monthly news and all that crazy stuff. It usually deciphers that. But the actual levels that you're hitting, it's kind of like it was supposed to hit those levels. And the news and all the other stuff that occurs, like you doing a $20 day yesterday, in most cases, yes, was because of a large, group of buyers or sellers changing the direction, right? Why would they do it? It's because they get inside data. That's one of the reasons, right? So a lot of people, sometimes they know what data report is going to come out and how it's going to speed up the market. So what they do is, with the structure that we have, because they have the same thing. It's just these large corporations, they don't understand the structure. They don't understand the code because they're not the coders. They're the traders. So what happens is it's like a language barrier. It's like me going to another country and trying to understand the language and using Google Translate. That's what it's like to look at the market and then to try to understand it. Like the markets it's one language, and then you trying to understand it is a whole nother language. So when you can kind of start to understand that language and the code that's written behind it, just due to the reactions that it's caused from the beginning of history till now, once you could see that whole depiction, that whole picture, you could then see how to make a picture that's similar to it in terms of its components. And that's pretty much all you're doing here. Now, what is the purpose of saying all this? It's to say that there was a triangle here that was before. It told you what it's doing now. Let's find it. So meaning the area that you're stuck at right now, you doing this right here, not just because of this triangle from here to here and this high, yes, you would have found this out. But I want something more specific. My brain right now just instantly started thinking about a better opportunity. So let's do something else. Let's try doing something a little bit more articulate, right? Let's use this here. Let's create a triangle. Go to the top. Go all the way to the bottom here. Let's glide upon these lines right there. Make sure I hit that line right there. Boom, like that. And then let's make sure that when I bring this triangle upwards, that we're hitting something that's part of the midpoint, right? So again, we're going to bring this up. We're going to hit that low, and we're going to hit that low. So that low and that low. So again, you're hitting this low, and that low. And then you're triangulating it with another low somewhere in here. So take this square and just put it somewhere, right? Let's say you just put out the tops of these areas right here. If you do that, perfect. You get the market gliding on this like a damn skating ramp. Excellent. That's a nice little Dorito right there. And that's kind of what I'm trying to tell you guys you could do here. Meaning, like, what's going to happen in the future, we could predict right now with this Dorito. Like, right now. Not only are we already doing it because of this high, this low, and this low, and this low, or this high. So 2 highs and 2 lows, that's a strong-ass Dorito. Let me tell ya. That's like a... I was about to say, that's like a titanium Dorito, right? You're not biting through that. So, when you do go through it, it means that there's some type of level of significance that you need to understand is currently kind of like taking place. What level of significance is that? In my opinion, it's the fact that you're at the 1/4 point. So sometimes I like creating my boxes like this, like my SPY boxes, where I just do it on the monthly, just the big ass trends, and it literally tells me what you're going to do on the 5-day scale. So when you complete that on the monthly, oftentimes I start trading 5 days and 0 days, and then I'll buy monthlies, which is why we bought them yesterday. So it kind of, like, the reason why I did what I did yesterday was because that's just like what we normally do, basically, every time. Sounds boring, sounds annoying, but yeah, it's the cool part. So yeah, Hoover, like we said before, when you bought the puts before, you were right here at number 7. You fell to number 6. You then ran back up to number 7. Like we said, you shimmied and shaked a little bit. You're now going right through it again, and now you're at the same location where your options were up. Your goal is to hit number 5 here. You're very close to it, though, so be very careful. If you go through it, you might go down to the 4th reversal point. If you hold slightly above number 5, we're just going to start running right now into a crazy high, which is what I think the market makers want to do right now, just due to the fact that everybody's thinking the market's going to drop now. Everybody's thinking the market's bearish. Everybody saw this drop, and not yet, they had a heart attack. So this is the perfect time for them to make the market run up now, in all honesty. So yeah, our calls, we're not getting rid of this until I see the market at least like 577, 580. We're just going to hold this. Meaning if the market's just going to fall out the sky.
677, 680, my bad. Sorry, you said 5.
Oh, my bad. Not 580, but like 680, yep. Yeah, I swear, the market's moving so quickly, my brain gets confused with like levels from like last year. Like it's not regarding those.
I be saying shit backwards sometimes. I'll be like, huh? They'll be like, what are you talking about, bro? I'll be like, hold on.
Nah, yeah, literally. Hell yeah. Alrighty. So, again, you hold on number 5, you're going to go up higher. You break through number 5, you're going to finally hit this first CS box, which you haven't hit yet. If we create the next zones, again, green candle, 2 green candles, bottom to top. That's how you do it. Hopefully the next one's red, so I could show you how to do that. Excellent. Red candle, how do you do it? You start at the top of the green because this is green, and then you go to the bottom of the red. You see how you're not capturing the wicks? This is not how I taught the CS zones initially, but this is the most advanced way to do them. We just showed you right there. That's information I've been hiding for weeks. I finally finalized it the past couple of days. And yeah, this is like the completed, perfected version, where you always get like a good set of buys and sells. Like right now, when you hit the bottom of the zone, that's where you want to buy. And look where the market first fell when you hit the top and you created this zone in the first place, which is kind of crazy. So when you're creating zones, it seems like you're doing it at the reversal points. Holy shit. I just realized that as well. Wait a second. Let me look at yesterday. There's no way. That was my
When it
intention when I made them, but I didn't think they were that perfect. I never actually paid attention to that. I never once thought about that. Look at yesterday real quick and create one. Holy shit. It makes so much sense now because the reaction itself is happening off of the reversal point, so of course the box would be made. No wonder. That's actually so stupid. Like in a good way. Like it's like crazy. Like, I can't even use, I don't even know a word to use for that. Like I said, the intention was to use this with reversal points so it makes your reversal points better. So, like, instead of just buying at any reversal point randomly, it's kind of like if you use the CS zones with it, you know what reversal point to buy that day and what reversal point not to. Like, for example, look at yesterday. You didn't hit number 4 to the top, right? Like, usually you perfectly hit it, or usually you get, like, right next to it. But you didn't. But when we bought and sold and played yesterday, we bought the puts right here the second time. Because we told everybody, if this market's going to drop, what's going to occur here is you're going to end up expanding the range. So what I told everybody here yesterday was get calls once it makes a new low down here, because it might stop at number 2 and 3 and then pull upwards. So yesterday, that was when we had one of our losses, was when we bought right here, and then we just averaged down pretty much all the way down, but those are 0 days. So those got completely obliterated. But the idea behind it was still a decent idea. But now that I'm thinking about it, if you incorporate CS zones, like down here, when we bought yesterday, we first started buying around number 1. So we bought at the bottom of this CS zone, which is a good idea. But again, the fail here was we should have waited for it to curl upwards a little bit and then hit the bottom and then start breaching inwards. Then we buy it. That's what we're going to do next time. So that could have saved us there, now that I'm thinking about it. That would have erased that whole entire mistake, and it would have turned it into something that was like, basically what I'm trying to say is we knew the market wanted to go lower. Obviously, you created a big ass gap yesterday. So we know about the gaps. We know you like to fill them. We know it's a possibility. We bought puts up here. We sold them by the time you hit right here. We bought the calls here. We averaged down by the time you hit here. You fell down lower. So we just continue to buy contracts for, like monthlies and a couple weeks out, all the way down to the floor. We did not play a single cent of downside. Why? Actually, no. Wait, right here. Never mind. I can't say that. I know y'all remember this. I told everybody, I was like, if it hits number 10, you're going to hold, and then you're going to run up to number 8, and then you're going to play puts going down lower. And then the same thing for number 12. Let it go through 12. Let it hit 14. Let it run up to number 12 again, which is what it did right here. Then let it go down lower. And you did it twice. But this time, when you did it the second time, it was a little bit more dangerous. But yeah. So I can't really say that we didn't really trade downside. But for most of the day, we didn't really trade downside. Like throughout all this price action here, we just got hit with the first loss, shifted into weekly and monthly buying, and then towards the bottom, continue to play that downside. Once our weekly buys were set in stone, and we made the decision that this was going to be what we wanted to hold. So now, at this point, you're above that low that we bought the last bit of our contracts at. You're consolidating at a really, nice point, at a put level. All I want to see you do is get above this level right now. Which means, yeah, it looks like this market is going to start doing something stupid to the upside. Again. It looks like you might just do what you did yesterday to the downside, but do it reverse. Like, I could see you running up to number 12 here. Maybe not above 15, and because yesterday you ran to like 20, reversal point number 24. I don't even have them on this screen here. But yeah, you hit number 24, which was crazy. So currently on target. Yeah, so those same plays, we're still holding those for next year on target, but the ones for this year, they got cooked. They got cooked. We're going to have to make back a few hundred for that. As we speak, how much is our target play up right now? It's up 24%, so we're up a little bit more. I think we were just at 910. Yeah, now we're at 933. That's a big ass bid and ask. How big is that? God damn.
How big is that ass?
No, that's what it sounded like, right? I apologize, everybody. I didn't make it sound like that. But
No, it's fine.
the bid and ask is $35.
On target?
Yeah, so it's like the nearest person who's trying to buy it is trying to buy it for 915, and the person who's trying to sell it is trying to sell it for 950. I hate when that happens because then the next day, when that shit gets destroyed, your contract goes down like 10%. Meaning this is like fake value right here is what I'm saying. This is not real value. It's not real value until the bid and ask is only a few dollars away. And yeah. Yeah, that's okay. We'll wait. Oh, I forgot. We got another target play for June. We got another 130. So those are up 26%. What's the bid and ask on this? It's not as bad. It's only $20. So it seems like the contracts... Wait, is this one further? Oh, yeah, that one's way further. That's December 18th, 2026. So it's next year, December, for Target, for just $100. And right now, you're at 80. So I'm thinking this contract currently right now is at 930. We bought it for 750. I'm thinking we could sell this for maybe... Let me see. I'm thinking we could probably sell this for around 2,000 to 3,000. Again, sounds crazy, but it's very close. That's one of the things. And if I look at the target chart, which I was supposed to look at earlier, let's go take a look at it now. Oh yeah, I went crazy talking about gold. I remember now. And then we made the Dorito. I guess we just updated gold. Maybe I'm not too sure why I just did that on gold. Now that I think about it. Maybe it means that the universe is trying to get us ready for what we're going to do in the future. But we don't know about it yet. Imagine. Okay, let's go to TJT. Target Corporation. Let's see if it hit our buys. Let's see what's going on here. Let me see something. So when you hit this, you held. When you went below this, you did fall down to puts. When you hit this, you did hold. Excellent. And then you went to the right, you ran up even more. Excellent. That's about a $9 run up. And then you hit this next target down here. Why the hell did I even put a green arrow down here? I don't even know what I put an arrow down here for. Maybe it was for this wedge line. That's what I'm thinking. Like this green line here. It's like when, that's probably what it was. Probably in the beginning when you hit this, like that's the low that it touches. I was probably thinking it was going to hit this low again. So I'm not even going to lie to you and say that this was perfect. Because for a second, I was about to say the market perfectly hit our buy and ran up. But that's not what happened here, truthfully. This was a buy I had from before regarding something else. So it's like you want to think about that stuff and remember it because you can't say that you were right about this. Even if it held at that area in the future, you just can't. You have to have something that points to this being a buy. Now, the reason why I personally bought yesterday was because of King's Point. But again, it's not drawn here. King's Point is below the last low, which is 84. Since yesterday you were below that, which was 83, I was going to start my buys, and then I was going to continue to buy as it falls down lower to like 70s. But turns out you just flipped overnight for some reason. I have no idea, but yeah. And now the next thing I want to ask you is, if you're paying attention to these highs, the first thing you're going to see is that you're in a massive compression zone. Like this compression zone, it goes from these highs, right, to these highs, from these lows to right here, and that's about 2 years, which means Target's about to start performing the next 3 to 4 year move, is what I think. Meaning you're going to start curving upwards, and it's going to start landing somewhere. I've never done this yet for companies, but I've seen it happen so many times, I kind of want to try it here. So what I'm saying is, let's see if we could use the flow to our advantage, looking at the left side, looking at the right side. Let's create like a system of chain events. Let's create like a dragged out version, like a slow version that was similar to last time, but it's kind of like more dragged out. and it touches these lows, right? Messes with them, and you start getting sharp again, and then maybe target might start running up again. So that's kind of like a bearish, but turns into a bullish, but turns into a bearish trend. Now let's go ahead and draw a part of this that ends up escaping out of here and breaking these same levels I think it's going to stop at, which is going to be to break out of here. But then again, it might get stuck at King's Point, which is before that high, right? So you might do something like this here. Flow upwards, and right before you get to the high, you might just start having some type of downside for some reason. And you never know how aggressive it might be. So it can go down that low. But as long as you can get above again, that high one more time, it's over. I'm telling ya, this shit is going to run all the way back up to here. So that's what I'm looking for right now, is the fact that most of our targets are not at 170. Most of our targets are not at 140. Most of our targets are all the way down here at $100 to $130. This is going to be one of the easiest trades we've ever had. We just need time. I don't think Target's going nowhere. I could be wrong, and in fact, I do think we should have a night where we're going through like all of Target's news and events. Shit, I might even go next to the Target next to me and check it out. Maybe if there's a manager there, I could talk to them and ask them about what they're doing for the next couple months, right? In terms of equipment, in terms of how fast do they get their summer stuff, right? When are you going to shift from winter stuff to summer? Because I know you're going to have a lot of excess, clothing that you're going to, not be able to get rid of too quickly, and you're going to have to lose money on it, which is what you mostly see, like Macy's. Like if you try to buy a summer, like a jacket, the best time to buy a jacket is going to be in January to February, because they're shifting into the the summer to like fall, like whatever, spring season. And it's like certain, we could do so much things, is what I'm trying to say. With how we think and how educated everybody here is, regardless of the background you come from, if we could just, put our minds together for this, we'll see what's going to happen here. Just like how I did it with Tesla. It's just, it took me a long time to do that by myself. So if I have you guys, shit, especially you guys are awesome. You guys know that, right? I don't know if I say that enough. You guys are literally the reason why everything's going to change in the future. You guys are the reason why trading styles like this now exist. Again, I always say it. No matter how annoying it gets. It's really from you guys. So make sure you steal all this, take all this. This is all yours. Not a single thing is mine here.
Throw it.
Besides the silo fibs. Nobody's touching that.
I'm coming for those nuts. Yo, have you seen? I think I sent you something on Instagram, bro. They're making spy cockroaches.
What?
That's how advanced this AI shit is getting. They're gonna make little fake cockroaches that have little cameras in them
For spying on people?
with little flies and cockroach. Bro, like they're gonna look real as fuck. You go and squish it, and you see like a little motherboard get all out.
Oh, hell no.
The nanotech. See, Ninja, yeah, but I guess they're just putting it out. But I just saw, I saw the post. They're making it more out there now, more available to the public. I would say, right?
So imagine what the
That's
military has.
shit. Yeah, I think the motherfucking metaverse goggles is just for the metaverse. Motherfuckers is looking through walls, fucking heat. What's that shit? Heartbeat sensors. I mean, they've been had that shit, but like more advanced now. You fucking see somebody. Yo, the drones. I forgot this one movie I watched, bro. The heat signature from the drone. They're flying over probably 5,000 feet over the house. They're still able to see how many people are in there behind walls and concrete and shit like that.
That is nuts. I didn't know that technology was to that point.
It's insane.
Like when I saw that video of the guy that he went inside the shipping container, the way I thought that it knew where he was at in that moment was not because of heat signature. But if you're saying that technology is that powerful where you could see it from that far above the house, I could see that. Where literally through even metal objects, you could potentially still see the signature of it. I thought it was just the way Tesla does it. Like the way Tesla has their autonomous cars. Like
Yo,
for
look
example,
what culinary said.
you said thanks for
He
the
talk,
what?
he talk about the nano roach.
Oh my gosh. Shit.
Be like, oh, don't mind him. He live here now, for real.
Shit, but to ruin shit. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I thought it was like the Tesla cars where if a car like the Tesla car records a car next to it, it saves it on the memory, and its AI system is able to actually kind of like project where that car is going. Of course, they have real life camera systems that are replaying by like the nanosecond in terms of like decision making and like what's out there. But sometimes when the car is like hidden and you can't see that car no more, in the newer updates with Tesla, you can now see that car still, even though you can't actually see the car behind the other cars because it saw it before and it knew it was there. Because it's
All right, so tell me this: do you think that Tesla is also using those cameras to monitor human, um, like redundancies, basically, like things that we like the way we open the car door, the way we walk to the car, and he's probably using that to create his robots when they go into the shop and download the data from the car for an update.
you literally just explain how he's been doing the robo guys. Yeah, that's pretty much how he did it. He used the real life augmented systems that he got from the Dojo network. That's what Tesla's autopilot software is called. It's called like the
Hmm.
Dojo software. And using his Dojo software, he create. Well, here's the thing with Elon, he destroyed his software, and all his investors hated him. He destroyed it in 2021 to go from lidar to camera vision. Because the whole industry right now, the reason why they can't catch up to Tesla is not because they can't catch up to Tesla. I mean, it kind of is because of that. They don't have the same want. They really don't. Besides China, insanity. But when it comes to people wanting to build a company better than Tesla, the problem here is that like the redundancy behind just their software, it was like very redundant. It wasn't proper. A lot of different attributes had to be sped up or fixed, and when they created Dojo, bro, they fixed everything. It was like they skipped 10 years of evolution and they brought it to the cars now. The problem is most of the industry is all lidar, which means besides Waymo with that stupid ass camera on top,
Yo, I
lidar.
seen that shit in Yonkers, bro.
Yeah, like
There
that.
was this there was this one video online. Sorry to cut you off. This dude, like I think it was like a crackhead in California. He jumped on the car and the car stopped driving. And the guy's like, "Bro, get the fuck off the car. I'm trying to go somewhere." And it wouldn't drive because the guy was just on the windshield.
Nah, that's funny. Hell yeah, that's. I remember I was watching this one video. The shit was taking a guy in circles. He was supposed to go to the airport, and he was like going crazy. He was mad tight.
Yeah, I'll be tripping, bro. I miss a flight because my
You said I'll
robot
be
taxis
dizzy.
just popped a perk.
Yo, but the reason why their systems do that is because they're not trained. They're lidar. They're like radar. They use Google Maps and they try to integrate that stuff, but why are they doing stuff so backwards? Just straight up, how does a human drive with eyes? Okay, so use a camera system. They could see a camera system. They could tell difference. They could not difference, but perspective. They could tell distance. Is what I was trying to say. How do you do that? I have no clue. Apparently, his engineers found out, and it turned into a more advanced system than lidar, which was. It's still very powerful. In my opinion, if I'm being real with you guys, I know he took it out because he's trying to make the cars cheaper for their company's margins to be bigger. I know why he did it in the short term. I think in the future he's going to integrate it again because lidar is useful in certain instances and in certain scenarios, but in terms of it being the main system a car should fundamentally drive by to be autonomous, hell no. Absolutely not. But yeah, and then he integrated that into the human shits, the robots, and then that's why he's not going to take a long time making those robots. In fact, it's crazy because now all he needs to do is focus on the actual training of the robots, because the system is already in place from Dojo, and he's just being really quiet with it. That's the reason why Tesla's, first of all, swinging to 400 in the first place, is because of those robots. Because it's not supposed to do that until you hit certain figures that are part of the vehicle deliveries, as well as energy, like battery storage that he's delivered. He's not going to hit certain figures in terms of Tesla's price. Like let's just say right now Tesla is worth, how much is it worth? I don't even know, like 400, right? 400 times the last split, which was, how much was it again? 5? No,
I
3 for 1.
don't
It
know.
was a 3 for 1. That was a 5 for 1. So Tesla, you got to times it by 8. That's the actual price of Tesla right now. So 400 times 8. Once you get that price, the next thing you're going to do is you want to start thinking about, where's the peak supposed to be? Well, the peak on Tesla was supposed to be around 50K to 100K. So right now it's currently, if you multiply it, 400 times 8, it's at around $3,200. In my honest opinion, Tesla needs to deliver around close to, at least, they need to start delivering around 10 million vehicles, a year. And as soon as they get close to that target point, because their goal is 20 million. Once they're around 10 million, half of their goal, their market cap should be at least 2 to 3 trillion. Just due to the vehicle deliveries, just due to their car business. When you incorporate other factors such as energy, such as the human robots, such as, what else you got? The solar company, which is, I guess, still part of Tesla. But, like, all these different attributes. And you know what's the craziest part? He's actually making more money with the energy than the cars right now. Like, the energy margins are, like, literally almost 50%. He's, like, having a 50% trade every single time he sells, his solar stuff. That is insane. Like, that is mind-boggling, because most of the industry sits at like 10%. And just so you all know, with cars, most of the industry is close to damn near being negative. They're like making $300, $200 per car. Some make a little bit more, but yeah, nobody's close to Tesla. So can Tesla hit 100,000? Is anybody close to it yet? No. How many years has it been? From me starting to, make these statistics and run these numbers, it's been 5 years. So it's been 5 years, and there's still nobody even close to where Tesla's currently at besides China. Are they going to allow Chinese vehicles in the US or in other, NATO countries? Most likely not. Why? Because they're going to say China's spying on them. Are they going to allow US vehicles in China? No. Why? Because China's going to most likely say that the US is spying on them. They're going to keep playing this damn same game that they've been playing since the beginning of time. And the one reality I want you to think about is Tesla in China? Yes. So Elon did something that is very, very challenging to do. He did something that was almost damn near impossible. And I don't know how long China's going to let him stay there to do that, because the reason why they wanted him there was, we all know, they were going to take his technology. That's what they did. Once the workers started working there, that's it. That's why all these other companies started blowing up out of nowhere, like Xpeng and all these other crazy car companies. They started really blowing up after Tesla opened up their factory over there, because now their workers understood. That's how I think about, certain countries, as if like they're a hive mind of, crazy, like, planned out people. And you got to do the same thing. So I think Tesla's prepared for that. I know Elon didn't just do that for no reason. He has something he has up his sleeve when it comes to the car business, because right now it's not doing good. I don't like the way it's taking shape, the way he's talking about the cars. There's no thrill behind it no more. There's no more shit talking upon it. Now he's focusing on the autonomous stuff in terms of that car. And he's not talking about the cars that first gave him his investors, which were the Roadster and all that stuff. So you have a certain hate and love relationship when it comes to Elon and his core investing crowd. And it's one thing for your investors to talk shit, but then it's another thing for the people who are investing into your company since the beginning to start talking shit. And that's what's occurring a little bit more now. So, I mean, yeah, I think Elon has something up his sleeve. I just don't know. Because with Elon, he's like a black swan event himself. You just don't know when he's going to make his decision. I can never be, like, right on point with it. He's just too random. But I think Tesla could end up reaching by the end of 2026. I think we'll start touching the 500-600s. I think so. Because I think now the robo-taxi stuff is going to be more finalized. The robots are going to come out. So what we should do here is, when we start trading on these prop firms more, now we have an ability to come up with this here. I'm looking for blue chip companies or anything that's on the S&P or anything that has a lot of potential, and I want us to start investing into it. So if you guys want to help me with this list, so far we got 5K into a space company, 5K into bioengineering for the next 20 years. This is something that you're going to give your kids. This is something that you're going to hold for a long time. You're going to hold CRISPR for a while. And then we're going to find another company that's like CRISPR, that's in the biogenetic engineering field, and we're going to build upon them as well. When we're at 55K, I would say, honestly, we could start buying some Tesla. So I would say it depends on what Tesla's price is at. But at 50K, I would say, yeah, definitely hold some Tesla. Because once they start giving dividends and you have these cheap-ass prices, you know, like from 2 years ago, imagine in 3 years from now, your position multiplies by 10 times. Your cost average is extremely low. You're paying less taxes because with stocks, you pay less taxes over the course of, you know, a couple years or just a year if you just hold it for longer than a year and you don't sell it the same year. Your tax bracket, you know, will drop. And that's kind of what you want to do here. It's kind of like a nice, cool, streamlined, easy way to invest and not get screwed. And yeah. So I just don't know how much we should put in it here. I'll probably just say 5K. 5K into Tesla. What companies do you guys think we should buy when we're at 70K?
I was thinking, because I remember we used to talk about like quantum computing and also like space. So anything about like Rocket Lab or quantum computing, like QUBT.
Yeah, let's take a look at the quantum sector that we have. I think we're done here with Target. We don't got to draw nothing else. You guys see my ideas? This is like the main idea, which is to 140. The lower idea would be you run up from here after hitting this low. You hit that 100 high. We go in the money, and then you literally just crash out the sky. Let me draw that better. You go like this. And then you just start crashing to one of these lows. And you might hold here. If not, crash to one of these lows. Hold up here. If not, you're going to go all the way down to the bottom of this weekly box since the beginning of history. And you're going to start holding that like somewhere down here. So like somewhere down here. And then you're going to really be explosive. So, yes, this is more of like a middle trend. More of like a middle term jump on the yearly. If it was higher, I would have said this is more of like a weekly trend to like to a monthly. This is like a midterm, which is like a monthly to like small term, almost long term. Down here is like a long term trade. Up here would be a long term trade towards the downside, is how you want to think. So when we're over here, this is when we're thinking about getting puts on target for it to fall back down to here, which is the midpoint. And then if you go lower, which is like around here, you're looking for calls to run back into here, which is the midpoint. That's all you're ever looking for. Anything extra is going to be the cherry on top. All right, so let's go to quantum. We have a nice little section for it right here. Computer and technology. I think I have a section just for it specifically. Space, robotics. Battery companies, flying cars. Where's Quantum?
Also, a Circle Internet Group. You know anything about them? They're in the technology service.
I heard of that before.
They were really popping off before. I seen them. I remember when we were doing the paper trade competition for Mumu,
Oh,
and people that shit dropped a whole lot, bro.
what was the
It was
ticker
trading
again?
at what? It's a CRCL.
What you were saying? Like it dropped out the sky.
Yeah, dude, it's like a big ass Dorito right now.
You want to see something cool? Let me show you. When
Let's
it
see.
IPO'd and it was going crazy, I had a few members that were part of the Discord. Two of those members were Beast and Meech. Nicest people, some of the nicest people I've ever met. But I think they literally threw in everything in this. I think they had an issue with this. And what I did here was I told everybody, it's going to fall. It's going to collapse. I think we should start playing, X downside. So if you look at, what occurred and what transpired this year, I mean, it was wild. But look at where my thing says to buy puts. This is the same style that I've been giving you guys. This is DART, pretty much. But yeah, the reason why I knew it was going to fall is because it's crypto winter. It's time for winter, everybody. Which means crypto's going to crash.
I want to at least be able to buy one Bitcoin this year.
I'm telling you, you're going to be able to buy.
I'm saying this year. This year. This is my first
Oh no, you
year.
don't want to buy it this year. Hell no, don't buy it this year.
I want to buy it cheap. It's gonna go down like 40K.
It's at like 80 right now.
Right now, bro, it dropped to 80. What in like 2-3 weeks?
Not yet, but the drop is supposed to take place over 6 months. That's what I'm saying. So let's look at the top, right? Because that's how I timed it in 2021. And I'll be honest with you guys, I don't want to say this because it sounds mean and a little bit over the top, but
who cares?
Honestly, like if I could think of this when I was 21 years old, let me be real with you, and I was a dumbass back then. I did do a whole year of charting and a whole year of making discords and adding up information and searching up, income statements and balance sheets but again, in terms of the actual trading ability, I had no ability. It was more random than anything. The only reason why I kept myself alive was because I used to understand how to play momentum. That was it. So when it comes to like these crazy ass plays, like I said with Circle, do not trade companies. Literally every single company that IPO'd that was crypto based in 2021 turned out to have the trend turned out to be the same exact thing. I kid you not. Everything did the same thing. The only thing that was the
MSTR just like that then.
Exactly, yeah. MSTR is the same thing. Like people being shocked that Michael Saylor is selling his Bitcoin off. Like, oh my goodness, what are you doing? Like that's supposed to happen. It's what happened last time. But that's what I'm saying. Like, so big money, they know the events that happened in the past, so they know what's gonna happen in the future. Small money, but they don't say it right away. Big money doesn't say it. They don't mention it. They say it in ways where it's all numbers based and statistics. Nothing is like foreshadowing, kind of like how Elon does it.
Everyone knew they wouldn't make any money.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like they don't want to say nothing because Michael Saylor, yeah, he's just like the person from AMC. I don't like that guy.
I don't like that guy.
I don't like that guy. The way he talks about crypto, he talks about it like he's some like crazy ass like what do you call those people? Like those groups of people who like be in the woods and like they're just absolute like I don't know, like they create their own society type of thing. I don't know, like it's weird. It's like that episode of SpongeBob when he was trapped in that damn temple with all those people that were praying. He couldn't leave. It's like that. You literally get trapped, and that's why you can't go with people like that. You can't attach yourself to people like that. That's why even Tesla, I love Tesla, but I'm not gonna sit here and tell you buy Tesla, buy Tesla, buy Tesla. And that's the reason why I don't watch all those YouTubers. because all the ones that I watched to understand Tesla and learn it, that shit's at 400. They're like, buy. I'm like, are you stupid? No. You don't buy something when it's high. Let it fall. But they're just saying that so other people could buy and they could buy in cheaper. Everybody does it, no matter who they are. There's not a lot of people that are ethical. The only person that I've seen that has done the complete opposite and still catch fire for it is Elon. He literally tells people like ahead of time what he's planning on doing. You could see what he's supposed to be making from filings. So like if you could tell that in Elon's pay package, he's going to make a certain amount of money if Tesla makes a certain amount of money by a certain time. I think we all agree that if I was being told by my investors that I would be given $50 billion or $100 billion straight up, just like that, if I accomplish certain things by a certain date, I promise you my whole soul is going to be driven to do that. So I know Elon, he's going to make it happen. He's going to accomplish it. When the stock is too high, what does he tell people? This shit is too high. And what do people do? They buy it up even more. Every time it's like, bro, like, what is this? It's so ridiculous. But that's like the reality of it. Elon's on the one side of the pendulum. Everybody else is on the other side. Just because Elon's on one side doesn't mean he's the good guy. That's not what I'm saying. Just because those other people are on the other side doesn't mean they're the bad guy. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is just this pendulum of understanding and conscious thinking, he's on the other side of it. And there's not many people that are there with him. Again, the whole purpose of me bringing this up is to state that when you see people that talk like Michael Saylor, this is just so you can understand, you avoid them at all cost. Because there's no legitimacy to it. Do I see McDonald's using Bitcoin right now? No. Well, who's working towards that? I don't know. Well, that's the problem. We got to start figuring out who's working towards getting certain things done, because if we knew, it would get done then. Because that person now is going to be held accountable. Now, there's nobody to be held accountable right now. That's the reason why these lunatics like crypto. That's it. Because there's nobody to blame. Satoshi, he's gone. Cough, cough. I think we all know who that is. But it's besides the point.
The GOP.
Now, yeah, literally, we already know who, like, what's going on here. They can keep dragging this out for as long as they want. I'm sure other countries understand it. There's no way other countries don't. They're just playing along with it as well. And yes, can this have legitimacy? Yes, it can. But until I see this shit in the most basic of stores where even the homeless guy is asking for a Bitcoin or he can use crypto, then all right, then I understand it. What do homeless people ask for? Change and dollars. Why? Because that's the most usable form of currency. So all I'm trying to say is when it starts hitting all layers like that, of course it's not going to hit them first. They're going to be like the last group that gets hit. If there's still homeless people by that time, right? But yes, the people at the bottom will get hit with it last. But in terms of the people who are buying into it, does it have legitimacy in terms of it being something that's potentially good in the future? Like, can it be a good investment is what I'm saying. Can it turn into something that changes people's lives? Well, everybody, it already has. But the funniest reality was it has based off of people thinking that it could. If it does, that could will skyrocket. This shit will be so valuable. I agree. It will be like gold. If that does not happen though, and there's some type of deviation from this crypto stuff going into the future, whether it's politically, whether it's, I don't know what it is, but anything that has to do with like politics or the world, if they don't change something soon and they don't actually start building these smart contracts with Ethereum and doing all this other, metaverse stuff, if there's not another explosion like how there was in 2021, there's not going to be another explosion going into the future here. It's just going to be off of what could happen, not what is happening. And sooner or later, what's going to, happen is it's going to rotate to zero, pretty much. So there's a certain time that these people are going to hold Bitcoin. I mean, the diamond handlers, they could hold for as long as they want. When the big dogs get scared, it's over. When they get scared and they pull, that's the only reason why there's structure, why there's a floor. When they remove all those floors in that building, you're going straight from the top to bottom. And you're not going to understand what's happening. So it's better to kind of plan it happening before it does happen. Even if crypto, again, turns into be the best investment in the future, right now, this is a complete, it's a complete anomaly. I wouldn't be putting too much time or money into this stuff here. Unless it's at bottoms like Circle. Like this right here, I can still see Circle going down to like 30 or 40. Which means if I buy a contract right now for the future, they could literally wipe out my whole entire account, even though this thing fell back lower than the IPO price. If they want to drop this down lower, they could still basically shock my whole entire account. So if I'm going to buy something here, I'm going to buy it for at least 2029. If I can't buy something for 2029, like an option, no options. If I could buy the stock, well, then buy it and hold it for 2029. I could see this running back up. If it does what Coinbase does, and they get their shit in order, I could see this running right back up to like 180, 210, and then maybe higher. Like 350, 400. It's definitely a possibility.
Yeah. So I was just saying, check SPY out real quick. My bad.
Dr. Spy, you hit number 5. After you hit number 5, you then perfectly fell down to number 4. Let's go check these boxes over here.
I'm selling my contract. I'm up 30%,
Excellent.
33%.
See,
I'm out of there.
There's something to learn there, everybody. You saw when he bought. You heard when he bought. He bought right here, exactly where my cursor is. At exactly 11:55 a.m., he held through here. He held through here. He held through here. It finally made the move that we know was possible. And now he's selling his contracts for 30%. Do you see how, if it would have happened earlier, well, he would have made that percentage, he would have made like 50, 60% if it happened earlier. Since it happened later, he got a smaller percent. So the first thing we want to think about now is the market might be slowing down even more here. So if you're going to play upside, just be very careful. Understand it might take the whole day. So you got to get extremely close with your strikes. Because again, it's already 1 o'clock. But if I check the strikes out, I believe they're still pretty expensive. But by the way, make sure you guys understand that. Like when you look at SPY calls, like 2 strikes out is only supposed to be $60.
Yeah, that one I told him. I bought in the money.
Exactly. And you went in the money, bro. Wait, what did you get in the money? 660 or 661?
660.
Okay, let's go check those puts out. So 660 puts they hit a low of 130 right now, and they just skyrocketed all the way back up to 190. So that's $60. In terms of your
Premium.
I
Bought at a premium.
30 to 40, yeah.
I think I paid like almost 200, maybe more. Let's clarify. Checking history.
Current price 280. Oh yeah, you got an even closer strike, yeah.
Yeah, I paid 220. Sold for $304. Profit 84%, 38%.
Yeah, that's excellent.
Time bought 1 o'clock on the dot.
You bought this at exactly what time again?
1 p.m.
1 p.m. Was that new?
No, I bought it when we were literally talking about it. You were like, "All right, this looks like a perfect price thing," and I saw the confluence.
I thought you bought the first time we mentioned it, like all the way over here at 12 o'clock, like a whole hour ago.
I did.
Oh yeah. Okay, so you bought here and then you sold down here, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you see how like at 12 o'clock, like there was a large move that led up into 12, and then now you're kind of going away from that middle of the day area. So kind of like towards the end of the day now, going into 1, you're kind of collapsing into these ranges at number 4. what I would think about is just looking at the size of this first candle down here. I can see this consolidating down here and falling to like number 3 or 2. If it can fall to 3 and 2, be careful, of course, but I do think that we can actually play calls going back up to number 5. You could play from 4 to 5, but it's a smaller trade. If you guys want, you could do that right now. Like, let it come down a couple more seconds here. That first 5-minute candle, though, is kind of like the primary one you would want to buy the calls on number 4. So yeah, if you're going to buy it again when it comes back down, just be careful. Because the second time it comes back down, you might be coming down with the next candle.
I said I'm stepping out.
Yeah, just be careful here.
See everybody in a little bit.
Stay safe,
Talk to y'all on Sunday. We're going to hit on some futures. Funded accounts getting funded and funded. Know what I'm saying?
Come on now. There we go.
The next time,
everybody use their Express account during the day or at 12 a.m. at night. So do not trade 12 a.m., 4 a.m., or during the day. Unless you're trading like a crazy ass reversal point like number 7 or number 12 or 8, then I will let you guys trade your Express accounts there, because I know there's going to be a crazy ass win on the other side of this. But I'll see you in a little bit, Hoover. Again, enjoy yourself, be safe. We'll talk, brother.
I'll just double look what I posted in the chat just so I could come back to what you were talking about. Don't trade 12 a.m., 4 a.m., or during the day unless crazy ass reversal points on futures.
Yep, that's it.
Roger that.
Let's
All right, everybody. Stay blessed. Make some money. See y'all later.
Come on now. All right, everybody. Let's take a little break here. Today was so amazing. You know what's crazy? I feel more at tune with the universe when I have days like today, where it's like I didn't take any 0-day trades, right? But the fact that every single one of our ideas are working out is like, this makes me so happy. Like I told you guys, let the market run up higher and then we're going to get puts overnight. So it's kind of like there's so many things that we say that end up turning out to be the exact scenario. Not something that's opposite, not something that's different, not something that's similar. Sounds the same, but it's not what we said. It's like literally every single time we say something, it occurs that way. So this is something I want you all to pay attention to, because, again, the days where it doesn't go our way, because sometimes it does happen, of course. Again, we're not perfect. Never were, never will be. Till death, this is a game of consistent just evolution. And that's it. That's all you're doing. You're never going to be perfect. So, for tomorrow and for the next couple days, once you're at that low on Monday and Tuesday, we're going to buy at the bottom. Same thing as today. It's going to look very similar to today, but you're not going to have any consolidation like today. Unless they're trying to shit on, the market, let the news come out at like 2 p.m., and then everybody buys the market up at 2. I started noticing, for some odd reason, all the days that the market had a crazy, trend to the upside, it would consolidate in the beginning of the day. Kind of like today, but like more bigger than this is what I'm referring to. So, yeah, we're just going to trade those crazy reversal points with the futures. We're about to start trading on the Express account. There's about enough of you that passed your combine now for us to literally take this to the next level. I told you guys this already, but do you guys know how happy I am that so many of you passed your combine so quickly? I don't even know what the hell happened. I know we were doing a lot of work. We were charting all the time. We were here late nights the last 3 weeks. But I knew you guys could do it. Of course I knew. Yes, I didn't doubt you. Not even for a second. But the speed in which you did it from me mentioning it to you was something I've never seen be done in this Discord before. Ever.
It's your fault.
You said it's my fault?
It's always the teacher's fault.
Oh my god. Yo, it's so crazy though, because I'm just like, bro, it's like fireworks. It's like literally, I turn around, I'm fixing something on the damn tabletop. I turn around, it's like damn fireworks are getting sent up into the air. I'm like, what is happening? I left you guys unattended for 1 second. Everybody's in the air.
Exactly. Exactly. You let the dogs off the leash.
Yeah, that's just so awesome. I swear. Because, yeah, if I'm going to take out 100K or 50K by the end of this month with this prop firm account, I want you guys to be able to take out the same amount. We're not waiting for next year. You're not different than me. You don't deserve less money than me. In fact, you all deserve more. Why? Because that's what it truly means to love everybody around you, is to always want them to have more regardless. So yes, I do think you guys deserve all this capital. We've been through a lot of trials and tribulations, all of us. Anode's a little bit new here, but I'm sure we're going to stress him out going into the future. In terms of Danny, Johan, Monta, Sherman, and Culinary, I appreciate you gentlemen. You know, we've known each other for a long time now. And you guys are becoming like diamonds in the rough. It's literally what it feels like. Every single time you feel like you're not enough, what do? You fix it. You don't tell me I can't do this. It was a reason. It was an excuse. That's never the case with you guys. You fix it. You fix it, you fix it, you fix it, and you guys kept fixing it. And you guys continue to fix it. And having a decent, performance like how I have been having, and to have you guys be able to do that, I'm not going to disrespect you guys. So, yes, going into the next couple weeks here, you're about to see me up more than you've ever seen me. I'm talking about whole entire days, 20 hours, 30 hours, 40 hours straight. A whole weekend, straight charting. And it's going to be the causation between us failing and being on the other side of success, right? So, yes, I think
we
you
back
gentlemen
on
are
that
ready for
again?
this. Say that again, Culinary?
We back on that again?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, it's about time now.
I gotta go get my coffee and my no dose.
Telling you, bro, we're gonna, just like January last year, I'm gonna start it earlier this time. And this time, it's not gonna stop. That means every weekend, for at least one of those weekends, I don't care if I'm out the country. That's the reason why when you guys look at my schedule here, the first thing it says is Discord trip class. That means if you guys come to these trips with me, let's say we make 60K by the end of the year. January, you guys spend 3 to 4K and you go with me to Hawaii so that we can have a little trading session with some of the people that are there in Hawaii. Saturday and Sunday, straight classes. The whole day. Straight classes. We'll go to the beach, but straight classes. We'll go out to, a hiking trail. But while we're on the hiking trail, I will be teaching you straight classes. I'm telling you, the timing that we have, what we're going to do to ensure that our lives change and we become the greatest, I'm telling you, it's going to occur. It's just a matter of when and where. Is it going to be Hawaii? Is it going to be in February? But yeah, we're going to be taking these trips to not these trips, but the classes to the next level. Because the classes are pretty much done. I finished with all classes now, which means now it's time for Generation 2 of videos, which I've never done yet. Generation 2 is going to be like a 5-minute variation or a 5-minute video of me going over all 100 trading styles within just that short time period. So being able to display all of them on an Excel sheet and then cycle through all of them and explain all of them before the day even begins is something that I'm planning on doing here. because then what's going to occur is I'll be able to predict it going in a couple months in advance, just like how I did with SPY. So I'm basically going to take what I did with SPY and start overlaying it onto every single company on the S&P 500, at least the ones that are good, that we like. And it's going to get to a point where we're all going to have the buys at the bottom. Like, you know how we had Intel and Unity from Danny? Or Intel from Danny. I think I gave you guys Unity. But Intel from Danny and a couple other names from Danny. Just like how we had that. I want us to be able to have like 20 different, you know, names at all times that we can always look at, and we can always buy at the bottom, and we can always sell within a month or two, and we can always make money. Like uranium. I know that's definitely something I want to tap back into. I used to trade a lot of uranium, and it always used to just fall down a month and a half before earnings and then run up to earnings and then fall on earnings again. Buy it again in the middle, let it run up for the next earnings, sell it. I did that 6 times in 1 year for a company that started with the letter B. No, was it B? It was either DNN, Damien Uranium, some shit like that, or UUU, one of those names. No, it was by, wasn't it? It started with a B, I swear. It might have been some company with a B. If not, that might have been some other pattern I was trading with. Because when I was trading stocks, that's how I used to trade stocks. I would literally look at his history and be like, all right, every month before earnings, it does this trend. So that's weird. Now that I think about it, I've never thought about that before. I just realized that when I was first trying to learn how to trade stocks, I was always trying to use pattern recognition. I don't know. Maybe it's like the environment that creates a person to allow them to see patterns and recognize that. Like, why did I do that? I don't understand. Is it because like that was the only way for me to know what was going to happen in the future? Like that was the only out? That was the only way to go forward? It's funny because, again, this is like the qualities that you want to have when you're starting a business. To be able to hunt down that one thing that within a week, boom, now you have an investor that wants to give you 20 billion. You know what I mean? It's like you can get things done, and whatever your brain can fathom in terms of accomplishing, there's a pathway for it. Just like how there's always a pathway for the SPY turning, you know, a certain direction or doing a certain thing. Life is always going to be the same, you know, same exact anomaly, right? I also love how you fell from the put area. This says puts down from 661 to 657, which perfect, absolutely perfect. Now, like I was saying earlier, Culinary, I don't know if you were here, but I have a little testing situation that's going to occur with this Discord going into next month when it comes to people advising trades for all of us. And again, this is just to test people to see how good they become. So I'm going to let them know ahead of time, just in case if they can't be there that day. And we'll go from there. We'll do this going into January. And then when we start stage 5 is basically going to be the second I have around, because again, I'm just waiting for the people to join those other Discords. That's the reason why I'm not taking another one seriously yet, at least not too seriously. But for the options Discord, which is this one, the main one, we're pretty much at the end of the road now. So it's kind of like, just like Culinary said a couple minutes ago. I had mentioned it before last year, but honestly, there was still a little bit more work that was needed. I kid you guys not. After everything I've done the past week, there's literally nothing else. So we could have been done with stage 4, if I'm being honest, by like May, if I wasn't being so lazy. But let's try to fix that mistake. I'm gonna try to fix my mistake. I'm gonna try to level you guys up very quickly, because I know I could have had you guys be at a higher level. So yeah, I'm gonna create the system for that, the structure for it. Give me some time. For you, in terms of you guys, just try to send me some ideas of what you think I should do as part of the Discord. Like, Danny, how do you think I can make this fun? You don't have to answer it now, but yeah, like if you ever figure that out, or if you ever have an idea, yeah, just shoot it to me. Whether it's us watching a movie one night and charting at the same time, whether it's us all meeting up in person, regardless of what it is, let's build with each other. And that's pretty much all. I would say we need to build a little bit more of the community side of stuff, make it a little bit more fun. Simplify the Discord, so I'm going to remove all the future stuff from the main Discord, so you guys can't see that stuff no more. And it's going to be on the other Discord. And remember, if you're part of this Discord, I allow you to be a part of my other Discords, as long as you're part of the main one. If you're a part of the other Discords, of course you're going to be just a part of those. But yeah, that's basically what stage 5 is. Stage 5 is, it's like the last stage. It's the growth stage, the marketing stage. It's the posting ourselves on every single platform with all of our trades, all of our account challenges, all of our videos, and literally hitting the world like a meteor, like I told you guys before. That's what my plan is. So I'm like stockpiling up all the videos and all the ideas, all the psychological things that I wanted to talk about, like the idea of success, the idea of will, the idea of motivation, the idea of, you know, the meaning behind money. Like, there's so many things I want to talk about and I want to create videos on, and some of them we've done, but once we have a whole like portfolio, a whole album of videos, we're just gonna go wild. And I think it's gonna be around stage 5. I just need to make a lot more videos. I want to have at least like 200-300 more videos, because that'll be able to carry us for the rest of the year without me having to do any videos, which again, there's a purpose behind that. What's going to happen is I'm going to get lazy again, this is intentional. I'm going to get lazy again, I'm going to become complacent again, and I'm going to get very angry again. And I'm not going to like my situation, which is going to cause me to then start shooting for a greater high. Like, that's what I've seen, at least with my own patterns. I usually get lazy. I do something, I get really good at it, then I get lazy for a few weeks, I get lost in it, and then I slap myself for a little bit, wake up, and then move on to something else. For some reason, I don't know why I do this, but yeah, it's the weirdest shit. At this point, I don't even get angry about it no more. I used to be like, yo, why do I do that? Until, yeah, you realize that that's just the pattern that your body always makes. Ando, you said you'll catch up day 1 of your combine. Excellent. And especially with Ando, it's crazy because the way I taught you, I purposely didn't give you that milestone thing. At least not yet, because I'm also fixing it still. I actually discovered that everything needs to be rewritten, because milestone 1 was for year 1 of the Discord, which was when I was teaching everybody supply and demand zones mainly, not when we shifted into DARP. So I will have to create a whole new milestone, which means all milestones after will have to get rewritten. And those shits took me so long to write. So we're going to have to do it one of these days. But I'm trying to finish everything else, like video ideas, what else? Trade ideas, leaps. And once we do that, then I think we can move on to that. One thing at a time. But yeah, Ando, I'm extremely excited to see how you do here. By the way, Sherman, how's everything, brother? How we doing? By the way, Sherman, I was going to send you the combine stuff yesterday, but I decided for you, I wanted to structure it a little bit more because I want you to go a little bit further. Not because, again, nobody else doesn't deserve to go further, but because I wanted to test something a little bit differently with you. Because maybe it might help me be able to teach students in the future better. So what I created was a little timesheet. You know how we have the times you should buy options for SPY? So I want to have that structure for you for futures. Most people that are trading futures right now, honestly, they don't really have too much structure. They only have boxes and a couple other trading styles, but they don't have everything that we have for SPY. They haven't translated it yet. So I'm kind of trying to do that so that I could mitigate as much losses as possible for you. So you don't have to have you know, to go through too many different conundrums. Because I already went through like 6 funded accounts. Not fun, like not express, but like the combine accounts. I already blew like 6 of them at this point. All for different reasons. Just so you guys don't have to do it. So that's why today's Top Step account, we only made 1,500 and we pretty much stopped it here. Because this account is going to be the perfect account. So this account, there's an intention for this. It's because this one's supposed to be perfect. No losses at all. Just nice chunky wins. And we move on. Right? Not some small scalps. I'm not talking about that no more. No scalps. If we scalp here and there and it turns into a scalp, so be it. But that's the purpose of this. Now, once we finish 5 different express accounts, because now we have 2. This is going to be the 3rd one. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to make 2 more. And then we're going to have 5 in total. Once I make those 5 in total, I want to see which ones have no losses. The ones that have no losses, we're going to group them. The ones that have losses, we're going to group those as well. The reason why is because I want to still continue to carry on. Because this is, like Hoover said earlier, he made X amount and he started to lose a little bit of purpose with making money. He didn't know what was the next goal. Maybe he didn't lose purpose, let me not say that. But maybe he didn't know what was next. And for us, as long as we keep like perfecting things, trying to be perfect, trying to do the best trades, trying to not go the craziest, you know, always being able to mitigate ourselves and stop ourselves. Because if you don't stop yourself, the only thing that will is going to be a loss. So this is showing the mitigation, showing that we could be perfect and we don't got to go over the top. This is like the last level of basically trading, in my honest opinion. And I just want to show you guys it. So yeah, that's the purpose of this account. Now, if we take a loss, start another one. That's it. Document it. And then once I have a documentation, like I'm going to go through all my lost accounts, like every single account I lost, and I want to document exactly how I lost it. Because again, that's about like what, $500, $600 now in total that I lost because of opening the accounts and then opening another one and opening another one. So that's like 600 in total that we lost. So the first time I withdraw money, I want to make sure that it covers that loss and gives me a little bit of some extra chips to the side where I could just play with. Where I don't have to invest it. You know, I could go buy myself some stuff, go play with it. That's pretty much it. So yeah. And though day 1, MES, no NQ, no ES for your first combine account. Once you pass a combine account, your next combine account, you could trade the bigger names like NQ or ES, or you could trade gold. But honestly, the only lunatic that I saw that was willing to do, I wasn't even willing to trade gold for my funded accounts. I'll be real with you guys. I'll be straight up. The fact that John did that is so funny to me. It's like perfectly in his character. It's so funny. He did something extremely hard like it was nothing. He did do it a couple times, but again, that doesn't matter. You know, that doesn't matter. You're not going to take somebody's success just because they had to do it a couple times. The fact that they did do it, shit, absolutely phenomenal. That's how you should think. And that's how I think, honestly. But yeah, everybody, are you doing exactly what we had drawn when you hit the bottom? Ran up to here, ran above the 1/4 point, got above it. Now you're falling down on top of it, just like we had drawn. And yeah, remember I drew this late. We drew this, all these boxes were drawn today when you were at the bottom. And then we told everybody, when you run towards the top up here, this is when we're going to play puts again. All the way up at the tippity top. I know I said I was supposed to take a break like 20 minutes ago, but I'm sure you guys understand that I have a problem. Apparently I appreciate you guys too much or something like that. I don't know what it is. I'm forever indebted is how I truly feel to you guys, honestly. I don't care how corny and stupid it sounds. That's always going to be the case. Like culinary, always. Always,
Same.
brother. Always, brother.
Feel the same way, bro.
It makes me realize a lot about just the way people are. Because now I'm starting to realize that any one person's success was never that one person's success. Especially when you actually break it down, like, truthfully, like the actual dynamics that people don't really think about. But no, it's like,
Combination.
hell no. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a combination.
Right? Oh my god, this run up is gonna be so insane. Oh my god, this is gonna be crazy. If this runs $20 right now.
Yeah, it's stuck at the 15-minute 200. That's what it keeps bouncing off of.
I see it now. And like the 10-minute, yeah. Which is
And
also the bottom of the where it's bouncing off of right now is the bottom of November. So it's kind of funny that the 21st, exactly 2 weeks later. It's not the 14th, I know, but the 14th was on Saturday. So Friday's the closest thing to the 14th. That's so funny how they're both reacting off. How's the 15th? No, the 15th was... 14th was here. Wait a second, that's the 7th. 14th was also by this low. That's so weird. The 7th and the 14th were by this low. And the 21st is by the same low. Which means the 21st to the 28th might explode very quickly. Wait a second. And you might literally just fall right back down to 670 again. So what I'm saying is you're going to go to 690, fall right back down to 670, like 675. Which is like the midpoint of this giant ass drop that we had to the downside. So yeah, you're going to go up here, fall down to here, hold here, and then potentially run up higher. Oh my god, Spy. I got to get into this with a futures account. That's literally the only thing I want to do right now. I'm about to get into this with my Express account tomorrow. I just want this to confirm the bottom. That's all I'm waiting for right now. And I know this could gap down into Monday. So if it could gap down into Monday, it would literally put the final components on the upside for us. It's like the final green light that we need. It's just one more low. But not too low. That shit can't drop. You know, don't let it drop out the sky. Hopefully, no. We got to buy like somewhere at 647, somewhere at 648. Like around here, that's like the last place to buy calls. And if it just wants to run right now, well, guess what, everybody? We're already up. So just scale back in terms of how much money you're using so you don't overpower your long-term leaps. And when you're trading your 0 days, scalp it, you know? Just like how Hoover did earlier, when I told everybody that up here was a good place to buy puts because it was number 7 and you could fall to number 8. If we look at the reversal points, you ended up falling from number 8 down to number 5. You got a little bit of some Terry's on top, right? A little bit of extra price action. You fell straight down to 4. I then told everybody, it looks like with how this first candlestick was in terms of the size of it, it looks like the market's now going to consolidate towards the bottom of this red box. So I told everybody, when it hits the bottom of this red box, in between this box and this box, or on the lines, you could buy calls. It hit the bottom of the box, which was the CS zone that I just taught you guys how to build today. These are the upgraded ones, by the way. And you held from here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, where are you? You're basically at the top. Sorry, I was yawning. You're basically at the top now. So, since the market ran up higher and you fell down, but you fell below 5, right now this is basically the market saying, I'm still not convinced of upside yet. For me to be convinced of upside, I got to hit 8, fall down to 5, then run up higher. If I hit before number 8, fall down lower number 5 tells me that this bullishness might just be completely false. It might be a false floor. So let's go into SPY right now, everybody. And while we have these calls for a couple days out, couple weeks out, I'm looking at Monday puts. 3 days out. Yeah, I'm looking at Monday puts now. As soon as you hit 8, I'm going to buy into a put for Monday. What time is it? 1:40? I could buy into it right now. Okay, where are you at? 600. What put would I buy? Let's go to the weekly boxes. The put that, first of all, why would I buy a put? Let's get that discussed, right? So I would buy a put, in all honesty, for one reason. And again, one reason only. If the market's going to potentially run up higher, there's a dynamic where you fall down to a lower low the next day. So that means the puts I should buy are going to be around 648 here. So let's go to a 3-day put. 648s are $150. Let me see. Can I go a little bit further? What about a 645? Is that too far? Cost 100. Tomorrow morning it'll probably be worth, because we got to think about it like that. Or do we buy a 4-day so that we have 1 day on it, and then we sell that 1 day on Monday? 648 costs $230. They're so expensive. What that tells me is the market might kill value here to the rest of the day. And then towards 3 o'clock, I want to see if these contracts are still going to be expensive for Monday puts. I hope they make you stay here all day. If they could literally make you stay here and make you run up a little bit higher, this would be phenomenal. But they don't tend to do that on the first, like the second day after a large drop. You usually never hit the midpoint. The reason why I know that is because every single time you used to have a large drop, I used to buy the whole entire way down. And the next day, I would always wait for it to go up to my move, and it would never do it. And then 2 days later, it would be at, you know, even crazier low. Now I'm gone, and I lost everything. So it's happened to me a lot. That's the reason why I know about this. So if it doesn't happen, I don't want to lose too much. Because this is the first time I ever traded like this. I never even traded like this in December, February, November, nor in April or in March when you were falling. So this is going to be the first time we ever traded with this type of idea ever. And if you guys want me to explain it more after, we can surely do that. But let me just get a cheap ass plate right now. We're going to have to spend money on this regardless, yeah. It's just too expensive. So we're just going to buy this for now. And then if it drops, we'll buy some more. That's what we'll do. A 650 put is what we're going to buy for tomorrow. Costs 180. It's for Monday. Wait, what? That just confused the living life out of me. All right, we're good. We're good. Also, I might sell the 5-day contract here just so I can rebuy it on Monday. I think that's the play right here. Yeah. Let's switch sides. Switch sides for the 5-day. Keep everything else long. 5 days are puts. And then just make sure we don't put too much into it. So Monday is 3 days out. Puts 650. Costs 180. The low of today was 100. So yeah, this thing could definitely. Oh no, it's at $100 right now. So yeah, you're at the low. Yeah, so we just paid wait a second. That means these. You know what? I'm going to do two things for you guys. I'm going to have a more expensive contract just in case you guys have some extra capital. And then I'm going to put a cheap contract for you guys for the put side. Because they're actually really cheap. This is literally exactly what I would want to buy. So I would want to buy a 647 for $60. Currently it's $70 right now. I put my limit order in, and then I bought the more expensive one now. So again, I have the more expensive one now. My 666 call was up around 10% earlier. That one expires on November 25th. It is currently November 21st. The 25th is Tuesday. And what is the strike price? The strike price is 665. 665 is right up here, slightly above where we're currently at. That means if I hold it for the rest of today, you have an opportunity to potentially go profitable. Now, in terms of what I've seen from previous instances, how am I going to take this road here? Like, what path am I going to take forward? The path that I'm going to take forward here is, like I said before, I'm getting the puts. I feel like this shit is going to end up somewhere at the low again. They might be forgiving and they might just launch you right now, which, again, we have those calls. We're prepared. But yeah, I just want to play that Monday move right now. That's the on top of my mind. Okay, so we got 2 plays for Monday. We're going to sell this play. Again, it's break even. So I made no money with that 5-day call. I'm just going to switch sides here. I'm not going to take a... Actually, no, we're up. We're up 1% right now. I'm going to sell it. All right, we're good. We got rid of the 5-day. That's actually something I've never done before. Usually we would mostly... Yeah, usually we would hold it. And in this one, we're trying to buy it for $61. So let's take a picture of this. And we bought this. Take a picture of that. Oh, wait, no. That one. Okay, let's post on the Discord that we sold the 5-day. Actually, I didn't even post these trades to begin with. I was gonna post them today because I wanted you guys to get cheaper prices. Okay, so we posted them, I think, at the end of the day in the voice chat. But right now, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a little break. I like fixing up stuff when I'm going on a walk. So I'm gonna go on a little walk here. I'm gonna join the Discord with my phone to talk to you guys. And then, yeah, I'll see you guys there. So again, I am taking a little break. Oh, I forgot I never ate my food from yesterday. Fuck. I think I have to throw it out now. Oh, I just realized that. Yeah, no wonder my stomach starts grumbling right now. Yo, that's dumb funny. That couldn't have been better timing. All right, so I don't want to eat right now, though, honestly. I'm not in an eating mood. So I don't think I'm going to grab some food right now. I'll probably grab a water. And then let's go on a walk. Let's, wait. Before I go on a walk. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I don't know why talking makes me sweaty as shit. But when I talk a lot, maybe this is too much information. But yeah, when I talk a lot, it tends to make me sweat for some reason. And, yeah. Meaning, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take a shower. I'll be right back. And then we're gonna go on our walk. I'm gonna post the puts after I come out and I leave. Because I want these contracts to be a little bit cheaper for you guys. I do think the market could fall right now. But I know these contracts are a little pricey. I know they all could fall down by at least 20 to 30% here. For the puts that I bought. And I kind of want to make sure the market's not going to just do something, ridiculous here. So, yeah, we're just going to wait for this. Speaking of which, look at what the market's doing. So, excellent. You went from number 4 straight up to number 9. Wait for it to hit number 10, and then you're going to play puts back down to number 8. If it goes straight through number 10, wait for number 11, and then play puts off of number 11. I'm happy we got rid of that for something in terms of the 5-day. Okay, so On the December 19th 680 calls for SPY, we paid 460. We bought 3 of them. They're each at 600 right now. So we're up 30%, $400. So on all the SPY trades, everything we bought, if we include target, if we include everything from yesterday, what we're down on as well as what we're up on, currently today, we are up. Why the hell does it say 2,000 here and then here it says 700? I think it's like 7. Yeah, it's only like, it should only be like 700. Wait, then again, that's 3. It's 7. Nah, yeah, we're up a little bit more than that. So we're up about, from the time that we bought this yesterday, that's what it is. Okay, so that's up today, and then that's up since the time we bought this. So in total, we're up $2,500 today. In total. But from buying it yesterday, because we had to go down a little bit, we're technically only up 726 because the 2,500 is counting what we were down on, right? And guess what? You're only at 663, and this 680 contract is up 30%. That's insane. You're already almost up 100%, which means when you hit 680, if it actually does do it right now, and it wants to blast up to the top, what's going to occur here is, let me find the midpoint real quick before I speak again. Where's the midpoint? That's the top. Let's copy this box.
I got the midpoint is 663.59.
Close. It's 669.65.
Midpoint for what?
The bigger range from the tippity top 689 to the bottom of 649.
Okay.
Which is like how much is that? Like what, $40 range? I mean, yeah, it kind of makes sense now. It's just $20 above. I like how it's just 40. That's cool. So what I'm trying to say to you guys is, these contracts are up a lot already. They do this thing all the time. I kid you not. They've done this so many times to me, it's not even funny. What you want to do here, 2 things. If your contracts are for 680 and you're up as much as I'm up right now, that's a lot of money, right? It's a good amount of money. But in all honesty, yes, you can make a lot more. So what I want all of you to do is, if you're up a good amount on all the SPY calls, go ahead and literally do what I just did. I bought a put for 100 and then I bought a put for 60. 2 different puts, 160 in total. I'm up 160 on just one of those contracts I bought from SPY yesterday. I have 5 different sets because we sold one of them, right? We sold the calls that were 5 days. So everything that expires in December, we have literally nothing that expires in November no more. Everything is for December and for January for the calls. As long as your calls are like that, you can hold them. If your calls expire in November, ladies and gentlemen, I know you know what I'm going to say, and it's that you're most likely going to have to start taking profit here, even if the market can go higher, just due to the fact of what patterns could potentially play out from historical standards, is what I'm trying to say. So yes, what I'm saying, maybe it doesn't happen. The fact that my brain is thinking it, I'm just going to say it, just so I can, prevent any type of random ass event over the weekend. Because something might happen, they might just shut down the market, and then Monday it just goes right back up, right? I'd rather you guys just play with those contracts, because I know you'll make a lot more money, especially if you made money with these. So yeah, sell everything that's short, sell everything that's close, and let's go from there. And then if the market falls, boom. We have 2 contracts for puts, right? So this is how you basically become a juggernaut or infinite walking money machine. You make money with one side. While you're up on that side, play the other side, I'm telling you. Play it at the best times that you can play it. Reversal points, structure points, fractions. You guys already know the points to play from, but just wait for those points. If you started noticing the past week, it's not perfectly hitting 1/2. It goes above the 1/2, then it falls. So when are you going to play puts? At the 1/4 point, or a little bit above the 1/4 point. You see what I'm saying? You're going to play a little bit above the 1/4 point because you saw it occur like that to the 1/2 point. So use your pattern recognition abilities, everybody, to define what's going to happen next just because of what happened before. And make sure you load up on those puts. Get some puts, get some puts, get some puts. Hold them just in case this shit wants to make a brand new low. And then with the money that we make from these puts, we're going to reinvest it into the calls, which should be down. So all the calls that we're up on right now, yes, everybody, we might be down like 4,000 tomorrow on Monday. The reality is that it's not time to sell these contracts, though, because they're for next month. I want to sell them on the 26th of November. So whatever move occurs to the downside, we're just going to have to eat it, is what I'm telling you. If you bought calls yesterday. That's the reality, because this is a little bit too extreme right now. Now you're starting to reach the midpoint. If this shit hits the midpoint, I'm just letting you guys know, this is way more bullish than normal. And right now you're not too close to it. It's 669. You're currently at 664. You got plenty of time, if we're being real. You got another $5 of upside, potentially. Yeah. Literally. I just realized that. That was the one thing I wasn't paying attention to. And it's probably because I didn't make the rules for this, not to supply and demand zones, but for these boxes. I got to make the rules for them. We got to stop playing. I told you I was going to do this shit before. This shit is still not done right now. I'm about to kneecap myself in the face. This got to get done today. At all costs. Or by all costs. At all means. By all means. Whatever people say. Whatever that quote was. And remember, we drew a bullish trend here. You went above the line. I want to see if you're going to shimmy and shake a little bit below it. If not, I want to see if you're just going to straight up hold above it. Because that could be your double point of confirmation for 668. For more upside is what I'm saying. And then if I take you to the reversal points, everybody. Again, what did I tell you earlier today? Are you starting to finally consider these reversal points your best friend? Or is it just me? I love them. Let me tell you. It's like a friend that always wants to help you out. You know what I mean? That's how I look at these. We told everybody you're going to hit number 10 when you were at number 9. And we told you to play puts to number 8. When you fall to number 8, you could play calls to the upside. So let's go ahead and do that real quick for fun. This is going to be the first trade I hop into. A later trade, a harder trade. That's the reason why we're going to get it. Okay, so I'm buying a 662 call here. Again, everybody, I'm buying a 662 call here. This is a 0 day, remember that. Alright, now there's too many SPY buys, so we're just gonna slow it down now. I don't feel like buying nothing else, at least not on this account. Too many things going on here. Alright, so on the contracts I just bought for SPY, we're already up $30, 14%. You're instantly back at number 9. So if you guys would like, you could put your stop loss and just claim your percentage here. And then with that $20 we just made for free, we could use that going on into the end of today when you run up higher, and we could try to get some puts at the top, try to time those, which are again the harder trade. Why are we going for the harder trade? Is because, ladies and gentlemen, we already took the easy trade. The easy trade was the market falling out the sky and us buying these monthly calls. So now let's just focus on refining our skills while we got a money-making machine in the background that's helping us out. Get those gears turning, ladies and gentlemen. Get that clockwork. Top Step, you look immaculate. When I was looking at you last night, even in the morning, yeah, this looks crazy. Wait a second. I made a chart for this last night. Let me see. I want to see if I followed it. ES. No. Was it MES? It was MES. Yeah, look at this. Oh my goodness. I'm about to just go straight through the window. Let me tell y'all. About to just dive straight out of here. Look at this. You hear near the circle here, around 2-8. I was sleeping at this time, by the way. You ran up higher, fell down lower, hit this circle. I mean, come on. Look how many times you're just launching up. And even here, right? From the same low, the same box, straight to the midpoint. Then you slow down, fall down again, still show your strength at the bottom again, hold, yank up again, and now you're all the way up here at a specific dotted line getting sold off, which is correlating with the box that was made all the way over here in September. So having boxes from months before, like months prior, is going to help you trade the months going forward here. Just like down here. Or just like right here, right? The fact that the market fell out the sky yesterday, you would have been able to use a previous box to tell where it was going to go. Just like how we did. So yeah, give it a shot, give it a try. Let me know what you guys conclude and what you guys find. Since the market ran up to this 1/4 point, fell down to the bottom, and you're at the midpoint, what I think is going to happen here is I think you're just going to run straight up to the top. And then I think we're going to buy some puts at the top here. Me just looking at this chart. We're going to buy some puts here. And then we're going to try to see if we could play these puts going down to right here, this dotted line. Because that's exactly what you did down here. The market stimulated because of yesterday's price action. So if we're only looking for something like this, which is a compression trade, it's not even expansion. Expansion would be somewhere above this last high that you just fell from. And of course you got the halfway point as well. Get the halfway point here. And everybody, do you see how you're already at the halfway point? Again, usually you don't really tend to do this today. So if this stays above this halfway point from that top to bottom, which was yesterday to today, what this basically means is that you're bullish now. That's it. That's all it took. Mass hysteria, everybody getting angry, everybody losing money for one day, and now they're going to make everybody happy for the next week is what I'm looking for. If they just drop you out the sky right now, they're going to make this so annoying. I don't think they're going to keep doing it. They already did it a ton of times already. Like, you did it all these times. They're going to try to zip you right up to the top because everybody right now, I can promise you, most people are just going to sell their contracts right now. Because of how many times you were kind of running up and then falling, running up and then falling. People are just going to be thinking you're doing the same thing here. Especially if you fall down by Monday. I can promise you guys, there's definitely going to be some crazy reaction to the upside. If you stay below this last low. If you get lower than it, which is kind of like, imagine it like this. It's kind of like you got to get lower than September. Once you get lower than like September's high, like right around here, or July's high, you could say, like the summertime high around July, August, and September. If you could break through this price action, the stock market will crash. I promise you. Because the last time that you did that was at $600, which is exactly the goal that we're looking for. So yeah, if you pass this stuff right here, you're going to mess with this here. You're going straight to this. You might hold at the top here, might do something weird over here. You could do anything over here, right? But the idea is that you tend to cut through price action just like this because there's not that many buyers and sellers. There's more here. And like right here, right? By these lows and then towards the tops. So you can kind of see where everybody's buying if you really look at it, because they make the market consolidate. So take this box, bring it to the right. And that's why the market keeps falling down to here. Like here, runs up, 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 here, runs. There's a reason why it's doing that. It's because this is basically a buying zone. So I could see it falling down again just to be annoying by Monday, which is exactly why I'm playing puts right now. But if you just run up right now, the only thing that could be weird in terms of how we're predicting things or trying to sell these contracts, the only thing that could be weird, in true honesty, right now, is if you just make a $5-10 new low below the last low. So if you make, I'm talking about if you hit the bottom of this green box, I'm not going to be buying calls. Hell no. I don't care if that's the, here. I'm going to be waiting for this. So I don't like buying in the middle. I like buying at the tops, like up here, or the bottoms, like down here. Anywhere else in here, I'm not a fan of, because it usually just kills your value every time. It's kind of like when we bought Intel, right? When we bought Intel, it was lower than everything. It was like at the complete floor. And that's kind of where you want to buy stuff. Kind of like where SPY is at on the weekly. When you consider October and as well as a little bit of September, you're just hitting those same lows. Which means December, if I'm thinking correctly here, if November holds and you run into December, you're most likely just going to do the same thing and probably fall into this range. Which means you're probably going to be up here in December, falling down to potentially like right around here. I could definitely see something like that. Again, that's more of a bullish approach. It is becoming later in the year. I did tell everybody in April that if the market ran up to 680 by December, which is kind of wild, but I specifically told everybody if it runs up to 680 by December, which again, that's when our 680 contracts expired, the fact that we got that perfectly pinpointed in terms of where the market went 7 months, 6 months later, again, I'm sure you guys understand how we feel here. Awesome. Really awesome. Like really, 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 really good. You can't, it's like, when you try to run away from yourself because like your own success is scaring you? Sometimes like people don't understand that success or greatness, oftentimes the hardest challenge of it wasn't even the haters of the world that was built to refine a person. It wasn't the damage. It was your own doing, pretty much. It was the small characteristics that most people don't think about that mattered more to you. That's the most important aspect. So I mean, yeah. Let's keep this going. This is awesome. Really, really, really nice. I hope this market just explodes because these contracts. Oh man, you guys are gonna make so much money from this. This is literally gonna put us at such a, like, it's gonna make us go so ahead so quickly. I thought it was gonna take us to like December to make this much capital. But yeah, it looks like it might happen now. And then with this capital that we make from these calls going upwards on SPY, we're gonna save it and put it to the sidelines for when SPY hits 740, and then we're gonna play the puts. Unless it hits 710, 720, and it looks like it wants to fall like back down to 690s, like up here to like back down to here, we could play some weekly puts there. But in all honesty, I would say yeah. It's either one, wait for the market to collapse lower. Two, let's wait for this market to run back up. Three, if it runs back up, wait for this area up here to go short. And then four, if it falls back down, wait for this area down here to go long. Both directions covered. Whichever one happens, don't be emotional about it. Don't marry it. Trade it in and out and be gone. and then plan the next week right after that. Take notes, see what you can improve for next week. What did you do that was bad? For example, I bought a 650 put at that line that we currently passed above that we were holding on. That current put that I bought was $100, and currently that 650 put that expires on Monday, currently right now is at $60, which means it fell from 109 to 60. So now I'm down $40 on that one. The one that I bought for 60, that I bought it purposely for a little bit cheaper, is only down 20. It went from 60 to 40. So I want you to pay attention to that, because you got to document that every day, because it basically tells you, like, all right, we bought a contract. Of course, I do know that the market could fall tomorrow. I do know these puts are insurance, so that they don't really mean nothing to us. We're just gonna hold it and see if anything drops, just in case. But we could have bought the puts at a cheaper price, right? So like that's the crazy difference here. And remember, everybody, what did I told you? I didn't post this on the Discord yet. I just said it out loud because I want to give you guys a cheaper price when I post it, which is hopefully going to be towards the end of the day. So if this shit could drop down from $100 to like $40, oh my goodness. I could literally have you guys buy a $50, $40 contract, potentially $30, and we literally might go up 2,000% by Monday. This right here is going to be our 2,000% trade right here. In case, yeah. But we need like cheap prices. So I don't want to get your hopes up. I'm just in the background in the bushes waiting. I'm waiting for the gazelle to hit that drinking water. And I'm going to make sure we all got some food. Yeah, I love the analogies, huh? Oh, man. That's why you gotta love these weekly and monthly contracts. Everybody, these things are absolutely... I don't know, they make you... It's like you kind of know that they could be so successful. You know that they could be that good. But when they actually turn out to be that good, it's just like, wow. Even though you know it. Does anybody else do that? Like, I don't know, like, do you guys... Like culinary, when you're making your car parts, right? When you're doing the carbon fiber for the cars, you ever do something and you're just like, wow. But like, obviously, you've been making carbon fiber pieces.
Hell yeah.
Or like when you cook, you know what I mean? You make like a new taste and you're just like, holy shit.
All the time.
That's kind of how it feels, honestly. Oh yeah, also I was supposed to Hey yo, what is this? Yo, what is What in the world? That's so random. Alright, anyways. Awesome. November 21st. Wait a second. What did I just sell? Oh, that was the one I bought today. I'm like, why the hell do I have a 0-day option right now that's up? It was the 180 we bought earlier. I completely forgot about it. So we went from 180 and you went up to 313 right there, everybody. So when we bought these calls, let me show you real quick. We bought these calls exactly at number 8. Am I bugging here? 180. You went to 300. We just bought this recently, did we not? Yeah, that was 150. What time is it right now? Yeah, 150. So we bought it at around 150. I'm so confused right now. What? How did it just go up that much? I just realized it went from 75 to 300 when you went from, oh, that was because you hit number 3 and then launched straight up to number 8. And then you hit number 10. Yeah. Okay. And then you hit number 8. We bought into the trade. We're still profitable on those. I kind of want to... Yeah, I'm just going to hold this. I'm just going to hold the 0 day because what we're looking for is a jump to number 12. Because, again, we know this market could run up to 668. If it doesn't want to do that right now, we're going to let it go below number 8. Stop out where we bought it. And then we're going to try to play the downside. See if this is just going to consolidate down here. Because, again, I think the move is done. It looks about done right now. The contracts are losing value for a couple months, a couple weeks out. So, yeah, it might be done. Intel. You guys see Intel right now? We were down massively yesterday. Like $600, $700. Now we're up 10%, $230. Our strike price is $35 for the 28th of November. Currently, right now, you're at $34.80. Oh my goodness. We're about to be in the money. And we still got how many days? We still got a whole week. So let's see. By the end of today, we might get rid of this. This is a nice little snack. So if you guys want, let's take a look at Intel so you can see why I bought this. Again, this company is not at a bad location to be bought, as you all could tell. To the left, it says I was telling people to buy calls on Circle in case Bitcoin might hold here at 80 and jump up to like 86K, 90K. This could probably jump up for a couple days in a row to like 90 or 80. But let's move on. We're not really talking about this no more. I kind of don't want you guys messing with crypto plays right now. At least not yet. The next time I'm telling you to trade crypto is probably going to be in May. So for Intel, again, everybody, the reason why we bought at the bottom is because, do you guys see that box that cuts across all the price action? That big ass green box right there? That box is going to be your 1/2 point. So this is Intel's strongest level ever. Like, this is like your strongest area to be at besides being at the complete top. And yeah, we just bought at the bottom of the box. The same exact way we pretty much bought, wait for it everybody, at the bottom of this box when you were at $19. So again, that's the reason why I told everybody to buy Intel at 19, was because you're at the bottom of the box. After running above it, you then hold on it, right? You're above the box, you then hold on it, right? And you run back to the midpoint, which is going to be $37. That means we could theoretically be $2 in the money by the time this contract is done, which means we could probably double this whole entire account here. I have $2,289 into this, and now it's up $400, 16%. It's moving like a SPY 0 day, even though this is a weekly contract. So Intel hasn't really changed since the summertime when we were trading it a lot, and we were going up like 100%, 1,000%. It seems to be still in a similar just system of momentum here, where like the contracts are going down and up extreme, like to an extreme degree. Isn't that crazy that weekly contracts and for some companies at certain times is basically like a 0 day contract on SPY? But it's like you could lower your risk and just go with a weekly, but you're still having something that's as exponential, right? It's pretty cool. Okay, so our 662 call that we got earlier, that was up 20%. Again, you're dying a little bit. You're losing a little bit of value. I'm going to keep holding it here while I go into my little break. I'm going to grab some water, take a little shower, and then I might now grab some food. If you guys want to wait for that, I'll be here in a few minutes. I don't take long to You know, it's crazy. I don't know why it used to take so long when I was younger. I guess it was because it was mad cold. You just sit in the hot water when I know y'all know what I'm talking about when it's cold outside. But yeah, I don't like doing that no more. So you guys don't have to worry about that. I know some people take long showers, but don't worry. I don't take a long shower. And then is there anything else you guys want to do today in terms of certain companies? Like, do you guys want to look at Palantir again? Do you want to look at, I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. Text it in the chat until I get back, and then we'll go from there. All right, let me disappear now. As I disappear into the shadows. By the way, I zoomed in a little for you guys. I'll also make your CS zones. Let me do that as well. Here at the top of one. This is a put location, everybody. This is definitely a put location. If you're trying to get puts again, the next area is going to be 12. Let it fall down to 8. If it goes straight to number 12, it's going to do the same thing as yesterday, meaning it's going to hit 15 and fall down to 12. So the next two put locations are at 12 and 15. The next call location is at 12 after it falls from 15. Likewise with number 8. Number 8 after it falls from number 12. You got to let it go up first higher, come down, hold, and you get in.
Nobody's talking.
shit was insanely cold. Now it's like kind of nice outside. Take my glasses off. Oh yeah, I gotta search up that thing for the pets. I gotta get my pet a healthcare plan. Sounds crazy, but I gotta do that. And deal with some of these places. Alright everybody, so you're at number, you hit number almost number 11, fell down to number 8, hit number 7. Before we left, we had told you that up here at the top was a put level, just because the CS zone was created here. So of course you're now below it. If you guys want to play calls, this is a good area to play calls at now. Alright, let's focus. Let's focus, let's focus, let's focus. Alright, so we got all these for November. Text and video recaps. I could delete this now because I made a new one. Alright, and then stage 1 we fixed. Stage 3 we fixed. Stage 2 we had to fix on the Patreon. So let's go straight to the Patreon right now. And let's go find a post that we can edit and turn into stage 2. Because we already deleted the other one by an accident. Don't ask me how it happened. I don't know. Also, what do you guys think about these? What do you guys think about this? So I have, for competitions, we got to update and load pretty much all of our pictures. We'll talk about them, our experience, how everything went. The 2025 classes, as you could tell, there's nothing in it right now because I still have to fill up, you know, the whole list of everything. But I don't like how everything is the same logo. So I was thinking, for now, like I like the $1 million competition, the $4 to 1 million. We'll keep that there in the corner. And then, do you think we should just take out ES? Because I still have Euro here. I removed crypto completely. Crypto is now in the other Discord. Let me pause this damn song. I'm sorry, Travis. Not now. And then over here you have Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Apple, and Google all in one folder. So I only separated Tesla and Nvidia from Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Apple, and Google, because I kind of count all of these as being the same shit. They kind of all move similarly, right? They're more of like long-term stuff you want to hold for like 6 months, 9 months. Nvidia is kind of like something you want to hold for like 2 months, 1 month. Same thing with Tesla. And then Euro is also different. Crypto, you guys know I don't like it, so we're just gonna leave that for the other crypto server. It's crazy, but the only reason why I'm starting a crypto server again is because I know there's a lot of people who are uneducated. So I'm gonna break down every possibility with crypto to make sure that my words are still correct. So I don't like it because, again, there's no consistent updates to its usability. What if there is? Well, if I find it, I'll make sure that everybody this here is notified of that. I'll make sure you know that I was wrong. And now this is the actual correct, conclusion. But again, once I'm wrong once, the next time it might happen again. So what we got to do here is just make sure that what we say is not too crazy aggressive, but possible. Kind of like how we get a 20% SPY trade. right? We just want to make sure that's how we talk about and regard different financial instruments because, like I said, anything can happen. What if the president creates some type of crypto thing where everybody that's, in school, everybody that's in college, what if they start using crypto because of some type of political thing that they set in stone with the education system? You never know, right? Anything can happen. So with that crypto server, the purpose of it is to always watch crypto, to always keep our eyes on it, trade when we see opportunities. When Bitcoin is low, screw it. Why not buy into it? As long as it's low, I have no problem with that. Like when it was at 15K, 13K after dropping from 60, that was pretty good. That was pretty awesome. Not gonna lie. So this time we're looking for it to drop to like 30K, if not like 27, 28K. And then after it drops down there, we're gonna buy up all the meme coins, XRP. We're gonna buy up Dogecoin. We're gonna buy pretty much everything. See if we could put like 5,000-10,000 into each, and let's see if we could turn like 100K into like 1 million next time. That's like a challenge. Because like Hoover said earlier, even if you're making X amount of money, when you make that X amount of money, and you're now break even, you made every single dollar that you ever lost when you were trading. The next thing is gonna be confusion because you're not gonna know what's next. So just create what's next right now before you kind of get to that conclusion. That's like the best idea, really. So you could just flow into the next thing, You don't have to have some type of losses. Because usually, like, if you start an account and you take like a $10,000 account to 100K, usually if you don't have it planned correctly, you're just going to start taking big losses. So whenever you take a big loss, most of the time it's because you weren't planning. That's really it. Because when you plan, you tend to actually put less money. That makes sense. Like whenever I'm planning really good SPY calls on the monthly, I am putting I'm buying them as cheap as possible. So just try to think about it like that whenever you're buying. And then we have the motivation folder, right? Daily options plan, all private Discord lives. Do you guys think I should add anything else or remove anything? What do you guys think? I'm going to change the pictures today. Make sure it's all unique. Yeah, I don't really know what else we can add here.
It looks pretty good.
All right, just gotta change the thumbnails probably.
Yeah, they're cool. I mean,
like these at the top, so it's not like the same.
Yeah. That's the only thing I was gonna suggest too.
Okay. I'll probably keep this just for the classes. This logo. S&D zone chart. Yeah, I definitely wanna post all of these because like the same way I organize stuff on my Discord with trading styles, I wanted to have the trading styles here. Like imagine it just has this DARP trading style and you can see all the different variations of it, all the different generations. I think it'll be so easy to have it listed like this. The only problem is of course, I don't know how much collections I can get. Like, I don't know how I can make this look. But yeah. Let's go over here. Let's go to SPY. You're at number 5 now. So again, when you hit number 8, do you guys see how you went through it? And then when you fell down to 5 last time, you fell down before you hit number 8. Those are like the little irregularities that the market does, which is why sometimes when you buy at a certain point that you bought yesterday, you're going to have to average down the next day. It's not a bad thing, but it's to say that something is occurring that's different. It's annoying because what it means is all the work you put in yesterday, you're going to have to do it again now to come up with the next conclusion. But just follow your initial idea. Just like how we are, right? We're just following calls right now. So we could hop into another set of calls here. See if this consolidates for another 5 minutes. Oh, it's 3:30 already. I just realized that. That was a perfect low right there at 3:30. That was really nice. Again, you're looking for it to run into a new high again. So I'll give this a second. All right, so we got that done. We got that done. We have that done. We have the $4 account that's currently at 60. We're gonna have to trade with that again, but I'm sure you guys understand I don't like trading with cheap accounts in territories like this unless we're buying at the exact bottom, which is what I'm planning on doing on Monday. So Monday I'm going to trade with the $1 million account again. It doesn't look like I'm going to trade with it today. Just to be safe, you know? There's no point to lose an account for no reason. And in the meantime, we can stare at the options board and see if we can find any more $4 to $10 plays. If you guys are down with that, try to enter into something real cheap. Okay, so the top step stuff we passed. We finished that for today. Okay, so we got to go through. Let me start writing all this stuff down, actually. That's what we could do. Let's just do whatever right now seems like fun. What seems like fun right now is fixing up the prop firm section in the futures Discord. So let's fix that up right now. Just so you guys could post a little bit more specifically when it comes to certain things. All right, everybody. So in terms of saving towards 3 to 6 months of expenses, that's what I want you to do for the smaller targets. For a mid-sized target, I would much rather you guys save for 6 to 12 months, which sounds crazy, right? But it's midterm, you know. Within 6 to 12 months, that's usually when people would end up making this amount. So for the larger target, what we're going to do here is we're going to post this here, paste it, and how this is going to take place is basically, in all honesty, pay off debt with higher than 6% interest. We're going to put this for an extreme target as well. And then DCA into blue chip companies. We're going to put this over here as well. I might add more to this. It says save for 12 to 6 months of expenses. The last one over here, this is going to be extreme targets. So honestly, you're not just saving for 1 year. During these extreme targets, you're going to be saving for over 2 years. So you could say 12 months to like 36 months, you could say. So 12 to 36 months of expenses, which is 3 years. We could just put 1 to 2 years, 1 to 3 years. 1-3 years of expenses. 6 to 12 months. So over here, you're not really saving nothing. And then when you make 25K, you're going to save 3K. Over here to the right side, when you make 30K, the first thing you're going to do is you're also going to take out around 3K. So again, you're taking out 5K to invest into a company, 2K to pay off your debt, and then 3K for your future expenses, right? Like going into the future. When you're at 45K, you're going to do the same exact thing. Just take out 3K. When you're at 55K, you're going to take out a little bit more, 4K this time, right? For 70K, again, just a little bit more. You're still going to be putting 5K into companies. So you would put 5K into X name, right? And then right here, honestly, you kind of want to start paying for that future, for your future. To be honest here, you got to put a lot of money per month. You guys are going to be wasting like 3 to 6K per month at least. Normally, like that's how much a person spends. If you account for rent, mortgage, if you account for whatever expenses you think a person may have, it's going to be around like 6,000. Like 6,000 to like 10K. So as long as you guys are making 6 to 10K a month, you should be able to, again, you should be able to save up for the next couple months. Because think about it, how much is your rent a month, right? Like my rent when I move is going to be $4,800. So it's going to be $4,800 per month. That's a little bit over, I think, $50,000 per year. I think it's like, yeah, like $52,000 or something like that. So just my rent is $4K. My expenses, my bills, anything I'm paying on top, any extra accounts that I'm, rediverting money into. This is all things you need to take care of and pay attention to. So let's put 5K here, 5K here. When you're at 120K, honestly, I would tell you start investing 10K into each company. 150K, you're going to invest into, honestly, I would say you can invest 20K into a company. But just in case, so you don't find yourself needing to average down like a stupid amount, just get 15K. 200K, definitely, you could put 10% into a company at that exact point. Then you're going to be at 180K, get back to 200K, and then you're going to be at the extreme target. So now you're going to be investing into something else. So this is kind of like level 2. This is level 1. So even though you're investing into, like, you pick one of these challenges, right? So you pick, I don't know, any one of these. Boom, you pick one. Then you go down here, and you have to complete these all. One by one. You cannot get to the next step until you complete all of these. And as long as you complete them, we'll have a checkbook or like a check thing where you can check everything off. Again, because this is the first time I've ever made something like this. So I know I could improve this. We all know that this could look better. But this is not bad for a first start. Especially when the other day, it looked like this. Right? So I went from this to this, which is pretty nice. Okay, so save towards 6 to 12 months of expenses. When you're taking out 6K to pay off your debt, you're taking out 6K to pay off your mortgage. When you're taking out 7K to pay off your debt, again, just keep amping it up. Keep taking out a little bit more and more and more. But just don't OD. Because the second you start overdoing it, you're going to start realizing that you don't have enough capital to average down this one day. And you're going to get clobbered. Let me tell y'all. So when you're at 200K, 20K to invest into a company, 15K to pay off your debt. At that point, if you have no more debt, because think about it. I don't think a lot of you have more than like at least $20,000 of debt. If some of you have over 50K, you should talk to me. Again, if you have over $50,000 worth of debt, make sure you talk to me. If you have under 50K, you're pretty much at the average spot. So if you invest like this, by the time you get to this point, boom, your debt is solved. You don't got to worry about that shit no more. That shit's in the past. Do not overthink it. If you owe money, again, don't overthink it. Let's get you out of this. Let's clear your mind. Let's lessen the noise. And come on, let's get you working. You're definitely capable of changing some lives. Everybody alive today, their purpose is always going to be a gift that allows them to help people. Always. It's just different ways of helping people. So, yeah, just realize that. Make your money. Once you make your money and you feel confident, and now I'm not talking about some weak ass confidence. I'm talking about you're ready to go to war. You know what I mean? You're excited about war. Sounds crazy, but again, when you're excited about this, that's when you know you're in the right location. You're in the right spot. So start your LLC. By the time you're done with your small challenges, you have all your LLCs done. You got enough LLCs to start enough businesses for the next 10 years. By the time you finish your small targets. Investing into 30-day plays. This is something that I do want to add here as well. So we're going to add this one right here. And we're going to add this to the mid targets. Because life insurance, you're already going to be done with that shit with the small target. Actually, no, you're not. Because I had to tell you how much to invest into your life insurance policy. So this is X, this is X, this is X, this is X, this is X. Wait, that's not an X. This is X, this is X. This is X, this is X. When you're at 25K, put 5K into it. Which means that's 2K plus 3K, that's 5K. Plus 5K, that's 10K. So you're going to get reset back to 15K. So when you're at the last goal, basically you're resetting your account all the way back to like the quarter point of your account size. And once you do that, you're then going to basically build back up very slowly. So the idea with this is to punch yourself in the face just like that. Eat the hit, get stronger, right? It's like punching yourself in the abs when you're working out, right? Building that consistent fatigue, that consistent strength, that consistent idea of growth, right? Is the same thing here. You keep hitting yourself, obviously not in a way where there's not anything being done in terms of growth, but in a way where there's significant growth occurring. As you all can see, by the time you get to 25K, you're going to have another 20K in your bank account. You're going to have a life insurance policy with 5K that you could take out just in case of an emergency. You're going to have all your LLCs set up. You're going to have 30-day plays set up. You're going to have emergency funds set up just in case, who knows, maybe you want to go on a quick little trip. Screw it. I don't suggest using your emergency fund, but I mean, if that shit becomes a fat pocketbook, why not? Enjoy yourself. That money you took out was rightfully yours. That money that's in your account right now, do not touch that shit. Do not touch it. Build it. Build it. Change your life. Because if you don't build it right now, you're staying stuck for another couple years. And I know you guys don't want to do that. So, you said, how do you chat with me? Well, it depends, right? The way I go about conducting business, truthfully, is in a way where I don't want nobody to be taken advantage of. I don't want you guys to be taken advantage of. I don't want myself to be taken advantage of. So, there's two ways to go about it. One way is you go to my Patreon. You go into chats, which is right here. So again, go to my Patreon, Silo Trades. You're then gonna go into chats, and you're gonna go into the group chat, and you could text there for free. They don't charge you for anything, right? Free. Text me here. Let me know what your question is, and we can go from there. Okay? If you're trying to find the Patreon link, first thing you do, go to my YouTube channel, which is Silo Trades, and then you're going to go here, which is like the front page. Go into my links, and the Patreon link will be the first thing. And again, I'm not asking you to pay. I'm asking you to first talk to me. Give me your Discord account. We'll speak privately, and we'll go from there, all right? Just in case if it's something important, I don't want you to state your own private business out loud, you know? But, yeah. All right. So, let's go back over here. Save to 6 to 12 months of expenses. Okay, so at that point, pay off debt. So pay off. You're not paying off debt to the left side. It's only on the right side you're starting to pay off your debt, which to me means if you're paying off your debt here. Okay, so if you pay off your debt here, how much is that? That's 2K, 3K, that's 5K plus 4K. That's 9K plus 5K, that's 14. Plus 6K, that's 20K plus 7, 27. Plus 8, that is 35. And then that's 45, 50, 60K. So that's 60K in debt that this will help you cover. I don't think a lot of you have, again, over $60,000 of debt. But I think this is fine. I think we'll leave it like this. We'll let it be. Because just in case, if there's some individuals who come across this later on, some of them might be in a deeper hole than others. So let's make this so that it applies to everybody. And then when you're in the extreme section, everybody should be, 1, debt-free. 2, plenty of companies on their long term. 3, at that point, you should be climbing towards $1 million. And 4, you should be getting ready to buy dividend stocks so that you don't have to invest into this damn stock market no more. The only thing you got to do, have a X amount of capital so that you can have dividends, pay you X amount per month. That's where you want to be. That's the sweet spot. Because now you're getting paid to do nothing. That right there, that's what I like. You know what I mean? So let's work towards that as a team here. And then if you guys can think of any more extreme targets, just let me know. We'll add it here. We also got to think of a little bit more mid targets now that I'm thinking about it. Invest in today's 30-day. I mean, we could add that here. Let me think. Invest into plays 30 days out. So by the time you hit 25K, you're going to have about 20, 30, 40, 5, 48, 51, 53, 55. You have 56 contracts. 56 contracts at 25K. Logically, that is a pretty good amount of contracts. That's like that. Yeah, I would say that's pretty much how I normally do it. If I'm looking at like what I did 2 weeks ago, when I had 20K, yeah, I would normally put around that much money into the contracts. I'll have like 5 here, 15 here, 10 here. Buy stuff for 60, buy stuff for 120. All right, so that I think that is good enough. But then again, I feel like for mid targets, I kind of had to have you guys invest into companies. I don't want you guys to have X amount of extra capital and you screw yourselves. At least not for the mid section. Because once I get you guys into the extreme section where everybody has over 200K, it's a little bit easier for me to have you maintain this for the rest of your life. At least that's how I'm thinking about it. It's just how do I get everybody into a sweet spot where we're out of the danger zone, you know what I mean? Where we can finally breathe, take trips for, you know, whenever we want, not have to work. Because 100,000 is about that area, you know. Even if you have kids, 100K usually should be enough to cover. The only problem is, you know, the rent and the mortgage and all the other bills. But then again, if I think about it correctly, with the amount of money you saved from 25K, you should have another 20K, which should be able to hold you down for like another 6 months. So by the time you hit the mid-sized targets and you're starting to take out this much money, and you get to this point, okay, because this sets you up for at least 6 months, right? The small targets. The mid-sized target sets you up for at least like 1 to 2 years. And then the extreme targets set you up for like 5 years plus. That's kind of like the idea that I'm trying to think about right now in my head. So like Tesla, like a 5-year play, you know? 5-10 year play. CRISPR, Nvidia, a bunch of these other companies, I do think they'll continue to head up for the next couple years before there's a massive downturn. What else can we do here? By the way, if you're in the YouTube chat, it's crazy because you guys have been here the whole entire day. So thank each and every one of you guys. I appreciate ya. You literally even stayed here through the whole entire time of me taking a break. And I took longer. So thank you guys. I appreciate that. But yeah, if you guys have any ideas on the YouTube, let me know. What else could we add to a mid-target? Mid-target's kind of like you're not ready to really buy a house here. That's more of an extreme. Oh, we can add that to extreme targets. There we go. Buy real estate. Buy real estate. Buy real estate. Okay. And then when you're at 250K, we could be like, all right, you're going to buy a, actually, I don't really know the price of houses. I'm not even going to lie to you guys and say it out loud. I don't know them. I never bought a house before. So I would say it just depends. How much would you need really? 20% down, because some of you have jobs still. 20% down of 200K. But then again, I don't want you guys getting a janky ass 200K house. I want you guys to at least have the ability to start in the middle, like 300. 200K is not bad. But like if you could buy a house for 300K in a neighborhood that's 600K, where everybody's at, that's basically how I was looking at real estate. Looking at neighborhoods, they were like 600 to like $1 million, and the houses were like 180, 250, because that's a good opportunity right there. Location, 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 everybody. So yeah, with 200K, you could put, 250K, you could just straight up dump 50K into a house. But then again, it's going to take up too much time, and you haven't hit a number where it's safe yet. So theoretically, you would want to buy a house when you're at like 600 to 700K, honestly, because it's going to take up more of your stock trading time. You're not just going to buy a house and let that shit sit, you know? You got to sell it. You're going to be paying mortgage or whatever the hell it is per month. I don't know what it is, truthfully, but whatever it is, I think it's mortgage. Buy dividend. That's like the last extreme target. What else is an extreme target? I could say life insurance. We can add your life insurance policy, right? Because when you hit like 500K, honestly, I want you guys dumping in like 100K into your life insurance. Because then you could literally just go ahead and go buy a car that costs like 80K. And you could just straight up buy it with not having to, you probably still had to pay the taxes on the actual purchasing of the car. But in terms of taking out that money and using it, there's no taxes because it's a loan, right? You don't pay taxes on loans. So, yeah. Put that money into your life insurance. Take that money out against yourself, right? Get the car, get the house, get whatever you got to get. Spend the 50K, spend whatever X amount of money you need to spend on any business. But make sure you don't overdo it. Don't just do something for no reason, right? Meaning, if you're going to get this car, don't just do some stupid ass shit and race. Honestly, I always wanted to race my whole life. And I feel like that's one of the reasons why when I was younger, I got rid of that car right away. It's a bad habit. It's honestly a real bad habit I have. So it's like, not having a car is safer for me. But yeah, like stuff like that, right? Shit, every car I get, I'm just letting you know I'm putting a roll cage in it. Every car. But to have that money, to have that capital, again, we have to make sure that we're at a point where we can enjoy life like that. Not just risk stuff for no reason and put our weight onto other people. And again, 200K, we're not ready to really buy another extra supercar. I would say that's like 2 million, 3 million. So we're going to have another set of targets here, I think, a fourth set. And that's going to be the million plus type of set. I mean, this is extreme targets are going to kind of cover $1 million. We're going to go through $1 million to about $2 million in the extreme. And then after that, it's going to be kind of like 4 to like 10 million to like 50 million. That's going to be the bigger box down here. That's going to be buying, you know, the giant ass office buildings, the block wide size, you know, lots of real estate. That's what we're going to be doing around that time. Buying hotels, right? I think I like that. It's 6 o'clock, so it's 4 p.m. already, everybody. Let's go take a look at SPY and what it did. We're holding the puts still to tomorrow. We bought the puts at number 8, and we never averaged down on them. But what we did do is when the market ran up to number 10 and you fell down to 8, I put around $180 into a call. That $180 play went up $100 right around number 11 where we got rid of it. That $100 was basically over 60% of the value that I put into my puts. So my puts for tomorrow, for Monday, they're free. That's the idea. So again, Monday puts, free. We don't got to worry about them no more. And let's check what they're at right now. So Monday puts, currently they're down. One is down 9%, the other is down. The other is up 6%. So the cheap one is up more, and the more expensive one, the $100 one, is down basically like $13. So excellent. We literally made all of our money back. We made those contracts free. We're gonna sell this Monday, and then we're gonna sell the monthly contracts 2 weeks from now or a week from now. I love it. Excellent. Like, this is literally perfectly positioning ourselves for anything to come. Again, we got the puts for tomorrow, and they're free. Again, they're free. We already made the money for it. And we have calls for 2 weeks, 3 weeks away from now, just in case the market wants to run up a little bit more right now or tomorrow, and it doesn't want to do what I said it was going to do, which is potentially fall down to a new low. Yeah, just think about it like that. You know, I realize, I think the video that I'm currently looking at right now, switch stream, I was never actually looking at the amount of people that were here in today's live. You guys know that? I was looking at the people that were here in yesterday's live. That's why I was stuck at the same number the whole time. Oh, I was lying to myself. I got so happy. I was about to say, we got 5-10 people here the whole entire day, nonstop. I was about to say, no way. Not yet, at least. Not yet. We don't have any die-hard community members yet. Besides, I think just chills. And I think that's pretty much it for the YouTube. Which, Chills, if you're back there, I appreciate you, brother. Come on now, we miss you over here, Chills. You got to set things straight. You got to join the family. Chills is the Tesla guy, by the way. He's the only other person besides Culinary or Danny that I would suggest listening to when it comes to trading Tesla. In case you guys were wondering. But Chills, he had a war with Tesla. And I believe he's still in the battle room right now. And listen, Tesla cut off his supply chain. Tesla's trying to ambush him. Let me tell y'all, it's getting dangerous. So these next couple weeks here, I want to see if we could bring Chills back on board. I think he's almost ready. I think he's almost there. For some reason, I just think about that right now, and I'm almost certain that he's at that point. And we're going to give him the duty of controlling Tesla. Basically giving us our Tesla buys. And then we're going to have another person on the Discord, and we're going to have them focus on Microsoft buys. And we're going to get so in-depth when it comes to different members of the Discord having buys and, you know, putting it on the Discord. at one point, my goal here is I want truly. Okay, so look, think about it like this: the Discord, you got to pay for it to join, right? In order to get people to want to grow the Discord, you have to help them, right? So it's an equal relationship. Quote me if I'm wrong, Culinary. But what I'm thinking is, what if I could do something so that there's X amount, if there's X amount of people who pay for the Discord, I don't know if I could do this though. I have no idea. But what if I can give them a certain amount back, like in percentages wise, just depending on how much people are in the Discord? Meaning, the bigger it gets, the more free it would be for people who were here from before. Kind of like a system like that. Like it automatically just does it itself. I don't got to do it. I don't got to think about it. And I want to have a system for the future where it can control that. Where it's like I'm not doing nothing. Because I don't like going on Patreon. I don't like kicking people out when I invited them to the Discord for free. I don't like doing all that. I don't really want to do all that, if I'm being honest. I'd rather there be a system in place that does it. And the next thing is also to talk about the other Discord, the mini Discord. So this is what I think we're going to do here. I don't know if you guys are ready for this. Do you guys know how we do the $1 million challenge? Tell me what you think about this, everybody. Mansa, Culinary, Danny, Prime, Slug, and Ode. What if we stopped doing cheap trades on the main Discord and we continue doing cheap trades on the second Discord, the smaller one, which is cheaper? Because again, I don't want to push people to join this Discord. I like this Discord to be like a little nice, you know what I mean? Comfortable. It's like, imagine being in like a coffee shop, you know what I mean? That's what I want this Discord to be. Like a coffee shop. Cool vibes, not loud noises. Everybody's, you know, calm and collected. Everybody's enjoying themselves. Beautiful view. Beautiful hot summer day. Like, that's the type of temperature that I want for this Discord. For the other Discord, the cheaper one, I want it to be an absolute war room. I want it to be a bunch of people trying to show their worth to be able to join this Discord. That's really what I want. Yeah, Ando, so what I basically said was, what if we stop trading cheap accounts on this Discord and we leave it for the mini Discord? The $5 trades, you know what I mean? The $50 trades. And then after we're done with that, I won't post no more trades on that Discord. So that means once we hit $50 to like $100, then we'll take it back to this Discord and continue it here. Because what I want to do for people is,
the market is closed.
I want to show them basically that, again, it's very biased when I say it like this. But again, I don't really mind saying it, regardless of how people think, or if they think they like there's alternative intentions or whatever it is. But I really want people to be able to grow. And I don't want them to feel like they need to pay a crazy ass price starting, even if they made the money for it. Because I want to be nice to them, of course. If somebody told me that I had to pay $200 for something in order to join, I would kind of be like a little like, $200 a month right now? Like, I don't know about that. But $50 a month? Maybe. It's not a bad idea. Especially if I'm trading the $5, $10 accounts. And then what we could do is get them to the point, because every single time I open up a Discord or I have taught people, if I charge them a cheap price, they end up making a lot of money, but they end up just losing it all. So to make sure that they can't lose it all, one of the things is to have the Discord be at a certain price. That's one of the reasons why I also raised it, right? So again, what we could do here is keep starting $5 to $10 accounts on the other Discord, the cheaper one. And then when people get to like 50, or we get to like 50 to like $100, again, we just go to this Discord. And we'll do it twice a week, if not 2 or 3 times a month on the smaller one. so that we give them enough opportunities so that they can be able to join this one. That's basically the whole like thing here. Again, I'm making it harder for people to join this Discord because, again, I want this to be a nice coffee shop with people who went through trials and tribulations, with people who have burned and went through many, many, many different types of situations. That's what I really want. I don't want somebody to be there for no reason, because then it just changes the whole tone of everything and the frequency of everything and throws me off. So yeah.
I think that's a good idea. Just I don't know. Sometimes those small trades are still good trades to make every day.
No, yeah, exactly.
But I don't know. I mean, I like the idea.
Yeah, because the only reason why I have the $50 Discord is for people to prove to me that they could join the main one. I wouldn't charge people $50 otherwise, because it's just like no point. You might as well charge them free or let them join the YouTube. So I do want to have something different that I show on the YouTube on that server, like help them a little bit more, push them a little bit more. And I think maybe simplifying this Discord where there's not too much shit on it is going to be the best decision. Because, bro, the other day when I had 30 trades, I will never do that again. Like, how much work I had to do to post, bro, just the posting and texting and writing down the insurance, that shit itself took me like half the time to trade. So it's like, when we do days like that where we have 30 trades plus, we are not going to explain everything, honestly.
Oh, yeah. No.
It's not realistic.
No, yeah. Like when we do 30 trades in a day, then I would just expect us in the main to know what the hell's going on, and then not probably having to post in the main Discord, and then, like you're saying, make those small trades. And I mean, because you could give them like 3 or 4 small trades a day in that one mini, and then the rest of the day you're just trading with us.
Mm-hmm. But think about it. On the mini Discord, the only person... Okay, I'm going to mute the YouTube for this because I don't want nobody knowing about this. And actually, I'm not even going to say it. I don't want to say it. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to mention it. But besides, there's only one person who pays for that Discord. I'll just put it to you like that. That's all I'm going to say. So if there's only one person paying for that Discord and I have over 30 people there, I will not post to that Discord until I have people that actually have paid for something, because I have people who already did. Now, when I have decent trades where I know things are going to work out in my direction, where it's not going to be random, it's not going to be me trying to teach them a lesson or something like that, I'll post it to the mini server. Like last week, we had so many trades that I was just like, screw it. Let me post to the mini server. And we literally went up 400% on that trade. So on the other mini server, there's only going to be one trade per week. That's it. One trade per week, maybe 2 per week if the first one fails. And that's it. 2 trades. No.
So you're saying it's a proving ground?
Say that again?
It's a proving ground.
Yeah, basically. You know what I mean? Like, are you following along? Can you catch the trends and the patterns that I'm playing and doing what I'm doing? And the YouTube trading styles that I made will be going on that Discord. So when I made like trading styles on YouTube for free, I'm going to post it to the Discord, and then I'm going to post it to the YouTube itself. It's just, honestly, I don't really want to have YouTube memberships, just simply because YouTube takes so much percentage that it's just like you're literally paying Google. And think about it. Would I do something and have myself get 70% and another company that I have no idea get, the other percent? And honestly, I don't think so. Especially when when they've done me dirty, and I don't think so.
No,
it is cool though. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. At one point, I was getting like $300, $400 just for my YouTube memberships, and that was enough to pay for pretty much every subscription I ever had. So like, I never had something like that. So that was kind of cool, but I don't really need that when I have Patreon. I'm not selfish. I have Patreon. I have one platform. That's all I need. I don't need these other platforms. Everything else could be free. And yeah, like Culinary said, it's a proving ground. I think that's the way we should do it. It's just, again, I haven't posted there too much because everybody's there for free, and they could just watch the YouTube. So it's kind of like I'm doing extra work for them for no reason right now, when they've already shown me that they can't be on the main Discord. So will I do the extra work for them right now? And the answer is not. I don't really want to, but I can't really say that because then there's nobody who's going to help them. So I kind of have to. So yeah. I'll be fixing up the mini one, is the point that I'm trying to come to. So that all you who's on the mini one can actually grow and get to the same point that everybody else is on. I think that's the best conclusion here. Because again, we don't want everybody here. Like I told you, you can't have 1,000 people inside of a coffee shop. That shit's not gonna end too well.
Yeah, you could have like 50 to 100 maybe.
Yeah, if it's like a big coffee shop, right? You got a couple floors to it. If it's like a one-room coffee shop, I'm talking about only 20 people. I want.
Yeah, I would say like 25, 20.
And that's why I was thinking, like, how do you separate it then? You know what I mean? Do I separate it with a price? Do I separate it with, I don't know, trades? Do I separate that with a different, do I build another coffee shop next door so that they can go there? Like, how do I do this so that, one, I can have a small group that we could talk, that we could see stuff, and nobody else could join or say something, and then we can have different layers where other people could be there, like the much more noisy and rowdy people who have not really been with us too long. And the only thing I can come to a conclusion of was creating another Discord, honestly.
I was gonna say, but then you have to switch back and forth.
Oh no, there's no voice chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no live stream. Like, I'm just giving them trades, and they're gonna have to watch the YouTube. I can't be in two places at once. If I could,
That's what I was thinking.
But
No,
so
yeah, that's too much work.
Teachers that, like Mansa, I always say this to everybody. Mansa is one of the people that wants to be a teacher. He told me that. I'm gonna say it out loud so that we can plan for it as a group together. I don't know if anybody else wants to be a teacher, but you just got to define what you want to do and what you want to be when it comes to this group here. That's it. That's all I want you guys to do. Once you define that, and I know it, I can help you grow to it. So, yeah, we kind of need more teachers, of course. Because if I'm going to have 100 students, I could teach up to 200 students a month. 200 students a month is about where I'm going to max out. Because I'm going to be going on trips. I'm going to be going on vacations. I might have a relationship at that time in the future. And yeah, more than 200 students is too much. So it's crazy, but yo, we're not even looking. It's so wild to me, you know that? In the beginning, I wanted to have like 10,000 students. But I was like, are you really going to have 10,000 students in your Discord? And I thought about it for a second. I was like, I kind of don't want to deal with 10,000 people, no. And then I started thinking deeper about it, and I was just like realizing, I was like, bro, we put so much work into scaling, into not growing, into hiding behind. It's like One Punch Man, bro. Nobody knows about Saitama, right? Nobody knows about One Punch Man. Everybody thinks that all the villains that are dying is because of other heroes that are coming to the rescue, and this whole entire time, he literally killed them and left before anybody came, so nobody knew it was him. And everybody's taking credit for him. It's like the same shit. Like, we literally did that. We came through real quick, eliminated the opponent, left, without anybody ever knowing. And we kept doing that so much that when it's time for us to actually face something in front of everybody, it's such a superb experience and show that you literally... What I want to do in life is get to the level where... You ever seen those videos of Michael Jackson singing and people were literally dying and having heart attacks? You guys remember that?
No, I mean,
Yeah, like I think there was literally people literally had a stroke and died when they saw Michael Jackson.
Yeah, a lot of fainting.
Like that right there, that's what I want to be able to become when it comes to the stock trading. The Michael Jackson of stock trading. Come on now.
fair enough.
Come on now. Without those rumors that are regarding his name, even if they're false or true, I don't want to. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just specifically
Yeah,
saying
but he should know.
about the way that people treated him and loved him. Yo, my goodness. All right, everybody. I think we're at the road of the road of the what the fuck? The end of the road, man. Stop saying words before each other. Calm down. I don't get why I do that sometimes. But we're at the end of the road, which means I shall see you, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow. Actually, no, tomorrow's Saturday. Monday. I shall see you, ladies and gentlemen, Monday. Have a good weekend. Stay safe. I appreciate you guys showing up to the YouTube every single day. For those of you that are no longer here, for those of you who watch this in the future, oh, get ready. Get ready. You're about to see something you've never seen before. It's literally about to look like a damn Hollywood movie. So get ready. I can't wait to come back to this video in the future with every single one of you guys in person. And you know I'm going to tell you guys, I'm going to tell you guys now, and I'm going to tell you later. It's just the beginning. I knew it. That's all I'm going to say. All right, so let's end the video here. I love and appreciate every single one of you every single day. Again, over the weekend, we're going to be trading some futures. Not Sunday morning, but Sunday afternoon, we're going to be going over the Forex trades and the futures trades to get ready for, you know, the trading on Sunday night. We're going to pass our combine on Sunday night, which means on Monday, we're going to have a third Express account, which means we're going to start our fourth combine account. And then hopefully by Monday, Tuesday, we'll finish the combine by Tuesday. Unless we started on Sunday, because then we could finish day one on Monday. Day two, we could definitely finish on Tuesday. Make it an Express account by the afternoon of Tuesday. And going into the night of Tuesday, we'll have 5 accounts. With those 5 accounts, we're going to literally be full porting. So that we can try to take out around 50 to 100K in withdrawals within the next 2 weeks. I want to get ready for the Christmas season. I really want to help kids that don't have nothing. Really. Like, really. Like, literally. Fuck the car. Fuck the vacation. Fuck all that. If I could right now, by December, make enough capital so that I can go to at least 5 to 10 hospitals in New York, or, you know, homes where it's just kids and, you know, parents that are not really theirs. If I could just do anything like that, I know you guys would want to join me. I know you guys would be down with that. But let's kind of talk it into existence, right? That's the most powerful thing in the world. And that right there is a dream for me. It's more monumental than me creating this anime. It is more monumental than me doing what I'm doing now. To give a child that thought that they had the end of the world occur to them, somebody who is a cancer patient, somebody who's dyslexic, somebody who's, you know, with Down syndrome, right? Regardless of what it is, I want to create a system where we could be there for them, you know? Because that shit makes me so sad. And I think you guys would do it. So we got about 4 more weeks before Christmas. And we got about 4 more weeks to make a long list of individuals feel like they're not alone. That's the main purpose. Make sure nobody feels alone. Because if they don't feel alone, if they feel awesome, then I feel awesome. Then you feel awesome. Then we all feel awesome. It's a chain reaction. So, let's do it. If you guys are down with me, what I want you to do is save around 5 to 10K 5 to 10K is good enough by December. And you're going to hold your money. You're not sending me no money. You're going to fly down to New York. I'm going to pay for your flight. And we're going to get this done over here. We're then going to fly down to each of your states, wherever you guys come from. And we're going to help out some kids over there as well. And we're going to be doing this all winter going into January. Is my plan. Right before we start going on our little international trading trip. Where every month we're trading from a different location. And then next year, who knows, maybe I'll be able to buy a whole entire system of transportation and stuff like that, so that literally, imagine if you guys take your family on like a 3-month trading trip with us. You know what I mean? I don't know if family will get in the way though. Sometimes some families do, purposely, because they don't like their... I've seen some women purposefully put down their husbands so that their husbands can't get far enough so they can't leave them. So like that type of stuff oftentimes occurs, and it's like when we're trying to create a perfect environment for people to be able to trade, maybe bringing family is not going to be the thing that helps here. But yeah, we can have some family trips and then some separate Discord only type of trips. We could do something like that maybe. What else sounds like fun? I don't know. We got the school we're heading towards. We got the prop firm that we're starting to understand more and more every day. I'm building my anime every day. Shit ton of ideas this last 2 weeks. The YouTube